Good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. Well, I'm Tom Suter. I'm the founder of ATARC, and I was just kind of doing the math. And I have Jerry Karen, our government chair. If Jerry can come up and share the stage with me. Jerry, of course, runs. Well, Jerry, introduce yourself.
I don't run.
You don't run?
No. God,
You're not running?
No, I don't run. My name is Gerald Karen. I am the CIO for the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Inspector General, and I am one of the chairs for the Zero Trust Working Group here at ATARC as well.
Great. This is our first summit, and we used to run a lot of in-person events, and our flagship was always a summit. This was our first summit since March of 2020. I don't know if you remember that. And it's good to see some of you. I haven't seen some of you in a couple of years here. It's kind of good to see everybody, especially our government colleagues, although we've seen some of the industry folks at some of the events that we've done. But if you can put yourself back, I know nobody wants to go down memory lane, but it was the second week of March 2020. This COVID thing is starting to get around a little bit. And we had our event on a Tuesday, and it went pretty well. I think we had about 300 folks there. It was a DevSecOps group. We were starting to do this, the bumps we were starting to get into that mode. Nobody had a mask, not one person. Then on Wednesday, we had the presidential address that we're going to have to shut down the country for 2 weeks. And by Thursday morning, I think a lot of my staff was at Wegmans at 6 a.m. stocking up on toilet paper and food. So it was so crazy how things turned. And we moved everything along. And we've been doing a lot of virtual, as you know, but this is actually our first summit since that time. So it's pretty amazing, and we're glad to be here. I want to thank our partners, if we can go to that. Oh, by the way, we have Wi-Fi. We had Wi-Fi Gate this morning, but we got it fixed. That's the domain name. And it is fixed now.
Oh, it is?
It is fixed now. Okay. Brand new information, breaking news. We have Jason Miller here. I don't know if that makes his bites, but we actually got it working with our friends over at CyberRes. I would like to thank our partners, and this has been very important in our working groups that we work with all these folks here. It's going back to the old days, like 2.5 years ago, a lot of government would use this opportunity to go meet with some of these folks that they're going to eventually work with. And we've seen that. That's one of the reasons why we do this is for you to do your market research, check out all these folks. I'm going to read them off super quick. And if I miss one, I get in a lot of trouble and somebody gets mad at me. So I'm going to try not to do that this time. Accenture, Akamai, August Shell, BMC, Contrast Security, Cribble, CyberRes, Datadog, Delinea, Elastic, ExtraHop, Fidelis Cybersecurity, Flashpoint, Fortinet, Illumio, IronNet, Leadership Connect, Menlo Security, Microfocus, Nutanix, Okta, OpSWAT, Palo Alto, Pluralsight, Rancher Government Solutions, Resilient, Rubric Federal, SentinelOne, ServiceNow, Sonotite, Trend Micro, Varonis, Vectra, Veeam Government Solutions, Venafi, and Veracode. And thank you for these partners. Round of applause for them. Really appreciate them. And you'll have some opportunities to talk to them, especially toward the end of the day. Anything else you want to say, Jerry?
No, I'll just say thank you for coming. It's definitely important. The government can't be successful without partnerships with the vendors and solution providers. So that's made it very important. That's what's made our working group, I think, very successful. We have about 60 vendors participating and about 20 plus agencies represented in one form or fashion through our working group. And that collaboration, I think, has made a real success in standardizing on language and things like that. So we really appreciate your participation in this. So thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you, Jerry, for your leadership. And now we're going to introduce our first speaker of the day, and it's John Kindervag. John is the creator of Zero Trust. He's also a senior vice president of cybersecurity strategy, ON2IT group fellow at, how do you say it? Onto it cybersecurity, and is part of the Zero Trust Executive Steering Committee. and Cloud Security Alliance. And thank you, Cloud Security Alliance. Eric really helped secure you at the last second. We made some time. We're very, very, very happy to have you. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me, everybody. How's it going? Good audience here. It's always fun to go to places where they want to talk zero trust, because I'm going to talk to you today about zero trust. What is it? And just give you a short introduction to it. Because I talk about authentic zero trust, right? So as the person who created it, who better to hear it from, right? You get to hear it from the horse. You can decide after this is over which end of the horse it came out of, but that's okay. But a lot of times with zero trust, and I never thought there would be like a zero trust summit anywhere. And I've been to 2 this year. So I never thought any of this would take on the way it has. But a lot of times when I get back from people, I go, no, that's not zero trust. That's just the old stuff with new labeling. So I want to talk to you about authentic zero trust. What is it really, right? Because you've heard about it in the playground, but you need to hear about it, in real life. So let's talk about zero trust. It started with this report, No More Chewy Centers, in 2010. Right. And if you would have told me that 12 years later, the president of the United States would issue an executive order on cybersecurity modernization, saying all government agencies should adopt zero trust, I would have told you to get back in your DeLorean, get that puppy up to 88 miles an hour and go back to Hill City, because it was never going to happen. For years and years, people made fun of me. That's a stupid idea. You're a moron. But I knew it would work, and I actually was building a lot of these environments, a lot of it in places that you know about, places you can't talk about. So I would always joke that zero trust was like Fight Club. The first rule is what? What's the first rule of Fight Club? Don't talk about it. So what happened with this executive order, most importantly to me, is the president of the United States changed the incentive structure and said it's okay to talk about zero trust now. And that's why it's taking off. This is huge for me. So authentic zero trust, what is it? So it is a strategy. First of all, a strategy, not a product, not a tactic, a strategy designed to prevent data breaches. We all know that data is the new oil, right? We understand that data fuels modern economies, but let's look at this word breach, because we want to prevent data breaches. Now, a lot of people say, like in zero trust, assume breach. That's one of the mantras. I don't know where that came from. I never said it in any of my reports. Somebody added that later. We don't assume breach. We might be able to say that there's a high likelihood that somebody has intruded upon your environment. Because in the old days of cybersecurity, we thought when somebody got into your environment and started looking around, that's a breach. They breached our network. Oh no, that's not the definition of a breach. That's the definition of an intrusion. The word breach has been redefined for us by legal and regulatory entities like PCI, CCPA, GDPR, and it means that data that is sensitive or regulated has been exfiltrated from our networks or systems into the hands of a malicious actor. So one of the core concepts of zero trust is I care a lot more about what's going out of my network than what's coming in. And more people are still worried about what's coming in, right? Things will get in. I won't say malicious actors will never be able to get into these environments, but can they get the important stuff out? That's really where the rubber meets the road. And then it's also that strategy will stop other cyber attacks from what? Being successful. I cannot stop cyber attacks from starting. I would have to be the attacker to do that, right? But I can make sure that once they start, they become unsuccessful. That's very easy to do. So that is the goal. That is what zero trust is in a nutshell. Now, it leverages design principles that I'm going to show you. So it's very simple. It has a 5-step methodology. If you get nothing out of this, you should look at the 5-step principles to guide your journey. And it has demonstrable positive security outcomes for companies that use it. I could tell lots of stories about bad things that have been stopped because their zero trust environment functioned properly. Now, the design principles, the 5-step methodology, they're in the NSTAC report, the President's National Security Telecommunications Advisory Committee. I was on the Zero Trust and Trusted Identity Subcommittee. So Shawn Connolly is in the room. Shawn, are you around? Raise your hand. Shawn was on there with me. Shawn, CSA, a bunch of people, Chase Cunningham, Dr. Zero Trust, who was supposed to be here today but couldn't, buy his book, Gabriel, by the way, best fiction cybersecurity hacking book ever. We all have come to agreement that the NSTAC report is definitive and authoritative on what Zero Trust is. If you're working on some initiative to define Zero Trust, it's been defined for years. Focus on moving forward and getting people to do it. It's no longer what it is, it's do it. And then from that, I want to talk about some misconceptions that I hear all the time. So the first one, Zero Trust means making a system trusted. I hear about this term implicit trust. I don't know where they got that, but how much trust should there be in a system called Zero Trust? Zero, yeah. I try to be pretty clear, but a lot of people can't get it. They can't get their love affair of this word trust is so crazy, and they don't even know what it means. If you ask them to define it, they can't. And I'm not going to go on my diatribe about trust, but I could. And then Zero Trust is all about identity. That's false. I can prove it with 2 words. Snowden, Manning, the 2 most famous people in cybersecurity. They're the Beyonce and Madonna of cyber. They're one-word people, right? But they were on trusted systems. They were trusted users. They had powerful identity systems. They had cumbersome but effective multi-factor authentications, but nobody looked at their packets post-authentication, and that's why those 2 events happened. Right? MFA is something we consume in policy with Zero Trust, all of the identity stack, but it is not equivalent to Zero Trust. And then there are Zero Trust products. There is not a product in the world that you can turn on and get Zero Trust. And I know I worked for 4 years at Palo Alto Networks, and I chose to go there. I didn't get recruited there. I chose to go there when I wanted to get out from behind the Forrester paywall and said, well, this is the company that has the best technology currently to do it, so I'm going to go there. But I also, in all of the hundreds and hundreds of things I've designed, bring in lots of partner technology to do that. And then finally, Zero Trust is complicated. No, there's only 9 things you need to do. No, we've kind of touched on them. The 4 design principles, the 5 steps, you'll get those today. Now, I want to go past this. Why do I have this in this slide? I hope I didn't. One problem. No? Okay. I'm going to skip that because I think this is when I thought that this was, I had more time than I had. So, okay. Apologies. Apologies. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So there was a big hack called the Opm Data Breach. How many people got caught up in that? Oh, look at that. Fun. Fun for you. Wasn't that fun? Yeah. So, and we all know what the Opm Data Breach is. Sometimes around the world I have to talk about that, what it is. But this is a big deal, right? This is a huge deal. It compromised the government. And as a result, Congress came out and issued a report asking OMB to provide guidance to agencies to promote an IT security Zero Trust model. And so they asked OMB to do that. 6 years later, OMB did that. I'm told by government standards, that's hyperspeed, 6 years, right? So it happened this May. But this is where the sea change happened. Because of the Opm data breach, where Catherine Archuleta, the head of Opm, was fired because of a data breach. And this is a great lesson. The only thing that can get a leader fired from their job in cybersecurity or in any part of leadership is if a company or an organization allows a data breach. If there is a data breach in your organization, you allowed it to happen. You are a co-participant in it because you have policies in place that allowed the bad thing to happen. You are not a victim in cybersecurity. You are a co-participant, just an unwilling and unknowledgeable co-participant because you had bad policies. So this is what we're going to focus on, right? So zero trust from a strategy perspective. Why do I say it's the world's only cybersecurity strategy? Well, let's look at what we thought was strategy. Expense in depth, right? That's defense in depth. Compliance. A lot of people doing compliance in this town, man. I would never do any compliance initiative because I don't think they're very valuable. I understand why they're in place and they have to be. And then we have these quadrant methodologies. I refused to do any of those when I was at Forrester because cybersecurity must be a system. And so in this case, whenever you buy off of those quadrants, all you're doing is creating more expense in depth. You're spending money you don't have on things you don't need because you don't know what to protect in the first place. And then finally, I think most people use hope as their risk mitigation strategy. They hope it doesn't happen to them. H is put your head in the sand, pretend like nothing is wrong. O is obfuscate reality. Oh, we'll fix it later. We'll do a forensics investigation. A forensics investigation is an autopsy. How many people in the room have ever had an autopsy done on them? None? You didn't go into the doctor and they said, oh, that cough is looking bad. We better give you an autopsy? No? Wow, maybe we're doing something wrong. And then point the finger at somebody else. Boy, how many times have you heard that recently? It was the intern that did it. No, take responsibility, man up. I'm from Texas. Cowboy up is what we say there. You got to cowboy up, take responsibility. And then E, start your employment journey. You will get fired if these things become knowledgeable, in the public knowledge. So this is tactics. So, zero trust. Let's look at this word trust. It's a hard thing to define, but I can tell you it's a human emotion that has been injected into digital systems for absolutely no reason. I could go on a long rant about trust, but I'm not going to. But from a technology and a digital perspective, it's always bad. It's a 4-letter word, not a 5-letter word. So you want to learn to hate the word trust. If you don't hate the word trust, you are not doing zero trust because you start to see how it creates so many problems in systems. So trust is actually a dangerous vulnerability. Have you thought about that? It's a vulnerability. What vulnerability did Snowden and Manning exploit? The trust model on Cybernet. That's all. They didn't do anything. They didn't have any magical tools. In fact, attackers don't need to create any malware to exploit trust. All they need to do is get on the network, and as a former pen tester, I can tell you, you can always get on. Getting on is trivial. It's what you do when you're there. So the only entities who get value from trust in your organization are the malicious actors who are going to exploit it. We call that dwell time. We should not have a concept called dwell time because we shouldn't allow people to dwell. So the 4 concepts are focus on the business outcomes. We need to align with the grand strategic actors. Secondly, we need to design from the inside out, not the outside in. Third, we need to control access on a need-to-know basis, restrict access very, very granularly, need to know, right? And then finally, we need to, while we're doing that, inspect and log traffic all the way up at layer 7 so that ultimately we can instantiate zero trust as a layer 7 policy inside of a technology. The technologies themselves have to be able to enforce layer 7 policy. And it has to be at layer 7, people, because all the hackers know how to get past layer 3 and layer 4 controls. So if you're using the native controls inside of a cloud environment, for example, a stateless ACL, you've actually degraded your security back to 1990s style of security. So the cloud has arguably made us less secure. Now, the best way I can show you how this works is to show you how the U.S. Secret Service protects the President of the United States. And this is very popular. I get, the Secret Service give me little pins for my All-American jacket here, you know, so I'm very Go American kind of thing, all over the world, represent. And we see here, this is President Obama's 2009 inauguration parade. And there are 3 things that the Secret Service knows about the President of the United States that we don't know about our data or our assets. First, they know who the President is. They do not do presidential discovery projects. They do not scan for the President. Second, they know where the President is at all times. They never go, hey, Tom, have you seen the President? We've lost him. No, that does not happen. And third, they know who should have access to the President at any given time. There's a story behind how I discovered that on a vice presidential detail, actually, that I was involved with. And it's, you know, they're serious people. They're serious people. So we can see here that, yes, they did have a perimeter. This is January 20th, 2009. Look at this uniformed Secret Service agent. He's got his hands in his pockets. He's got his hat on. Why? Because it's cold outside. You guys live here. It's cold in January 20th, 2009. It was cold. So they had the perimeter, but they're just to intimidate, knock down the low-hanging fruit. No, the real thing that you need to understand that they're doing is they're creating a protect surface. See, the fundamental concept of zero trust tactically is the protect surface. I can shrink the attack surface down orders of magnitude to something very small and easily known called the protect surface. So on this day, there were 4 people, the president, his wife, and his 2 children. That's it. That's all that had to be protected. If somebody up here got nailed, oh, too bad. Sorry about that. You know, you'll become famous in the news, but really our job is only to protect the president and his family. Right? So we've defined the protect surface, and now the Secret Service is going to do something really, really amazing. It's magical. I want you to watch on the screen. Look at those controls. They move their controls adjacent to the protect surface. We don't do that in cybersecurity. In cybersecurity, our controls are on the perimeter or on the endpoint, which are as far away as possible we can put them from the thing we're actually protecting. So we create this secondary attack surface where we get the concept of dwell time. The reason we have dwell time is because we have controls in the wrong place and we don't have visibility into what's going on in our environment so that we can find these attackers before they do bad things. Now because you have this, you can now create a micro perimeter in policy. This is the second tactical concept of zero trust, create micro perimeters. And these micro perimeters have small policy statements. So only these 2 individuals can access, leave, transit, inbound, outbound of the micro perimeter, and there's nobody who can come in. If you try to run in, if Tom's, decides to go and he wants to get a really close picture, and he's trying to run in there from the outside, and as he gets in here, well, there's a deny all thing, right? There's a deny all at that point because all policy is binary. You can either allow or deny. That's it. You can have multiple criteria on why you would do it, but it's binary. And so at this point, nobody gets in. So if Tom comes running in, that's known as Tom's very, very, very bad day, because this dude here, he has a layer 7 control underneath his jacket. Notice he's not wearing gloves. He doesn't have a hat on because he's ready to actually do some real protection. Now, the Secret Service doesn't stop there. They continuously monitor and update in real time. They might look out and say, hey, that guy in white, he looks creepy. Let's keep an eye on him. Or they could send out a message that says, allow somebody to come in and give the president a message. And so it's very dynamic. So this is zero trust. This is how you protect anything, whether it is the president of the United States, data, assets, it does not matter. That's what we're trying to do. So that's the best visual representation I can give it to you. Now we get into tactics. What are we doing? So there's a 5-step model on how you do this. So first we're going to define the protect surface. What do you need to protect? That is always the first question in zero trust. What are you going to protect? And so you need to understand that. And so the things you protect are called DAS elements. And you'll see this in the NSTAC report. You'll see this in the DoD guidance and the NSA guidance, this term DAS. What does it mean? Well, it stands for data, assets, applications, and services. These are the typical things that we protect. So we take a single DAS element, we put it into a single protect surface, and from there, we can build out zero trust, one protect surface at a time, so that we can do this in an incremental, iterative, and non-disruptive manner. So once we've done that, now we're going to map the transaction flows so we can see how the system works together as a system. If you do not understand how your system works, you cannot protect it. After that, you'll focus on the architecture. So a lot of people, we start by building the zero trust architecture, and then we ask the business to put stuff into it, and they go, that's great, you've given us a bunch of round holes, but we have square pegs, And how do we make that work? And you say, well, luckily, the vendor sent us a free whittling knife, so you guys make it fit with what we've already built. Wrong answer. Zero Trust is designed so that it's tailor-made for each protect surface. People ask me all the time, I bought product X, I bought widget Y, where do I put it? I have no idea. What are you trying to protect? Well, we haven't thought about that yet. It ain't failure. Right? You will have failed because of that, because you are so focused on the products. Do not buy any products until you know what you need to protect. And by doing steps 1 and 2, it will show you what products are the best for that protect surface. Because it's not, you don't say, I can do it all with one product. You say, what product do I need for this protect surface? Because that is in itself a system. And then we create policy. I'll talk about that in a moment. And finally, we monitor and maintain. We take all of the telemetry, we re-inject it in the system. And this creates what's known as an anti-fragile system. Anybody read the book Anti-Fragile by Taleb? Yeah, he gave me the vocabulary to talk about what I was trying to accomplish. So a system under stress can get stronger and stronger over time. That's known as the concept of anti-fragility. And you can apply that into Zero Trust, which is what I do for a living now. So basically, the first step is usually network segmentation. So people say, well, I need to segment my network. Well, why? Well, I got a compliance finding that I needed to do that. That's maybe the compelling reason, but the only reason to segment a network is to protect something. So you always start with the protect surface. This tells you why you are segmenting. If you don't know why, you're going to fail. And then you connect a segmentation gateway to the protect surface to define a microperimeter in policy. A segmentation gateway can be a virtual segmentation gateway or a physical segmentation gateway. Typically, these are next generation firewalls of some kind, because that is the most advanced cybersecurity technology we have in the world today. Nist calls them policy enforcement points, I think. I don't really understand that term. They clearly didn't read any of the stuff I wrote at Forrester, so that's on them, I guess. But it's a segmentation gateway. We're trying to segment the network. We're not, that's what the policy is trying to do. Segment the network based on users' application, users' data and doing policy at that. And then this will tell us how we're enforcing it, so we have centralized management to enforce it. That's the reference architecture for Zero Trust. It's that simple, and you're just going to do it one protect surface at a time. Again, so it's incremental, iterative, and non-disruptive. Okay? Now, let's get into the last thing, operations. There's a movie called The Imitation Game. How many people have seen that? Yeah? In that movie, the character of Alan Turing says something to blow your mind. He says, what if only a machine can defeat another machine? That's where we're at, folks. Do you realize hackers don't have change control? You thought about that? We are so manual. We are so behind the curve because of manual processes. We have to automate. We have to build the machine. That's why I went onto it from Palo Alto Networks, to build the machine to defeat the machine. So it's clear that this must be the next imperative in Zero Trust. So the way you interface with the machine is policy. And so I created a thing called the Kipling method of Zero Trust rule writing. So every Zero Trust environment has to have a KMP, Kipling method policy. And so what I did is I used who, what, when, where, why, and how that Rudyard Kipling created for us in a poem in 1902. And every country, every culture has this concept. I travel around the world. I was just in Europe for 2.5 weeks. And so everybody understands this. And it's a simple concept. Who should have access via what application? When should that access happen? Where is the thing that they're accessing? Why is this allowed? And then how should it be done? By what criteria should we allow it to happen? And so we can create easy to write, easy to read, and easy to audit rules that we can define in this KMP. And I can teach anybody to write this rule, KMP policy, just by using this grid. I've shown CEOs how to write rules for the things that they want to have access to. So this allows me at Onto to deliver Zero Trust as a service. That's why I left Palo Alto Networks, because I love Palo Alto Networks, great technology, but at the same time, I needed to be able to deliver Zero Trust as a managed service. So I'm going to leave you with two final things. One is the Zero Trust learning curve. So where do you start? That's your next step, next question to me, I know. So you're going to look at the sensitivity or criticality of the protect surfaces and compare them to the time on their Zero Trust journey. And this creates a learning curve where we look at everything from a protect surface basis. So early on, we're going to focus on low sensitive resources so we can learn how to do it. If they get screwed up, no big deal, we'll start over again. You need a safe place to learn. That's why we call them learning protect surfaces. After that, we focus on practice protect surfaces. My friend Tony Scott told me, hey, you get to Zero Trust the same way you get to Carnegie Hall. Practice, practice, practice. So that's how that ended up in here. And then after that, you'll do your high value assets, your keys to the kingdom, your crown jewels, whatever you call them in your organization. Note that comes very, very quickly. So you'll be able to get there very quickly. But I would encourage you to learn and practice a bit before you hit those high value assets, because you probably don't know how those work. And there's a high likelihood that they're going to screw up, and then you're going to blame Zero Trust. But the real answer is the reason that Zero Trust uncovered the flaws is because you didn't know how it worked, right? And then after that, you'll focus on things that are less important. And every company or organization gets to define the threshold where this stuff isn't important enough to go into Zero Trust. Zero Trust is not ubiquitous or binary in any sense. There's a lot of things that should never be protected that way. Wherever they are now is fine. Don't worry about it. And then finally, the maturity model. And again, both these things are in the NSTAC report. So that's a public report. I would encourage you to download it. So we look at the protect surface. So if I was working on one called cardholder data environment, CDE, for credit cards. And the DAS element is PCI. Now I know two important things. What am I trying to protect and for what reason? Well, the PCI compliance. And so I might know that I know what the PCI data is. I kind of have a little bit of protection on it, maybe some minor architecture. My policy probably isn't very good, but I am doing basic log management for requirement 12. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I have an 11. And I can do a project that says 20 in, say, 90 days. So a lot of my clients do that where they say, I want to get to this in 90 days, and now you can use this maturity model to figure out how to budget, how to set a project, and then how to give this to leadership to show you how you're doing. Maturity is the best way to measure success in Zero Trust. Okay, just to end this, why is Zero Trust a strategy? Because it resonates grand strategically to the highest levels of the organization. You've seen the President of the United States mention Zero Trust in his executive order. In fact, demand Zero Trust in his executive order. Really started with OGR after OPM, and in that, Chairman Chafis wrote a byline article about cybersecurity in the government, and he said this: Zero Trust would have profoundly limited the attacker's ability to move within OPM's network and access such sensitive data. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know what spanning tree is, layer 3 or 7 is. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know anything about IT, but he can understand the strategic importance of protecting sensitive data and assets. Okay, look at that. I came in 2 seconds early for you, Tom. So thank you very much. I'll be around all day. Let me know if you have any questions.
That was a great keynote. John is going to hang around, and I think he's got good candor now. Let's get a couple drinks in him and see what he really thinks. So thank you for coming.
You betcha. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'm just getting my stuff out of the way. Look at that.
Okay, we've got our first panel coming up with Chris Riota, who's a reporter with Government Executive Media Group. Chris. you want to come up in your panel, there he is. I think this is the first time ATARC moderation. Welcome.
So much.
Yep.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, everyone. How you doing? My name's Chris Riata. I'm a reporter at GovExec covering cybersecurity and federal procurement for FCW. Oh, there we go. How's everyone doing now that you can hear me? I'll welcome our panelists for today. We've got some great ones. I'm super excited for this discussion on using emerging technology to strengthen zero trust security. So we can go ahead. I'll introduce them quickly as they're making their way up here. We've got Tom Harrell, a trusted advisor and senior IT policy analyst, and a consultant to NIH and NCATS CIO in the Office of Administrative Management, Program Management, and a policy analyst and governance. We've got Joseph Ronzo, Deputy Chief Technology Officer for the Office of Health Information. Hey guys, how you doing? At the Veterans Health Administration at the VA. Lauren Smith, Director, Solutions Development, Branch of the Office of Enterprise Technology, Solutions, Information Technology category for the Federal Acquisition Service at GSA. So now that they've all made their way up, rather than have me introduce them any further, perhaps we can just go down the line. Everyone can, briefly introduce themselves and their work and maybe describe one way that they've seen emerging technologies, be implemented throughout the zero trust strategies in their organizations. Start with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is this on? Can you hear me?
I think it's on, yep.
Okay, great. What I'm doing right now, there are two things, two initiatives I'm working on. One is with the Strategy Activation Working Group for the Office of Administrative Management at NCATS, which is the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences. And in there, we're trying to bridge the branches and also achieve a major goal, which is to become the premier technology organization within the NIH. I'm also putting together zero trust stacks, solution stacks for our populations. And I do this because we have to raise awareness. They think it's a product. It isn't. It's a state of mind. It's a state of expressing where you are and knowing what to do, when to do it. So far, one of the most incredible things I've seen is that some technology that may not be well suited for the government, but it should be, but it will actually plot a potential attack path into your crown jewels. So that's just a brief chat about what I'm doing.
Wonderful, thank you.
So, Joe Ronzio, I always phrase it that my office's job is to look in a crystal ball. Again, we work in DC. There's 170 plus hospitals for VA out there that we're constantly figuring out how to adjust policy and adjust targeting for. Because of that, there's nothing I can do from DC that will change things tomorrow. So we're constantly having to look in the crystal ball of where is healthcare going, where is technology going, so that we can impact some change, start some pilots going, collaborate with vendors, get some creatives in place, so we can see where both the healthcare and technology are going in the future in the hopes of improving healthcare for veterans. And again, my office right now is 100% veteran driven. I'm still an Air Force reservist, and those of you who know Craig Lugar as a disabled retired naval aviator. So we definitely have a passion for this.
Wonderful.
Hi, hello, I'm Lauren Smith. I'm from the General Services Administration. My organization is not in the GSA IT department. My group supports all federal government agencies on finding solutions for their infrastructure. We work very closely with CISA and Nist on cybersecurity and emerging products, et cetera. So it's not one, we're not just looking at GSA, we're looking at all federal government agencies on how we can support those government agencies in finding solutions.
Great. So Lauren, I'll pass it back to you since you have that kind of wide scope perspective on federal agencies and their journey in zero trust. Can you talk a little bit about how you've seen emerging technology implemented, maybe some of the challenges, perhaps some of the best practices a bit?
What I see is, first of all, is the fear of not always just a fear of getting started and what to do. It's like the unknown, right? We just don't know how to move forward, how to get started. And I think that's the big key factor. If the agencies are successful, they're taking risks by being the first ones out the gate to start. They're trying to find innovative ways to solve their situations within their organizations. And GSA we learned that early on, and we worked with some other government agencies, and using the Nist framework, GSA did put, for Zero Trust, GSA put a buyer's guide that breaks it down by pillars and components to say, hey, here's places that you might be able to go to acquire services that will help meet those needs. And don't have a slide, but it's gsa.gov/ZTA. And the buyer's guide is there along with other information like the Enterprise Infrastructure Solutions contract. But I think it's very important that we're growing with mobility, we're growing with Internet of Things. I think it's just going to be a struggle of trying to mesh it all together and keep it going.
Yeah, that makes sense. Joe, can you talk a little bit about how VHA's process of implementing a zero trust strategy has gone from your perspective? Did the agency follow the learning curve sort of methodology that we heard about a little bit before?
So OINT has the lead on that, and they have done the systems audits. They have worked rack and stack of prioritization. I guess I kind of am the roadblock a little bit of the time because we're constantly trying to push the envelope of how do we get further out there, have more mobile devices for both patients and providers, more data coming from different edge devices. And it was very interesting hearing the keynote decide, well, what's the priority? Well, it gets to be very difficult in government because that type of data is what a provider could potentially be making a life or death decision on a patient for. So how do you balance your security with your functionality in the long run? And then how do you afford to secure all of those devices?
Yeah. We were talking a little bit before today's panel about the kind of the importance, but also the challenges that come with, public and private sector collaboration and cooperation in this issue. Tom, can you talk a little bit about the need for public-private cooperation and sort of information sharing, but then also kind of the challenges that come with perhaps implementing some of those zero trust strategies that the private sector can take on so quickly in the public space?
Well, the private sector, in my opinion, has been incredible, those vendors that I've dealt with. They really have looked inside the government and seen some of the weaknesses and have developed products and services to augment those weaknesses, make them strengths. What I find is that internally, the government really doesn't know what it has. And that's the biggest stumbling block. So not only do we not know what we have, we don't really, and I'm going to be specific to our center, we're not close enough to the business. We're close to the machines. And the machines don't tell us exactly what the business is doing, and our business is science. It's creating therapeutics, getting treatments to more people, or actually all people, more quickly. So that becomes a challenge. We do not know where our crown jewels really are, and we're not alone in that. And industry has found that out. And so they've created products and services to help us. But you have to pry the technologists away from their laptops or their screens, and they need to take a wide view of the world, of their world, of what the vendors have done. And I'll be honest with you, the vendor community has been incredible. We just don't take advantage of it enough because we love our point solutions. And when it comes to zero trust, we're all looking for that magic tool. We have so many tools that we don't know how to keep them patched. Okay, so that's sort of where we're at. But the industry is incredible.
Yeah, Lauren, would you share those sentiments? Would you perhaps echo that perspective that most folks in federal agencies don't know where their crown jewels are?
Well, I think the past has shown us that there may have, the past has shown us that, yeah, that there are some gaps that can be filled, but that's within any organization. And I don't think anybody will be ever 100%. I think it's like riding a motorcycle. If you think you mastered the motorcycle, think again. I also think looking at this, there's two parts to industry. There's the industries that are making products to support us, but there's industry users. And when I was talking to some industry users once before, they really cared about what the government was doing, because they were saying the government helps lead the way of where things are going to be in the future for industry. And but then I talked to some actual industry that are making products that to help, or finding solutions to help. And it's very costly, right? It's very costly to get FedRamped or to get started in the business. And a lot of companies need to find other partners. What I find is a big success is when different companies will partner together to help each other out. But I think it's when you have that and you have the government, and they're trying to find what needs to be protected, that control, finding that visionary, and then finding companies. You might find a company that it has a great product, but can't support it because they're maybe not FedRamped. But maybe we should try to help or find partnerships to build that relationship, because I don't think a few vendors in the years, the vendors are going to grow, but we have to have a large, robust member of, vendor community to help support us, because it's huge. The United States government, everybody in this room knows it, is huge.
Adding from both sides a little bit, again, the vendor community gets to be very good, but I do have conflict with some vendors, because again, while we're getting very good network security appliances and systems and software that will actually supply the network security, we're not getting the holistic look at security from a device or even from an application perspective. So we do have problems where different systems, especially within medical technologies, they will go through a HIPAA audit and say, well, we're HIPAA. Well, that's great. So how about FSMA High? Because that's a life safety device now. And we have that split between what the government requires versus the general population. And I really think that we need more people to understand how truly everything needs to be secured. Any one node on the internet can compromise the internet. We've all seen all the warnings. We've all seen all the security. I mean, heck, I can't go a day without getting blasted by 100 VPN providers nowadays. So everyone has kind of that awareness of that the internet as a whole needs to be secure. Well, how much of your data is being stored on all those devices and all those applications? And how many applications are tracking you, that whether you wanted to or not, depending on the platform you're on? So we do have that problem where it's split. Either you're doing industry business or you're doing government business. And if you're in the government business, especially in healthcare, you have to adhere to the highest level of security. But if you sell to the hospital down the street or the doctor's office down the street, you don't. I mean, I think that makes all of us vulnerable.
Yeah, I want to add quickly that we'll hopefully have some time at the end to take questions from the audience. So if anyone's got some questions, hold those to the end, and we'll try to get those answered. We've heard a little bit today about the cyber EO from last year and some of the ambitious targets and deadlines there. Do you think that agencies have the roadmap outlined to them in a way that will help them get there for perhaps some of those agencies that are a little less mature on their path? Maybe we can start with you, Lauren.
So I'm going to do a little plug here for Sean Connolly and CISA. They did an excellent job on there's a website out there for CISA for Zero Trust, et cetera, right, that outlines a lot of different information for people. And it's Nist does too, right? So there's information out there. The question is, are people reading it? I'm sure that people are reading it, but understanding it as well, because you have different layers, right, that might be reviewing it. Decision policymakers aren't always the people implementing it. So one layer might understand it and another layer may not, right? So education is the biggest factor. And I think the government has been doing a lot of training sessions and information sharing, trying to get that information out to support the government agencies.
Joe, have you seen that, in the field, on the ground? Have you seen that sort of education in real time? Do you think that teams are really getting up to speed here as they need to be?
I think within the IT infrastructure arm, they do. OINT, we have a lot of meetings that we go over these discussions, but it's not as readily apparent what security model is being observed for what platform to the end user. So again, you do need the end user to participate in that discussion and evaluate how valuable is their data, what's the risk. And it gets to be funny where I'm considered a business owner for several applications and several products. And I think that actually confuses people of, well, you don't use that application or product. I'm like, yeah, but if I'm not the business owner, then a doctor in a facility is going to be. And are they going to be able to have the time for the meetings, the discussions, assessing the security models, working with vendors? And everyone quickly goes, oh, I don't want to do that. Well, that's why I've signed up for a couple of items as business owner. But we do need more of the field and the end user involvement than we currently have today.
Tom, any other sort of challenges that you've seen in educating even the end users, perhaps?
Well, we're sort of unique because we really are a true biotech. So data science, the data is key. And we do training of our people on data science, on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and also the biggest issue being privacy. It's very difficult because we're dealing with everyone's data in a way, but we don't know who they are. And we have to we have to expend resources to sometimes neutralize identities so that we don't compromise it. We as Americans, we put all of our information out there. And we then, here in the government, we have to strip it out, okay? If we're going to try to consolidate data across the agencies, which is one of our missions right now, one of the concerns that we have is being able to re-identify an individual, because that's the only way that we can create the therapeutics. And within the NCATS, technology and science are inextricably intertwined. So it becomes a march to almost futility when a new pandemic or some new disease breaks out, because we are at the heartbeat of it. For instance, when Zika came out, we had a therapeutic developed before Congress got around to funding us. With the most recent pandemic, we were the ones that perfected the Moderna vaccine. So sometimes we have to move with the speed of science, which inhibits our ability to really create that trusted environment that we need. And so we do expend more money and more energy to keep everything safe and to really come up with a zero trust mindset, let alone a strategy.
I think it's interesting when you sort of think about the entire IT ecosystem in some organizations and how they're trying to rapidly build in these emerging technologies, which kind of fly in the face of a lot of their legacy systems. Have you guys seen any sort of issues in kind of implementing emerging technologies into systems where there just are so many sort of legacy IT products?
We do have legacy, and mostly in scientific applications, but that's that's just a reality we deal with. We don't have the budget to go out and replace everything. So you do an end run around the obstacle to get where we need to be.
I often want to be careful with the definition of legacy, because we do have some systems that were originally developed in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s that were modular, that the backends have been updated, that today's technology is that we would modernize to is actually the same thing. I mean, I often laugh in healthcare, everyone says, well, you got to get off a legacy platform. So I'm going to move from a mum-based platform to a mum-based platform. Where's the benefit? So when you start talking about legacy, you really do have to keep in mind the mission of the organization. For VA, health records, I mean, I emphasize this every time I talk, that I could have a health record that lasts for the lifetime of the patient. So if you're a veteran, you come into the service at 18, your first record might be done when you're 16 or 17, and now you're going to have that transition to the VA. We're going to have to keep it for the rest of their life. So luckily, they might live to be 100 or more. We still have a lot of 100-year-old veterans today from World War II. And then after they die, we have to keep it archival for another 75 years. So when you start talking about lifespan of records being 150 years, so what am I going to do? Rip and replace everything every 20 years because somebody thinks the system we've got is not modular enough or not modern enough? We've really got to define that. And I think we've done a poor job. Everyone wants to talk about data modernization, but I don't think they have a grasp of how that reflects within the mission as much as I think they should.
I think that's sort of an interesting segue into FATAR 14 and you know, the latest scorecard that recently dropped. I think zeroing in on emerging technologies, do you think that the scorecard is you know, tracking progress in this area, or do you think that it could be, you know, changed in some way or revised to perhaps get a better handle or you know, measurement of success in this space?
I think the perspective held by leadership is a heck of a lot different than the boots on the ground. Okay, so it's great that we're having this discussion, but no matter how much of leadership signs on to ZTA, we have to somehow get it down to boots on the ground. And right now, even when we look at FATARA, those scores, are they really real? Okay, because I mean, when I look out across some of the agencies that I know, the perception up here is a heck of a lot different than the one where everything is happening. Okay.
Anything to add?
I think it's a similar problem. I think all government agencies are having a similar problem. And not only that, is that as you keep changing the measurements, so the current FATARA scorecard is significantly different than it was 24 months ago. As you keep changing the measures, is the funding following it before you get rated on it, or is it following it 2 or 3 years after you're getting rated on it? And that becomes a challenge. If you're going to fund it after you make it a requirement, well, how did you build it? How did you develop it? And how did you implement it? A lot of agencies will struggle to take things out of hide to follow up and implement the latest security if they don't have money for it.
Any thoughts on?
I actually look at the FATARA. I look at the FATARA scores or the whole process slightly different. It does score you, but I also think it lays out the questions at which you're being measured. It gives you an idea of things that you need to work toward. I think it gives you that, helps you build a vision. The question is, if the FATARA score was not there, what would we be using to help us drive to an end result? And I actually think the FATARA product or strategy is trying to help agencies get to where they need to go. I don't think it's a punishment.
I will agree with that. I mean, it's a great concept. It's just that there's no funding that comes with this whole idea, okay? And so for us, especially when we're going to enter a new disease pursuit for a therapeutic. We don't have the money and the time and the resources to go and move this ball forward on FITARA and have people live.
And I think that's where I was trying to get to earlier, where if we change the model and all the applications from the ground up are developed with the highest levels of security, we would have a lot less problems as we need to refocus and gather different types of data sources to different types of needs so that we could implement those and then adhere to the highest level of a FITARA score for a new product versus having to reverse engineer everything to meet security after we are implementing it for a crisis.
Yeah. So, before I take some audience questions, I'd love to hear from maybe all of you on this question, perhaps beginning with Lauren. Thinking about some of these funding challenges and other issues that we've discussed, what might be your kind of key advice for an agency that's dealing with all of these issues, but really wants to, drive forward their zero trust strategy?
I would look at it as a whole vision. Where am I going? Where's my network? Where are my systems? Where are they going? What is the long-term vision? And at the same time, when you're building out a network or adding onto a network or a system, et cetera, or modernizing, sometimes you find cost savings, so you have to look at that, right? So when you're starting to use newer technologies, you might be saving money. For example, we hear from agencies saving millions of dollars when they change their network over to the Enterprise Infrastructure Solutions Contract, EIS, because they're, the government buying power and they're driving different technologies, they're saving money in the long term. And so one might outweigh the other, but I don't think at the end, I don't think at the end you're necessarily going to be saving money, but the spend is going to be somewhere different.
I actually wouldn't speak to the government agencies. I would speak to all of the vendors and all of the good engineers that are out there. Collaborate with government agencies and Nist ahead of time. Nist is constantly putting their security policies into evaluation and rewrite. Everyone needs to participate because that's the only way we're going to get bleeding edge technologies allowed in the system. Quite often I hear from other senior executives that they're not going to want to allow something unless it fits the mold. Well, just like for different types of authentication and access measures, there's specific things we could do for biometrics and for pattern tracing and whatnot that Nist hasn't injected into the publications yet, so therefore we can't always use it. So if vendors participate more in those authoring modes for Nist, you'd find that government agencies would have it a little bit easier implementing something where an SES isn't signing on the dotted line for a risk-based waiver assessment that an SES doesn't want to sign.
Yeah, I mean, legacy isn't always bad. What we look for is the data that it can provide. There are scientific applications that cannot be replicated at this point, and we can't take the time to rewrite them because number one, we don't have the money. Number one, that legacy tool is doing a great job. And so we'll use AI and ML and everything else to move data from one to another. But it really, it boils down to the timing of the new technologies that come out and the cost of implementing the new technologies. And that's difficult. And just one thing, with FITARA, we create our FITARA clearance acquisition strategy. And it's a 5-year outlook. But people balk at the cost to become what we need to be. So that's sort of my take. But industry has been doing a great job with us, at least. I mean, they're marching to the tune. And I will say that I am stunned at the cooperation that we're receiving.
Does anyone have any questions that we can pose to our panelists? I'm not sure if we have a microphone to pass around.
We have a couple microphones.
Wonderful, great.
And the panelists, sometimes you're drifting away from the mic, so don't do that.
If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself too. Before.
Absolutely. My name is Jim Payne, and I'm with SecureG here in local Washington, D.C. I want to respond to something that Tom Harrell said about not knowing where our crown jewels are. This is a situation I think is pervasive across the government. The government puts a lot of emphasis on identifying the identity of the individual. My question is, what role does the identity of the devices on the network play as we try to implement zero trust architecture? Non-person ID certification. Thank you.
When I say the crown jewels and a device ID, I mean, we know generally what we have, but let's say we take a device. I know what the device is. I know who has access to it. Do I know everything that's running on it? And that becomes a problem. Okay? And what data is on there? Does it underpin a patent? Has it been vetted? I mean, has it even, what is the integrity of that data? Okay, because I don't know, is it a crown jewel? Maybe part of it is. Part of the data is, but the other part is just indicative data and stats that we're gathering. But we don't know that. I can't prove it. Okay, and we're moving too fast. I mean, we're moving at the speed of science ourselves. So it's not going to always be a simple matter of just identifying. But when I say we don't know what we have because we don't have the discipline. And that's not just us. It is across the government, and I can't look to the vendor community to fix our problem. Process, process, process. The vendors are trying to cover us on that. But bringing that in requires adoption, and it requires adoption with the boots on the ground, because leadership's going to adopt it. They're going to say, hey, bring it in. But we have many things that sit on the side and sit on a shelf.
Would you like to add anything?
Well, I think we've done, in VA, we've actually created application device identification for systems that actually need it. I've been beating on the RPA community a lot because they want us, they typically try to get into the door and start utilizing a user credential versus a device identification. I think we've got that isolated now, and we've got processes in place to implement RPA better. But there are some problems that you have where different medical vendors will get into the door at one facility, and it may not get to a full ATO process before somebody tries to put it on the network. And as I already stated in the keynote, you can always find a way to get on a network. There will be an open jack someplace that you can plug into.
I actually find the question very intriguing. We are being faced with more Internet of Things. Our network is not what it used to be, and as we add more of these Internet of Things, the government is the federal government put out the cybersecurity supply chain management policies on different types of equipment. But that's only one part of it. But what is that item? What is the inputs to that item? Because the inputs can affect the outcomes. Interesting enough, I was recently on a Internet of Things federal working group, and I was shocked to find that they could have sensors out there that could tell if we had an earthquake, that it would automatically start slowing down railroads and possibly even, the other thing, like we had an earthquake here in Mineral, Virginia, and it started shutting down the nuclear power plant immediately, right? So it's not just the device, it's the input. The input to that device, is it real? Is it not? Those are things that also have to be looked at. So it's a big job. And it's only going to get worse. It's only going to grow.
Great, thanks. I think we've got one more.
Yeah, Lax Prabhala from Accenture Federal. I'm a security lead. So we talked about zero trust in IT, and there is really good architectures, guidance, best practices coming out of federal government and industry. The question is, maybe Tom, Joseph, actually Lauren just talked about it. Can you talk about your journey of zero trust in a OT environment? Because a lot of stuff is happening in OT, but very limited guidance is coming out in standards in terms of zero trust and how we protect those systems.
Okay, here's a short answer. Whoa. The short answer is we have robotics. We have our autonomous devices. We are 99% collaborative on a global basis. And we have to respond immediately to any attack, whether it be a virus or whether it just be a newly found rare disease. So when it comes to zero trust for all of those things, we are still growing. We're only 10 years old, and already we are the nucleus for disease research or therapeutic development and the speed at which we can do it. We are more similar to a Silicon Valley biotech than any other agency in the federal government. So we have to move rapidly, and we don't always have time to bring everyone on board. So from the autonomous drone that we've built to interface with our robots, to conduct that research on the International Space Station, all of these things we need to take care of, but we're also, while we're building this boat while we're in the water. And we're developing an autonomous drug discovery facility right within our laboratories. We can conduct up to stage 3 human trials in our laboratories. And this is, just being 10 years old. So we're getting there. We know that we need to get there, but there is no roadmap for what the government has created within CATS. We are unique, and we were created just for that purpose, that there are 25 million Americans with rare disease. There are about 7,000 to 10,000 rare diseases. There's only FDA-approved treatments for 500. Our job is to increase that number of treatments. So we'll get to where we need to be with zero trust, but we're on the IT, OT, and every other T that there is when it comes to developing a therapeutic.
Any other thoughts? Or?
I don't, I'm more IT.
All right, well, to keep things on track, we'll have to leave it there, but I really want to thank our panelists, Tom, Joe, Lauren. Appreciate your time, your perspective. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and I'll pass it back to Tom.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. We'll go right into we have some rapid fire power tech talks. We've got a couple of those coming up, and we're going to start with Mike Ryder, and Mike is Senior Federal Systems Engineer over at Menlo Security. Mike, you're up. Okay, go get him. You want to do this, or you want to go up? I'll do this, actually. Slide back up.
All right, there we go. So good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today, and thanks for giving me 7 minutes of your time. Oh, sorry. So what I'd like to do first is simply ask a few questions for you guys to ponder. So what if you could allow your users to freely navigate the web without any risk? What if you could separate your enterprise network from the public web while still giving your users seamless access to the internet? What if you never had to worry about malware or viruses or ransomware being downloaded? What about those browser 0 days? Now, all these what if questions can be a reality with Zero Trust Internet. And this is not a product, so I'm giving you that for that notice here. This is an approach. So Zero Trust Internet delivered through isolation takes a default deny approach, and it's one that more and more security conscious public and private sector organizations are turning to defend against social engineering as well as web-based threats, but to also enable their workforce, enable them to more freely navigate the web without any risk. Now, I personally experienced this and was involved with this inside the DoD through their cloud-based internet isolation program, also known as CBII. CBII has had a profound impact to the DoD. Not only has this program enabled the DoD to effectively remove the web browser as a threat vector, it's also resulted in decreased bandwidth and improved performance for many of their mission partners, but ultimately has also enabled their users to more freely navigate the web because there is no risk involved. Now, I've since retired from the DoD and now spend a lot of my time talking to public sector organizations about the benefit of isolation and how it's able to deliver on zero trust principles, which is why I'm here today. So, first and foremost, let's talk a little bit about the threats, right? Everyone in this room is familiar with these headlines. We see these every single day. But out of all these headlines we see here, there are two that have pretty much remained the same throughout the life of cybersecurity and are likely at the root cause to the vast majority of the problems. So first and foremost, our users, right? They are our weakest link. They make bad decisions. They click on the links they shouldn't. They go to the sites they shouldn't. Even with the most exhaustive training, they are still going to fall prey to a cleverly disguised attack. And unfortunately, cybersecurity tooling is currently not equipped to remove that weakest link, right? The cybersecurity tooling is not able to adapt or isolate that weakest link. Not only that, cybersecurity tooling is, particularly in the context of web security, ineffective at stopping zero-day attacks as well as highly evasive adaptive threats. Now back to the user element here. According to a recent survey by Leidos, 95% of successful cyber attacks or breaches involve some sort of human error. Not only that, current cybersecurity tooling, particularly in the context of web security that relies on a detect and respond approach, is frankly a flawed and outdated approach that is not only contrary to the principles of zero trust, but like I said, ineffective against 0 days as well as highly evasive adaptive threats. One such example of that is HTML smuggling. So HTML smuggling is a highly evasive adaptive threat that is proven to get through current security stacks. So that being said, let's take a closer look at this particular tactic. With HTML smuggling, the attacker actually encodes the malicious payload inside of a website or an HTML file. And it's only after the user accesses the file or visits the website that the payload is then decoded and compiled at the user's endpoint within their browser inside of the current security stack. So from the vantage point of your perimeter devices, this simply looks like benign HTML5 or JavaScript. There is no call out to the internet for a payload or file, which is why this is so evasive. Now that being said, due to the evasive nature and the success rate that attackers are having, we've seen a pretty drastic increase in this type of attack, 224% increase in the last 6 months of 2021. And after analyzing over 500,000 malicious URLs, nearly 70% of them use some sort of heat tactic like HTML smuggling. You see here some notable threat actor groups, as well as payloads that have been delivered via HTML smuggling, but this is just scratching the surface. There are many more examples out there like this. Now, for those of you that have never seen an HTML smuggling attack occur, I went ahead and pre-recorded a demonstration video, which hopefully shows up here. So you have your, whoops, I'm not sure if the video will work here. Let me try it again. Can you click the video so it plays? But I'll walk through it and hopefully the video comes up. So basically a user will be navigating the web. And in the video that I was about to show, they were going to click on an email and click on a link that takes them to a site that has HTML smuggling involved. As soon as that user hits the site, a file automatically downloads inside of their browser. The user did nothing for that to occur. They simply navigated to that site. Now, if we look at the source code, which I was hoping the video would show up here so you guys could actually see it, the source code of the site has the HTML smuggling. It is a big encoded blob of HTML script or JavaScript that, again, is only then decoded and compiled once the user visits that website. So that means two important things. First and foremost, again, that is a highly evasive adaptive threat. This will get through your current security stacks. Even if you have a policy in place to outright block file types from getting into your environment, it will still get through because technically there is no call out to the internet for a malicious payload. It's fully encoded inside of that site. Secondly, you think about that from the human element perspective, and I wish the video would have played for you all. Think about this from the human perspective. How many of your standard or experienced users would report this sort of activity? This file literally automatically downloads in the browser, and if there's no bells and whistles going off, more than likely, the human nature element here is probably going to blow it off as coincidence, and they're going to go on about their day. So think about this in terms of your organization and how many unknowns are potentially out there. So we have three major problems here, right? The user is the weakest link. Cybersecurity tooling is currently not equipped to remove your weakest link, to isolate that weakest link. But not only that, ineffective against 0 days, as well as these highly evasive adaptive threats. So how do we solve these three major problems? How do we remove the weakest link? How do we stop these advanced threats? But at the same time, how do we enable users to fully engage and interact with the internet, which is arguably the largest untrusted network in the world, while still adhering to the principles of zero trust? Well, the answer is through isolation. Zero trust internet delivered through isolation removes your weakest link. It completely isolates your end user, which means whenever your users browse the web, no matter where they go to, they will be fully protected. This is because all code is remotely executed in a remote browser, and what the end user gets is a safe, sanitized version of the content they're trying to access. But not only that, they're giving a seamless, transparent, native browsing experience. They have no idea what's going on, and they are fully protected. So, two important things here. First and foremost, your users could literally navigate to the worst website on earth, and with an isolated approach, they would be protected. And secondly, this absolutely adheres to the principles of zero trust. All content is assumed to be malicious, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's unknown, and the user gets a safe, sanitized version every single time. And lastly here, two important pieces of guidance. CISA specifically calls out internet browser isolation in their November capacity enhancement guide, citing the success out of the DoD as well as other major corporations, and also hits on additional benefits of isolation. And lastly here, the federal zero trust cybersecurity strategy, specifically talking to agencies about their zero trust architecture and how they should incorporate environmental isolation, such as browser isolation. And that's all I got for you folks. I'm sorry you couldn't see the video, but if anyone is interested in seeing it, please stop by my booth. I'll be happy to show it to you.
Thanks, Mike. Well, I have you here. Great job, and we'll send the presentation out if that's okay, and we'll get the video out there. And thank you for your service. Is there any hope for these end users to make them not click on malicious link? Is there absolutely any hope, or we just have to we have to isolate them?
Yeah, there's no hope there, right? We all fall for those images of cats images or whatever people like looking at, so they're always going to click on those links. And with isolation, you don't have to worry about that. They can click on those bad links and they're not going to have any risk involved.
I can vouch for that. I run tech support for my mother, and she literally clicks on everything that she gets. So I might need to work with you offline and get some, just to control my mother. Okay. Next up. I guess I am emceeing this thing. I forgot for a second. I got so excited about Mike's presentation. Next up, we got Jason Addis, and Jason is the Public Sector Client Director over at Venafi. And Jason, I invite you up to the stage. That's what my stage directions say, but no, you're already up there. Thank you very much. Look forward to this presentation.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, I'm also a veteran as well, 10 years in the Navy, worked in the IT department, was a corpsman. I also worked with the Marine Corps prior to them going over to the Iraq War, so helped train up their G6. And then I've also been a government employee, deputy CTOs in my bio. Let's raise your hand if you're a veteran. Very good. All right, so I'd like to just start off with, so first, to set a bit of the context of why Venafi is here. Let's see. All right. Well, identifies here. Most of us would agree that in its simplest forms, there are two types of actors on the network, people and machines. People rely on things like usernames and passwords, PIV cards, and or biometrics to get access to data and services. However, once authenticated to their machine of the moment, the machines then need to authenticate themselves to one another, but they don't use usernames and passwords. Instead, they rely on digital keys and certificates to serve as their machine identities. Every year, businesses spend $11 billion protecting usernames and passwords, but we are just getting started automating the protection of machine identities. While relatively new category in ICAM, Gartner already named machine identity management a critical security capability as their 2021 trends report. So, in a lot of ways, we can compare this to an iceberg. Many of the human identity challenges we face today are visible above the surface. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, digital transformation has created three high-velocity vectors for management and machine identity. The first is the volume of machines. Here we see that compared to the steady, predictable state of humans joining the network, devices have outnumbered them exponentially. But once we add applications to the mix, the number has skyrocketed and continues to do so as we adopt cloud native, cloud smart. The second is the variety of machines, the identity types needed to support them. Machines are not just your server blades, virtual machines, but they are your applications, microservices, Kubernetes clusters, and code and macros your business functions are running, and IoT devices. Finally, the rate of change on enterprise networks is accelerating with the proliferation of DevOps and cloud-native computing. We're here today talking about all things zero trust, and agree that zero trust starts and ends with identity. So let's dive deeper under the surface with a look at how we got here as a member of ATARC's Zero Trust Working Group. We've been working with many of you to demonstrate zero trust integrations across a number of different scenarios and that have been defined in the group. All right, so let's look at the implications of these scenarios. Take your traditional network. A vast variety of machines deployed across a mixed physical, virtual, self-hosted, and cloud-hosted configurations. We have some humans to administer all of these machines and services, some government employees, some contracted to third parties. They all get their credentials from managing the network, and all require various levels of privilege. Not only are these admin responsible for managing their assigned machines, but they are also credentials that enable those machines to communicate securely using encryption protocols like TLS and SSH. The keys and certificates used in these protocols are the machine identities. Without them, data and services are exposed. Yesterday's methods of managing manual and self-scripted methods no longer support today's zero trust model. With the network up and running, now we have a managed users accessing it to do their jobs and access government services. Again, this might be government employees, contractors, or private citizens. Locations may not be trusted, and everyone needs credentials and various levels of privilege. This goes for their machines as well. But adding complexity to the problem is the adoption of modern cloud, native, and open source technologies that rely on automation and high-speed integration. These hyper-automated environments and machine identities in this space may last only minutes, hours, or days versus the multi-year credentials of old. So how does a modern machine identity strategy fit into CISA's zero trust model, starting with the foundation? We need visibility and analytics of every machine identity, type, issuance, duration, key length, signing algorithm, location, owner, etc. We must automate the life cycles of machine identities from issuance and enrollment to revocation and destruction. And we must have governance and stringently applied as that of human identity protocols, just like the foundation of a house enables everything to be built on it. Machine identities are the enabling foundation that provides the basis for the 5 pillars. Go back one. All right. So within the device pillar, a critical component of devices security posture is the understanding of where the machine identities reside, on which device and in how many locations. Where can be desktop, server, mobile device, cloud instance, or Kubernetes clusters in support of asset management initiatives. Your machine identity management program should ensure you can validate where those exist, as well as provide orchestration capabilities that allow not only for the identity to be automatically installed on the server, on the device, in the cloud, or in the cluster, and renewed or revoked as necessary. Within the network pillar, the keys and certificates we've discussed are the foundation to encrypting all traffic, whether that be at ingress, egress points, or internally between machines. For the automation function system mentions the use of infrastructure as a code to automate the deployment of networks. Our zero trust machine identity management model will integrate with tools such as HashiCorp, Terraform, and Ansible that allow for machine identities to create automatically as a part of those Terraform plans and Ansible books. This allows for agencies to quickly deploy a network that includes all of the keys and certificates necessary for secure communications. So applications and workloads include agency systems, computer programs, and services that execute on-premise, as well as in the cloud. Agencies should secure and manage the application layer as well as containers and provide secure application delivery. In addition to the other pillars, the integrity and reliability of application workloads is another function of certificates made possible by use of digital certificates. And finally, the data pillar. Agency data should be protected on devices and applications and networks. Agencies should inventory, categorize, and label data, protect data at rest and in transit, and deploy mechanisms for detection, data exfiltration. In terms of the data pillar, facilitating an enterprise-wide automated machine identity management strategy is foundational to agencies' ability to encrypt data in transit. Without these protocols in place and a means to automate the policy and management of the encrypted data is at risk. So tying it all together in context of machine identity management and zero trust, our model provides visibility and analytics, automation and orchestration, and governance across a variety of functions. And we accomplish this through highly mature ecosystems and integrations, the most common of which are seen here. As we prepare for phase 2 of ATARC's Zero Trust Working Group, we look forward to further demonstrating how this all works together. You see here a number of our most common integrations. A number of these will be demonstrated in the Zero Trust Lab coming up, and we hope you'll join us to see it in action. Thank you. We're at booth 38. Just so you guys know, some of your counterparts have adopted our technology. They're ahead of the game. You know, they're reading the Gartner pieces. They understand that machine identity is very important at this point. Human identity, we're spending $11 billion. Not enough, clearly, on machine identity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Jason, if you can come down here, I just have one question for you. I did a panel with Ross Ford, or an interview with Ross Ford at CISA on this topic. To me, it seems, where are we in the maturity level? Because we've been still talking about human identities. We've been talking about that for for years, right?
Yeah, we're behind on the machine identity. People are starting to catch back up. You know, the word's out. You know, we're starting to see a lot more, but we created the category for machine identity, and so you're starting to see other companies start to pop up. We're the go-to at this point. Human identity, you can walk in the back, there's probably a dozen, 2 dozen human identity ones.
Thank you for that. And now we're going to our next panel, which I actually have the pleasure of moderating. If I can get my glasses straight. If I can have my panelists come up, and as they come up, I will introduce them. Kareem, Stephen, Conrad, and Shawn. All right, we have, I'm not going to do too much of interviews, but we've got Kareem Said, who's Chief Information Security Officer of the Office of Headquarters Services at the Office of Strategic Infrastructure at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. We also have Stephen Hasselhorst, Zero Trust Program Manager, lead, Office of the Chief Information Officer and Chief Privacy Officer at the FDIC, and Conrad Belvell, Director, Division of Information System Security, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. He also has a dual-hatted role. He's on detail to the mothership of the HHS. And then we also, last but not least, we have Shawn Wells, Managing Director for Cybersecurity Strategy and Technology at Accenture Federal Services. And we always give Shawn a hard time because he is at Red Hat wearing t-shirts, but now he's got to step it up and, you know, wear a jacket. So if we can maybe start off with you, Kareem, just a little bit about what you're working on in regards to, you know, where are we on this guidance for Zero Trust? I actually just saw the NCCOE just drop something this morning for more on, like, I guess part C and D.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you could lead us off on where you all are at on this.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll start off by just saying I usually bill myself as a computer nerd living in DC. So I appreciate the more in-depth introduction. At NASA specifically, we're in the process of decomposing the 20 or so actions that are documented in the memo and really figuring out how those turn into strategic initiatives across all of our different groups. So I think, like, probably thematic of the conversation we'll have today is there are so many different groups within our large enterprises that are responsible for some portion of Zero Trust. And barriers to communication between those groups is probably our biggest challenge. So at NASA, I think, like, one of the big things I'm doing is being the loud person advocating for the adoption of modern open source software development concepts, not just for writing code, but also for developing the policy that governs our IT. So that's kind of where we're at right now. It's very much in a decomposition process and figuring out how we can kind of lower those barriers to communication between all our different groups, whether it's the network architects or the people overseeing ICAM or the people doing the actual hands-on keyboard software dev.
Next, we'll go with Stephen, and I know your boss has an interesting role in the CIO Council. And as a matter of fact, I was in her office at her last stint when I started hearing about the Zero Trust.
Yeah, so thanks for having me. Yeah, one of the reasons I did come to the FDIC was because of her. She's a big promoter of our Zero Trust initiatives. Where we stand today is very similar. We've actually gone through, decomposed all of those tasks that are identified in the memo. We've added our own tasks, so the memo, in my opinion, is not fully inclusive. It's a getting started guide, helping you kind of figure out where you need to go. From that, assign task owners to make sure that we have ownership and responsibility for the efforts that need to go forward. We've developed a roadmap. We've taken the maturity model, the system maturity model, the DoD maturity model, kind of made our own, created a maturity model that makes sense for our environment, and then was currently put together a roadmap that we can start mapping how we're going to adopt those capabilities across the enterprise going into calendar year 23. And now more recently, working on what we're calling a solutions architecture. So putting it all together, we have all the tasks, we have all the requirements, we have everything that we need to put together. So we want to paint that picture so that our field, the people that are actually doing the work, can understand how it all plays together, how it fits together and interacts and inches us towards a Zero Trust architecture.
Great, thank you, Stephen. Next, we'll go with Conrad.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Conrad Belvell, retired Army signal warrant officer. Been deployed to Iraq, done a whole bunch of assessments around the time when Bradley Manning was there, so got to see a lot of that stuff firsthand. Also, I'm working for the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, and I'm the security lead for a system called HighGlass that processes a little over $1.5 trillion a year. So we process all the payments for Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, Affordable Care Act, all of those things. So no pressure here. Additionally, I like to say that I am captain empathy, because I have a perspective that others may not have when it comes to the pressures associated with meeting the requirements of zero trust, because I speak for a system, a high value asset, where there are already significant pressures there. But for the past year, I've actually been detailed to HHS headquarters supporting the CIO and the CISO in their efforts to respond to the president's executive order on cybersecurity. So I've been evaluating a lot of, and for those who don't know, HHS is a very large federated organization. When I say large, there are 14 subcomponents, or what we call staff divisions, within the organization. But then there are 11 operational divisions, of which NIH, CDC, FDA, you may have heard of those. Those are all part of the operational divisions within the Department of Health and Human Services. And each of them has their own unique mission. As you've heard from the previous panel, the work that they're doing is life-saving, life-changing work. And they're all unique. And it's one of those things where we say we share a common vision with decentralized execution, which presents its own challenges from that standpoint. Oh, and thirdly, I actually participate in CMS's Zero Trust working groups to support their effort to address the agency's Zero Trust effort. So I look at things from all sides, where I'm part of the team that goes, where are you and why aren't you finished yet? And then I also have to look myself in the eye and say, where are you, Conrad, and why haven't you finished yet? So I have a sort of a different perspective when it comes to the presentation of the information, how we go about it, so that it's not just looking from a top down and saying, you need to do this, tell me when you're going to do it, and why haven't you finished it yet? Because I have the perspective, because I not only have to ask the questions, but I also have to answer the questions myself. So,
Shawn?
Sure. So I lead cyber strategy and tech at Accenture Federal. And for this conversation, that means we house a PII on about 75% of the US population between healthcare.gov, FAFSA, the Fed 401k and retirement accounts. So we operate commercial systems, meaning we still have to adhere to federal standards, but with an eye towards, quite frankly, profitability and business results. So it's a little bit different edge to the conversation than just adopting policies, but we have to do it through well, for profit. And secondarily to that, I work on industry standards, like with Nist on the Zero Trust memos and cloud security guides, and trying to push the government from a consumer of technology to a collaborator in their development, whether that's things like software ID and SWID tags, software bill of materials, SCAP with security automation. And how do we move the government towards a very active collaborator in the development of the technologies which will help us meet zero trust mandates?
Does anybody have kids in college right now? Raise your hand.
Yeah.
So if you didn't get enough aid, just talk to Shawn over here. He's going to hook you up.
Yeah, I'll tell you where all the CVEs are, and you can just give yourself some aid.
Might be a little late for me. So this is actually our first Zero Trust Summit. We ran a cybersecurity summit, but it seems like Zero Trust has kind of overtaken that. So you all have been working in cybersecurity. You've had these cybersecurity plans. And then you get this barrage of new Nist guidance, the Cybersecurity Executive Order, CISA comes out with some guidance. How does that affect your planning every time every time a new policy comes out? And maybe we'll let everybody have a shot at that.
Yeah, for sure. So I think, the challenge there is realizing that all of the things that these new policies espouse are thematic in nature, and they all come back to the same stuff. So especially with the Zero Trust memo, I think the thing that stood out to me the most was, and the thing that I admired about it the most, was that it doesn't really couch this notion of Zero Trust as some like finish line. It doesn't couch it as like, oh, if you buy this product and install it, boom, you've got Zero Trust. It really gets back to this idea that no, this is really just talking about incrementally and improving your bread and butter cybersecurity and in fact system engineering practices. So I think like that's the case with really any of the stuff that comes out, whether it's a new Nist SP, whether it's a new set of a BOD out of DHS or an emergency directive, like the themes are all still the same. And that's where the real challenge is in realizing as an enterprise, oh, these concepts are thematic in nature. We can't get spun up about every single new thing that comes out. We really just have to stay the course with those bread and butter practices that we should have been doing all along. And that bridges everything from the way we architect our networks, to the way we manage our identities, to the way we handle device inventory management, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of my high-level view of it.
Great, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, so very similar response. I think it validates our efforts. For some of us, I've been working Zero Trust now for about 4 years. Early on in the DoD with the Air Force, it was very difficult because there was no real guidance. Sure, the Nist publication was out, but there was no real DoD guidance telling us what to go after or what to do. Now I find myself here in the federal government, and I really welcome the direction and the guidance, because when you're trying to sell Zero Trust and to the non-believers and whatnot, it's a little hard. This legitimizes it. It makes it a lot easier for us are trying to evangelize Zero Trust and push Zero Trust through an organization, referencing back. And like he said, it's a building block. I always talk to people and tell them to not see this guidance as the end game. Don't see it as a checklist either. Don't confine yourself to that, just the guidance given there, but use it as a starting point and validate the strategy that you're working towards.
Yep. And in our space, similar to what has been stated, there is a lot there that we are actually already doing or planning to do. And that's one of the pieces, especially when people begin, we're not starting from ground zero. And that's why, with respect to the Zero Trust Maturity Model that CISA put out, that's where we actually began doing a lot of the nuts and bolts work in terms of evaluating where we are on the maturity scale. And asking and answering those questions and actually having real discussions, because one of the things, if you just give it to one group from one part of the organization, you may get a flowery evaluation of where they are on the maturity scale. But if you bring all the parties together and you actually have real detailed conversations about where you are, then you can get more realistic narratives about where you are on the maturity. And that will facilitate further discussion, because then you can actually begin having real discussions about where we are and where we need to go. And then that'll sort of guide your tech refresh efforts and the like. And it'll facilitate you actually having conversations, looking at acquisitions through a zero trust lens. And not just looking for that magic bullet, because there isn't, it doesn't exist. But it also provides an opportunity. One of the things that I started doing was looking for areas where we're excelling and presenting that to the organization, like M2131 with SOAR. You know, we implemented a new piece of technology that automates a lot of the incident response and pre-populates our incident response reporting forms with all of the data necessary for the analysts to just take it and go. And what I said was, we're at EL3 level, which they're mandating that we be at in August of 2023. This is the spring of 2022. So yay us in that regard. So, and that's also consistent with what CIS and OMB are conveying, you know, plan for the long term, but identify those wins as you go through your journey to build momentum.
Shawn?
Yeah, I'd say for a lot of our citizen services, meaning the healthcare.govs and the federal student aid, to kind of riff on what Stephen said about legitimizing the efforts, we've seen it as a forcing function, where all of a sudden in the commercial world, we log on with applications like log on with Google and you just click a button. But a lot of the federal citizen services require their own authentication and their own usernames. And it's really been a legitimizing force to consolidate a lot of systems, where at Department of Energy, they're going from 3 security operations centers to 1. On the Department of Ed, they went from 16 authentication systems to 2. And it has been a very legitimizing function. And it almost gives us that common vernacular of, as we measure our maturity model against the 5 different pillars, we can kind of progressively make implementation standards. And that's been, the optimization and the legitimacy have probably been the biggest takes for us.
So as we go down this journey, how do you put together the plan? What does a plan look like? What is a good plan? And I know, I'll start off with you, Kareem. You know, you have NASA, which you have CIA, you have the center there, but then you have all the centers all over the country. How do you put together a plan for NASA?
Yeah, so large-scale enterprise project planning, right? Well, I'm going to give you all the answer right now, so stay tuned. In reality, it's the basic principles of good systems engineering. You have to modularize your plan. So there is no zero trust finish line. I think we can kind of all accept that. We all realize that it's an incremental process of improving a lot of different, traditionally separate areas of IT expertise incrementally. So you modularize the plan. I think honestly, the biggest challenge to developing a project plan for something like Zero Trust, which touches on so many different areas, whether it's network architecture or identity management or whatever, is consolidating or coalescing around a common language, right? So just a quick aside, in a past life, I was a researcher in human-centered computing, human-computer interaction, with a focus on CSCW, computer-supported cooperative work. And one of the ultimate experts in this field is somebody named Wanda Orlikowski, who works up at Sloan Business School at MIT. And thematic to all of her research is any large enterprise, when it comes to technology adoption, the big dynamic variable there is not the technology, it's the people, and how much voice you give to the people who are contributing to the adoption of whatever technology you're talking about. So let's take that into consideration for a second and think of Zero Trust, and think of all the different folks across all the different contracts at our enterprise that are managing all these disparate parts of our IT infrastructure. How do they all communicate? Well, traditionally, they don't do it really well. As cybersecurity professionals, though, we have a thing that we can kind of bring them all to the table with. Cybersecurity is a common interest of all of these different groups. So if we can coalesce around a common language and communicate about risk consistently and efficiently across all these different groups, that's really our best bet at coming up with any sort of plan to get something like Zero Trust in place. And that's why, you know, honestly, for my money, I think one of the most important things we're currently working on as a cybersecurity community in the federal government is the development of standards like OSCAL. Common languages that allow us to talk about cybersecurity in a consistent, efficient way across all these different groups towards this common goal of like, hey, how can we move closer to Zero Trust? So that was a really roundabout answer, but there you go.
No, we worked with OSCAL and we're looking to set up like an kind of an automation audit group. Brian over here has got a good idea around it. We're trying to get a government champion. Good stuff. Stephen, at least you have one unit, but I do notice that every time I go to the FDIC, the same people are there. The CIOs kind of come and go. It's the same staff, yeah. So you have to deal with the culture like everybody else.
Absolutely. So I think that I can't add much more about the plan itself, but I do offer advice on people that are trying to get after Zero Trust or trying to organize themselves, is to dedicate people. Don't make it an additional duty for individuals that have to do the day job and then at night have to figure out what we're going to do next on Zero Trust. That's been very important and successful for me in my last 2 positions that I've had. You got to make sure that you have the dedicated bodies that can think about the environment, the enterprise. Like Conrad said, we already had a lot of activities going on. So how do we take this one body, start organizing it all together, and then build your, of course, your vision. Where is it that you want to go? Where do you want to And a lot of our guidance helps us define that vision, but you got to make your own vision for your organization and then start building those roadmaps that allow you to incrementally walk through this journey, right? I'm pretty sure you guys will hear journey here 100 times today, but it is a journey, and you got to take it in little small chunks. If you try to do all of this all at once, it'll be overwhelming. You'll end up in analysis paralysis, which I see a lot. People look at the problem, it's so big, I can't solve it. So like Green said, modularizing it, and Zero Trust is really built around these pillars that allow you to modularize it, stack maturity models on top of that, that allow you to even break it down more and have small wins that take you towards that vision and drive you through that roadmap. So I guess the biggest piece of advice is don't make it a pickup game, dedicate resources and have your PMO, so to speak, team get you there.
Great. Conrad?
This is, to their point, small bites of the elephant, because you can't eat it all with one bite. Also understand that there's no one right way to begin the process. There is no magic, this is the thing that you need to follow. Depending on your organization, there are opportunities that exist. And it's a matter of finding those opportunities and, again, looking at a large organization that's federated. Where are the opportunities for the CIO to impact the organization? And one of the things for the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, well, they began their Zero Trust journey on their CMS cloud. That's where they have their infrastructure as a service for the organization, so that anyone who has an application that they want to deploy, they can deploy it to the CMS cloud. So we've done a lot of assessments and analysis against the maturity model of the CMS cloud. And they're asking and answering questions with respect to what they need to do, what policies need to be enacted, what technologies need to be employed to support meeting those Zero Trust requirements. And they're also developing a framework for discussing with the different business owners, because CMS is a large federated organization. I represent one of those bespoke systems that gets very little in the way of services from the CIO. Their interaction with me is through the ATO process. I have my own SOC, my own NOC, all of that. I run my environment, so I'm bespoke. So in that instance, I'm working with the organization to develop their framework, because I'm going to be leveraging that same model to evaluate my system. So when it comes time for them to have those official conversations with me, I will already have the answers there. But it's one of those things where being able to communicate what it is you're doing, and one of the largest challenges is getting it to the point where the people who are impacted, and framing it in such a way so that your users, your business partners, the developers, the ISOs, that everyone can speak of it, and speak of it in a way that everyone understands. And that's what the organization is attempting to do, to make certain that they have those conversations with the organization, the business units, the executives, in plain English, and focusing. And this is one of those things why events like this are very good, because Jerry Karen, he talked about Zero Trust in a way, this past winter, where he talked about the benefits to the users and what they get, how they get it, and when they get it, how Zero Trust facilitated getting to yes. We've implemented Zero Trust, we know this is secure, so our risk tolerance has risen. Our risk tolerance has risen. As a result, we're going to say yes to this initiative so that we can deliver services for the American people when they need it, not at the pace of government. So it facilitates delivering what the American people expect from us.
That's such a good point.
So when Conrad mentioned a lot of the facilitation of change management clashes when you hit the ATO process. And when we think what makes a good plan, one of the challenges is we have these OMB guidance, CISA, the DHS reference architecture, the DISA reference architecture, and it clashes when you hit the ATO process. So one of the things that is happening in government is actually with Nist. It's called the Online Informative References. And the idea is when we go through FSMA or FedRAMP, we have FSMA low to FSMA high, we can monitor that maturity, or FedRAMP low, FedRAMP high, again, we can monitor it. But we don't have a repeatable way to measure our zero trust maturity from totally crappy to good. So what Nist is trying to do is correlate all of the OMB, CISA, DISA, and even some of the DHS 4300A requirements into a whole of government maturity model. And that way, when we create our plans, like you mentioned, you're correlating it to the CMS cloud, clashes with the ATO process, all of a sudden we can start having a conversation of, yes, implementing FIDO2, this authentication protocol, meets IA5, whatever. And now there's this vernacular to actually get an ATO for all of the change management that's happening through Zero Trust. So Nist Online Informative References is something people might want to check out.
Go ahead.
You brought up a point that our CISO has actually identified as one of the areas, and because of that, in the CMS cloud, part of his initiative is this rapid ATO process.
Yeah.
With rapid ATO, approximately 80% of the controls are inherited. So by simply deploying to the CMS cloud, the ATO process is shortened because all of the things that you have to write, your SSP, all of that, a high percentage of that documentation is already presented as part of the infrastructure because all of the CMS services and the like. So it takes it from approximately 9 months to less than 3. So again, agility, delivery of services, getting it to the users so that the American people can get the services that they need. So again, to your point, making it easy because that's been a barrier.
That's. Do we keep riffing?
Oh,
or do
sorry.
We go?
Yeah, guys, go ahead. I don't do anything. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's kind of cool is Kareem mentioned something called OSCAL, which is a data taxonomy that says, as we decompose our system into, say, the operating system and the web server, wouldn't it be nice if we had a control catalog for responses? So if Nist can make a security control catalog in the form of Nist 853, why the hell is an industry making a response catalog that says, yeah, if you're using my web server, here's all the things we meet. If you're using my operating system, here's all the things we do. And that data taxonomy is probably for the past 5 years been a science project at Nist, of which I was involved. But what's really compelling right now is it's pivoting to something called the Nist National Checklist Program, or NCP. So the idea is industry and government, you guys too, will be able to go to the central repository on nist.gov and say, yeah, my system, I need to implement these new technologies for identity management, or these new technologies to do encryption everywhere, and pull down the response catalog vetted by Nist, DISA, and NSA. And now not only will I be able to have the control inheritance, but that will come from a source with some provenance.
Yeah.
So when we do the change management, it's kind of a key catalyst to getting us to go faster.
Yeah, specifically because it's structured and it's extensible and it's consistent.
Yep.
So suddenly
Reusability.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Core tenets of good systems engineering, right? Like we're really breaking down the barriers for folks to communicate in an effective way, in a consistent way, across all these different groups that are, at the end of the day, still all really interested in understanding the risks that they carry. So yeah, perfect.
Any questions from the audience? We're running out of time real quick on this panel. Jim Payne.
This is Jim Payne from SecureG. Many agencies face the new directives from OMB to accelerate ZTA as quote unquote an unfunded mandate. So they're kind of waiting for the government to get serious and then allocate some dollars. I'd like to hear the panel's reaction to that.
And as a money-grubbing member of industry, we have not had that experience. So really there was two catalysts for us if we're playing into the stereotypes. Number one was we actually got put on contract to help agencies write the TMF requests. So as we go through the maturity models, as we plan out the architectures, stage one 4 or 5 months ago was to actually help co-author the submissions to TMF and OMB and CISA. So that lined up revenue and programmatic plans as we enter the new fiscal year.
Any winners?
And then secondarily to that, it's almost government operating as a business and using it as a forcing function. Why do we have 3 different SOCs? Can we consolidate them to fund this initiative? And it may be some hard love, but I think it's a wonderful forcing function.
So I have to agree, and you made a comment earlier about organizations you're supporting that go from 16 ICAM solutions to 2.
Yep.
There's a lot of opportunities for cost savings. We're not doing things very efficiently in government when it comes to cybersecurity. We already have cybersecurity budgets that are supporting certain things. It's really prioritizing towards that future, towards that vision, making our investments work to get us to zero trust, and looking for all those efficiencies that actually can result in cost savings.
Yeah, and I echo the same sentiments, especially evaluating what it is that we are doing and looking at those cross-cutting technologies and come to a determination, what is it that would do this better since we're being asked to perform these things? So it's no longer just stovepipe products that only do one thing. So you're looking across the board at all of your technology stacks and making a determination. Do we continue with these 10 products, or do we acquire 2 that will help us mature in these 4 areas?
Or maybe get a managed service or something. Time for one more question. Oh, we've got one with Sharon. Let's do that. Do Sharon. I'll ride to the rescue here.
Hi, everyone. Sharon Payne-Young from IronNet Cybersecurity. So thank you, panelists, for being here. Appreciate it. My question is pretty simple. If you're an agency today, how do you get started with zero trust? And also, I want to thank you, Shawn, for giving us the checklist. I just looked it up. Really nice. Thank you.
So, I mean, I'll kick us off. So do a really thorough and honest deep dive of the memo and realize that the 20 or so actions that are outlined in it are, in fact, bite-sized and pretty pragmatic. So even if you take something like preloading or, ensuring that HTTPS is consistently enforced across your network, like that's a kind of a bite-sized thing that you can kind of start to take on in a very pragmatic and very like scheduled and planned sort of way. And there you go. You've made motion on a very specific action dictated by the memo. So, I think it really just starts off with like an honest deep dive of the memo, decompose it, realize that it is making pragmatic recommendations, and just trace it from there. Forget the buzzwordiness, ditch the buzzwordiness of zero trust and realize that it's all bread and butter cybersecurity and systems engineering best practice.
It's a pretty good buzzword, though.
It is. I won't deny.
So I already touched on this earlier, but I think anybody starting to try to get after zero trust, any organization, you just have to organize around it. Make sure that you have the people that are dedicated working it, that you have accountability in the organization to make sure that you're tracking, you're measuring, you're doing your gap analysis of where you are, reporting directly to the CIO ideally, so that you have that accountability, you have their authority to move forward, and we can't say it enough, right? Take those small bite size. Don't get stuck in the analysis paralysis. Don't look at that document with plus 20 taskings and don't know where to start. Take the low-hanging fruit and start getting a little bit of success.
Yeah, and be like Kareem, because he identified 20-something action items out of M2209, but in their appendix, they only listed 19, because we saw that there were actually 24, because we did an analysis
We
of
did
it,
26. We came up with 26.
As you build out your analysis, what will become clear is there's opportunities to use shared services, and that will not only help fund, like if I can stand down identity management by using login.gov, then that's an instant win to recapitalize funding for something else. So there's login.gov for not just citizen services, but actually internal applications. There's CISA's protective DNS resolver system. So if you're making any internet query, in theory, we're all supposed to use CISA's DNS resolver. Now I can stand down mine. And I would actually argue the very first step after you do your review is to identify the commonalities for existing shared services.
That's a really good point.
That is all the time we have for this panel. We are taking about 15 minutes, touch and go break, not too long. We're gonna have, I'd love for you to see the vendors. We got our partners back there. It's fantastic. We're gonna have more time to do that at lunch and afterwards while we're socializing, but please spend some time. These are our partners. We got about 60 of them in our lab right now. Good chance to do research, but we'll see everybody here at 11. And Jason Miller from the Fed News Network will be moderating the next panel. Thank you all.
All right, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Panelists are taking their seats.
I made notes, and then I'm probably going to take notes from all of you too, because last time I didn't take
It's an
notes.
unruly crowd, Tom.
Huh?
We have to get the crowd ruled.
That's fine.
They might be untamable.
They may be untamable, this crowd. All right, well, those of you who are tamed to appreciate it, and the rest of you who are untamed, we will just yell louder. First of all, I'm Jason Miller, Federal News Network Executive Editor. Really appreciate Tom, Hannah Folick, and all the folks at ATARC for inviting me to moderate today. And of course, as you'll hear many times, it's always good to be back in person. I had to actually figure out what to wear today versus just have to figure out what to wear from the top up. Same, yeah. So we're gonna have a great conversation today. If you've seen me moderate before, I like to definitely be informal. I like to get a lot of questions. So please ask your questions as we go along and do not wait for the end. That kills me when we do that. So my shameless plug, of course, as you heard, Federal News Network, federalnewsnetwork.com. And of course, if you drove in today, your AM radio button in your car still works at 1500 AM. I promise you that. It worked for me at least. So I'd like to get us started because it's right before lunch. You maybe just had a little bit more coffee. Maybe you're just a little sleepy. I'd like to get us started with a little bit of trivia to get us started. Now, we're talking about cybersecurity. We're talking about zero trust. So we're gonna do a little cybersecurity trivia. I know, this is exciting. So this is to get you going to help answer questions. So when I ask the question, you yell out your answers, except for you folks, you're not invited to participate. They don't know the questions, but they may know the answers. All right, so here we go. First question. This past May, was the one-year anniversary of the Cyber Executive Order on Zero Trust, what we're talking about today. How many cyber EOs have agencies received since 2009? How many cyber EOs since 2009? Call it out. 12, too many. 7, not high enough. 3, no. Last one. 9, who said that? Winner, winner, chicken dinner, there you go. 9 executive orders, and if you add in the Comprehensive National Cybersecurity Initiative, which actually came out in 2008, even though I did 2009, these are 10 different related White House memos, executive orders regarding cybersecurity. Will zero trust be different? It's up to these folks here to tell us. All right, here we go. How much money are civilian agencies asking for cybersecurity in 2023? So if you read your 2023 budget request like I did front to back, you'll know this. If you don't, give me a guess. Say again? 21 billion, that's a lot of money. No. Maybe let's including DoD and the Intel budgets. Come on, give me a guess. You're failing at calling out the guesses. 9 billion, close. We'll give it to you, 10.9 billion. All right, that includes funding, of course, for Zero Trust, such as the Commerce Department's $50 million request for endpoint detection and response capabilities, more centralized log management, and endpoint encryption, as well as the Treasury Department's $86 million request for Zero Trust architecture implementation, including changes to password policies, building a new data categorization model, and making one internal system accessible over the internet. So, guy, you got that. You got that already, right? It's already done. All right, last one. How many new total security controls is FedRAMP looking at to add to meet 800 NIST 53 revision 5? Total controls they're looking at, not per high, medium, low. We'll get to that in a second. Total controls.
Someone in this room better know that answer.
Some of us don't know.
If they are vendors, they better know the answer.
Oh, there you go. Vendors better know the answer, says Angel. Give me a guess. No one has a guess. 30, thank you. No, too low. Nobody else. 100. Does someone say 100? Too high. What? 42, very close. 40 is the total new controls. Now, of course, this is draft, so it still has to be finalized. One additional control above NIST baseline for low, 17 for moderate, and 22 for additional controls over high. All right. You guys are getting to be a tough crowd, but now you have something to talk about tonight at dinner with your friends and family. You can talk all about cybersecurity. So here's how our panelists will go today. I've asked them to take 3 to 5 minutes, keep it quick, keep it short, to tell you something you don't know about what they're doing around Zero Trust, security, risk, and governance. I don't do bios, I don't do background. I'm not gonna ask you, if you don't know what the Bureau of Engraving and Printing does, look them up. If you don't know what the Army Software Factory does, look them up. The Wi-Fi is free. And then we will get to your questions. So please ask questions, be a part of the conversation. As you heard, I'm a reporter. I can ask questions all day. They'd much rather hear from you. So that being said, we are unrehearsed, we are unprepared, at least I am. Joe Guy, I'm gonna lead you off. 3 to 5 minutes, tell me something I don't know about Zero Trust at the Bureau of Printing and Engraving.
Well, hey, good morning. Togai Andrews, CISO at Bureau of Engraving and Printing. Currently, as we kind of tailor out our Zero Trust strategy, our focus right now is on identity and access management, revamping our identity access management program to align with our overall Zero Trust strategy. So for FY23, that's going to be my focus. It's making sure that we can mature that program at an enterprise level and do some automation around the life cycle itself of identity, both the human and non-human identities within our organization.
All right, that was quick. I get my follow-up question. That was a quick 3 to 5 minutes. All right. So the follow-up, it's obvious to me, is we've been talking about identity for many years. What's the difference between what you have been doing with identity and access and what you want to do?
Yeah, that's a good question. So as shallow IT grew within our organization and kind of shallow business needs, you have multiple source of identity, a source of truth for identity. And the lack of automation around the program itself or the lifecycle management itself kind of is driving the need to mature in that area, have a single source of truth for our identity. And as we incorporate robotic process automation within our enterprise, that kind of also is driving us to really manage the life cycle of non-human identity. So all of those areas are pushing us to kind of broaden our identity access management program and create some automation around the life cycle itself.
All right. Maybe some questions from the audience will come around that more. All right. Don, take it away from CISA, from Science and Technology.
All right, good morning. So my position is a little different than most of the other folks here. So I'm the senior science advisor. So I'm not with the CISO. I'm not trying to solve today's problems. I mean, the chief technology officers are looking a little ahead, but I'm really looking at, beyond the 5, 10, 15-year mark to really see where are the threats going to be in that time frame and where are those opportunities that we can leverage the advances in technology to increase the resilience of our networks. So a lot of that is still in formulation. It's really hard to predict the future that far out. We have so I don't have any breakthroughs or anything to share today on how we definitely solved it for a decade from now, but I am excited about one of the programs we're working on was the Critical Infrastructure Security and Resilience Research Program. That one is getting underway, and one of the interesting areas we're going to continue to look at there is the application of zero trust architectures to legacy ICS and OT type systems. So getting a look at spreading that across and some of these principles across some of these legacy OT systems is going to be a critical area that we're focusing over the next few years here.
One thing occurs to me as you talk about the ICS and OT, that's one area that we don't talk a lot about in the federal government. Are you going down this path because you're getting requests from agencies, from industry? What made you all decide to look at the resiliency side and how to apply zero trust?
Because we're working very closely with CISA, and our responsibility there is to protect the critical infrastructure and working across public and private partnerships in that domain. So, and there's so many applications, not just within CISA and what we protect there, but across the transportation sector, energy sector, and we're partnered with the Department of Energy as well. So there are so many applications, so many different devices out there that are getting connected to the internet and to the networks that have that gaping opportunity for us to increase the resilience of.
And are you done talking about quantum? Do you have to? Oh, you're saving that for later. You didn't say quantum. I have no idea what to ask you. All right, Alyssa from GSA.
Hi, my name is Elisa Fiola. Pronouns.
Elisa. I ruined that. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
We talked about it yesterday.
Well, it's a part of my social media. My Twitter handle is @it's_A_Elisa, because it's Elisa. My pronouns are she, they. I support TTS, which is Technology Transformation Services, and we're under GSA for the Federal Acquisition Services, and we focus on customer experience mostly. We have two lines of business where we have the clients and markets, and also the solutions, where we have some name brands that you all might recognize, such as login.gov, cloud.gov, data.gov, USA.gov, go USA. So yeah, we are really focusing on the high impact service providers as our customers, our partners that we're serving. And I'm particularly focused on transitioning the OMB currently has the max.gov platform, and it's transitioning from OMB to TTS, and we're focusing mainly on the collaboration suite and the authentication platform, the authentication capability. And so that plays into zero trust because the authentication piece is enabling interagency federal employees to authenticate to service providers with their agency provided identity. So that way that anytime somebody from agency A has to log into a application that is internet facing that some other agency has developed, they don't have to create a whole new identity, and they're able to authenticate using that identity. So it's a really fun problem set to think about and to develop, and doing it at TTS and really put that customer experience spin on it, and to think about it in automation. We're focusing a lot on the open security control assessment language, and always doing things with FedRAMP in mind. That's also within our portfolio as well.
Okay, I'm glad that you brought up the MAX transition, because I know it's something that's kind of been in works for several years. They had, if you remember, the lines of business budget formulation, but MAX is using login.gov, right, or no?
No, so They're two separate capabilities. There's login.gov, which is for the American people to log in and authenticate to, as a American person, to applications. Say if you're applying to USA.jobs, so you have an identity that lives with you through your life cycle as you go through life events. So that's the customer experience part of it. And the max authentication part of it is for the federal employee. So the path forward with that is that it will be an identity broker, so that you keep your identity that you have as that you're given from your agency, and that it's a hub that is federated together, and that login.gov is ideally going to be a identity provider that is federated into that hub, so folks don't have to keep creating new logins.
All right.
Let me check my notes.
That was good. That was really helpful, because I think one of the frustrations that agencies and federal employees have is, if I am a GSA employee and I go to DHS to see Donald, I can't just use my badge to get in. But Max is showing that actually we can trust each other, as an example, to say, hey, now if Alyssa goes to see Don, I've ruined it again.
Elisa.
Elisa. Elisa. See, I tried it and I ruined it. If you go see Don, then you show, hey, we can trust each other. All right. A lot to talk about there, but move to Angel, Army Software Factory.
Hi, so if you, I think I'm too close to the mic, too far away from the mic. So since last time we talked, what's been going on? So we onboarded cohort 4 into the Army Software Factory. So they're going through the tech accelerator right now, which is amazing, because we are prototyping the new future force design of the Army. From our zero trust strategy, we've really been in the weeds, probably since last time I saw you, Jason. I probably have worked till 11 o'clock every single night. And I've talked to many vendors in this room. Probably some of you I didn't return emails to quite yet, truthfully, like, sorry. Not personal, you know, I got budgets. You're not in my budget right yet, but maybe one day you will be. We're working on a lot of security automation and how we deliver that. And we partner with ECMA. So working out that security automation aspect for our CI/CD pipelines, so that we can get our applications into production a lot sooner. From the Army Software Factory side, we are definitely focused a lot on how we bake in zero trust as our DNA. This is something, I always say, like, zero trust is a bit of a marriage, because you have to continuously work on it for it to be productive. You can't just do it once and then it's never there. You have to continuously feed, maintain, update, make sure you're keeping up with technology. Any vendors that we've put in place now, I mean, it doesn't mean that we're going to be with them forever. I may have just rattled some boots in the room, sorry. But as the speed of technology goes and as fast as it's moving, we have to move with it, and we're able to make those quick decisions. So we've been in the weeds a lot. Things are going great, and if you all don't follow the Army Software Factory on LinkedIn, you should go pull out your phones now and follow us on LinkedIn, so you know what we're all about and what we're doing.
If you have not looked into what cohort 4 is around the development of the training that the Army Software Factory is doing, it's a fascinating example of really taking folks who have certain skill sets or no skill sets and bringing them in. So I'm not going to ask you about that, even though I think it's a fascinating story. But you mentioned the security automation. You're working with ECMA, which is the Enterprise Cloud Management Agency through the Army. What's this? Do you get a sense yet of how much more quickly is the software factory able to push out secure code? Are you starting to measure that yet because of the automation and other?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we're able to leverage industry technology, we're able to get applications out into production. I'd say if everyone was all hands on deck, we still have a very manual process. We could probably get an application out in a day. So you'd be able to come in, pick up a starter app, start coding, developing, go through your security reviews and push into prod. An MVP, right? Like, I'm not talking anything huge, major, but we can get there if everyone's there. The goal is that one day you don't have to talk to a human and you're able to go into production. We're starting to measure those right now, and it's interesting to see the measurements in between what we were doing prior and how expensive it was prior with your time of your engineers versus being able to leverage technology and some vendors and implement certain tools to be able to get stuff out very quickly. So
All right.
I'll have those metrics soon,
All
not
right.
now.
All right, a lot of good automation questions from you all. I hope is coming for Angel and others. All right, Fatoma. Yes. Just got thrown on the panel last night, so I am excited because he didn't do any of the prep calls, which is fine. But so 3 to 5 minutes. Tell us something we don't know about what you heard or what Akamai is doing.
Sure. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So for us, what we focus on, well, specifically with me and most of my teammates, what we're focusing on is to look at our customer base and see what they're doing in regards to zero trust. And what we're finding out is that most of them are aware about zero trust, but they're not educated on zero trust. So the first step is really to try to give the education of what zero trust really is, because it can be misconstrued a lot of time. Most of the time, people are thinking it's a software solution, and it's a software that you can just put in and it's done. But no, that's not the case. It's a journey. And that journey entails a couple of things, right? Understanding the strategy itself of zero trust, and Cesar has done a great job in providing that type of structure in place so you can understand what that looks like with the 5 pillars and so on. Then the second part of that is understanding the maturity model that exists for that, because not everyone is in the same place at any given time. It's you needing to go through a process of understanding your environment by doing discovery and knowing what you have. Then based upon that, you can be able to visualize that information to be able to take some actions around that. And those actions will be somewhat focusing on segmentation, possibly. Togi and Lisa both talked about identity management, right? So that is one area we're seeing a lot of our customers trying to focus on to try to get a centralized or enterprise level solution so they can be able to leverage that across all the enterprise as a whole. But the second piece of that is understanding, going through a discovery to know what they have in-house, because most folks don't have the knowledge of all the applications that they have, right? And knowing the service, John talked about the DAS. You have the data, assets, applications, and services. Most of the time you have to look at the services, start from layer 7 all the way down. Look at the services and see which assets are tied to that service. And those assets are part of an application, which then house a data, right? You wrap that into a nice bowl to be able to have a controlled environment to apply governance against those things. So those are the things that we're seeing across the board, but mostly education and trying to help our customer base so they can understand what zero trust really is and how they can help them through that journey.
All right, we're going to get to your questions in a second, so start thinking of them. I'm going to ask Fatama a quick question. It surprises me a little bit with that you were saying we're still in the education phase. Now, maybe for a lot of us, because we're here, we have a pretty broad understanding of what zero trust is. What are the questions you're getting beyond, is this a piece of software and can I just plug it in and ignore it? Like, what are you getting? What are some of the typical questions you get or some of the discussion trends you see?
Well, I talked about maturity model, right? So looking at the identity itself and seeing what they have currently, being in manual actions that they take to be able to apply identity credentialing, okay? And what they want to see and understand is how that can be expanded to check the box for the zero trust engagement and the zero trust maturity model. Most folks are at 1 or maybe 2. They can be able to do some form of integration or collaboration across different systems, but they don't have the automated functionality. That's where we can come in and talk to them about that aspect of the solution itself and drive that through. Or it can be segmentation, not knowing what they have within the environment, which is huge. And one of the things that we're seeing is most customers don't have a true segmentation solution. They have piecemeals or something that they've done before in the past at layer 3 and layer 4, right? So they need to elevate that to a layer 7 solution so they can be able to discover the totality of a particular service to be able to create policies around those.
All right. Questions from the audience? There we go. You always get the first one, don't you? Does Tom pay you on this? All right, all right. I'm going to hold it, but you tell him who you are.
Yeah, my name is Jim Payne with SecureG. It's been stated repeatedly that ZTA is as much of a cultural change as a technology change. So since culture is one of the most resistance to change that we have, I'd like to hear your panel comment on how are you affecting the cultural change that's needed before we get to the ZTA.
So culture, I think, is like one of the biggest things in government that we always talk about. And it's not bad, but I think if we recognize it, we need to change it. And so one thing that I know that I particularly do is everyone that I come in contact with that's like, oh, well, what are you doing for Zero Trust? I'm like, are we on the same page about Zero Trust? Like, let's get on the same page together, right? It's an education piece that we have to give to each other, and we have to be kind and compassionate as we do that. And pretty much I'd say 99%, except for this one person who I won't mention, there's always that one person. Everyone that I've met that's like, I want to do something different, I want to change, but I don't know how. I'm like, let me show you what I'm doing. Let me show you what I've done, and let's go over here and talk to these folks, and they can tell you what they've done and how they've changed. And I think in the government particularly, that's not something that is really embedded in the government culture, to be like, I don't know, let me go find out. We're expected to always have the answers. And so being able to be open and say, I'm not really sure, let me phone a friend, let me phone 3 friends. And then letting people know that it's okay to say, I just don't know the answer, and let's go find someone who knows it. So I think that culture shift is happening in the government. I see it happening. I see people that I talked to 2 years ago that are like, I want nothing to do with the cloud. We're going to go back to servers and racks. And that's the end of time. They're now like, okay, I'm starting my cloud journey. Why don't you tell me a little bit about like how this went with your particular issue? I'm seeing it change. I think it's good. I think it's going for the better, but that's just a small perspective that I have, that I'm sure some of y'all can talk about the culture that you experience. I do think I'm a very positive person. And if you're not wanting to come on a Zero Trust journey, I'm going to grab you anyways, and I'm going to tug you along, because you got to get there to that one person in that agency that I'm working on. They're going to be along. It just takes time, and not to give up on people and say that we have to do this together, because we have to change for the better. Lisa, I'm sure you have some knowledge on that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we have a saying too, demos not memos. The more you can show people instead of just telling them, it helps. And it definitely helps. Our administrator has a catchphrase, make the damn website work. So when you show them something that actually works, and it works well, and it works something that they like to see, and is friendly and accessible and secure, and has all the elements that is easy. So I think culturally, we have created an environment that we have come where we feel safe behind the firewall. So Zero Trust, we're putting things in front of the firewall and making them internet accessible. So we have to pause and think, and what will this experience be and look like and feel like, and actually sit down and talk to people and get their experience and understand what it is that they're doing, how they're using technology, and what they're actually trying to accomplish. And maybe there's some controls that can be addressed in a different way than they've traditionally been addressed to accomplish the same means.
I would jump in there. I think for me, it's really around that persistent awareness. Creating that persistent awareness helps with that cultural shift. And it's not just Zero Trust, it's cybersecurity in general for any organization. So for me, it's always having that persistent awareness, making sure that people are always aware of what that change is, whether it's around social engineering or Zero Trust. And then the second piece that I found very successful for me is not focusing on the technology or the technical aspect, but actually showing the business value that help that cultural shift.
I would also just add in, just to plug in, when we're looking at, one of the things I'm excited about in our Science and Technology Directorate is a lot of opportunity for interdisciplinary research. So we have a robust social sciences team, we have data analytics teams that are, and AI teams that are working with us in the cyber team, looking at those social aspects, those human aspects of those long-term technical development, so we can bake in approaches that make it easier for people to adopt and integrate into their processes in the long term as well.
Go ahead, Fatam.
And what I'm seeing out there, and
You'll pick it up.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So what I'm seeing out there as we go through the educational journey with the customers is to provide a why behind what is being done. Then ultimately with that why, you know what the business value is, as was mentioned earlier. So if they understand why the actions are being taken and they know what the business value is going to be for them, then they can start to correlate that piece together and understand that this is going to help me out in the future. And they become a little bit more embracive in going through that journey with you.
I was just going to say that the business side, I mean, especially for someone, Don, for instance, when you're dealing with people in the critical infrastructure who say, well, I'm not connected to the internet, I don't need zero trust, that's part of that. Well, actually, and let me explain why, but we have another question here, and you tell them who you are and I'll hold the mic.
Chris Simpkins. A general question on the topic of the future of zero trust. There's so much focus today on human users and their devices from a zero trust perspective, and we have dynamic identity and MFA and endpoint detection and response. But Akamai actually has some really great data on this. Most of the movement of data, and particularly as government moves to cloud, is in automated processes. Cloud, microservices architectures, hybrid cloud, even AI engines that are all totally automated. And in today's environment, most of the time, there's identity is a static value. It's a key or a token or cert. How much focus is being placed on zero trust for those machine users? And all the regs talk about non-person entities, which is just code for machines writ large. And I'm just curious whether that's in focus and how you see the future of that rolling out.
So when I worked at Kessel Run, that was our #1 focus. So instead of going to the users first, we were concerned about those machines. And we did a fantastic job when I was there of achieving that. I think many people think of zero trust as an end user journey, and they don't consider that they have to do their whole end aspect of it. So for me at the Army Software Factory, it's definitely just as important, if not more important, because someone could turn around and leave tomorrow. That's great, but I'm gonna have this machine that's gonna run and it's producing this stuff and it's running these things. That is very important. So at least from my perspective and what I've worked on in the past and what I'm currently working on, it's probably like right there with the end user's experience and how we manage that as well. Because once you're in, like you get in. And if you don't have that zero trust basically on the back end, then you don't have zero trust.
So what I would say is, I mentioned the fact that one of the first aspects of going through this zero trust journey is really discovery and knowing what you have. And that discovery entails not only identities for individual users, but also systems as a whole. I mentioned the DAS component of that. That's where you look at the segmentation of what you have in-house. If you don't know what you have, you can't visualize it to be able to create structures around it for policy base. And those are the things that a lot of organizations are struggling with at this particular time, to be able to get a handle of what they have in-house, because most of the time they don't know.
Toga, I'm going to ask you to jump in here too, because you mentioned RPA in the beginning in your short term. Yeah, you knew I remember that. Give me. How are you addressing the non-person entities? Because as more and more the Bureau of Engraving and Printing says, hey, we're going to automate this process, move toward an automation, discuss your conversations or what you're thinking around the question that came up.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's important from the onset, you're in the initial phase or planning phase of whether it's an IAM program or at large a zero trust strategy and implementation, is to treat both entities or both forms of entities somewhat of the same, right? And for us, our RPA or automation journey in using RPA is still in its infancy. So this is a great opportunity for us to really apply those same principles that we are applying to human identities, to those non-human identities also. But it's not just the automation piece, but it's also the devices, right? Now we find ourselves in a hybrid work environment where you have a set of the workforce working remotely. That in itself is pushing us to go towards more BYOD, right? So we have to look at not just, and what we are looking at is not just our human identity, but the machine's identities, and ensuring that regardless of whether we own the machine or the user owns the machine, we can manage the life cycle of that device identity itself. And that's part of what our IAM program for FY23 is kind of all geared towards.
All right, another question from the audience. All right, while you think of them, I missed one. Up there, sorry. I was all teeing up my own question, but you have one. All right, tell them who you are.
Hey, thanks for being here today. I'm Pierce Lowry with the U.S. Digital Corps over at TTS GSA. Angel, you mentioned something interesting earlier, where you said, your goal was to just bake in Zero Trust into your new software and eventually to have complete automation where you didn't even need a human sort of in the loop. I was just wondering how the human parts of software development, of DevSecOps, of those software teams sort of factor into the Zero Trust strategy that you have and the rest of the folks on the panel have, because it seems like if you have software teams who might be playing by outdated paradigms, despite the work of the security teams that you guys are putting in with Zero Trust, you might still be getting outdated software, vulnerable software. So how do you see those sorts of software development aspects and cybersecurity aspects working together under this Zero Trust paradigm?
So at the Army Software Factory, we have soldiers that are on development teams that come over into the security teams and they go back. Our relationship is really great, which I would say is not most like the norm for security teams and like development teams. We work together really closely. I would say our organization's probably about 95% soldiers, and when they came into the Tech Accelerator, a lot of them had cyber backgrounds, so they care about security to begin with. So before security goes out and I want to roll out a change, I do interviews. So we follow the traditional DevSecOps practices. We do user interviews. We say, hey, we want to do this. What's the feedback on it? We run a trial. We see how it goes, and we go. We're not disconnected from our software teams or from our app teams, and we get real-time user feedback on it, which again is not the norm for most security teams or how most organizations interact with each other, because usually security is very far off from the development teams in that aspect. And with our partnership with ECMA, where they have a security automation division, we work directly with them to help create that so that we can leverage everything that we're doing both on the software factory side and the ECMA side so that big Army can use this together. It's really a team effort and it's a team sport. And I would say from my perspective and my time working in the Army, it's definitely, we're a big team and we're all in it together. So I have no concerns about it. I think as much as I say, one day I'd love for you to be able to come in, spin up an app, and go into production with ever speaking to a human. That's a long goal, right? Like that's not something that's going to happen tomorrow, but that's the end state. And if that's ever not your end state, then I don't think we share the same vision. So we have to leverage the software development teams to see what they're experiencing along this journey, because I can go off and create something, and then everyone's going to go around it or not going to want to use it. So the software developers are probably one of my #1 priority in seeing how they feel about this entire process and getting their feedback on it.
I can add to that. So what we see typically with, to your point, there's usually a separation, right? And that exists all the time. So what you want to try to do, and what we've seen a lot of folks do, is to integrate that and make sure the underpinnings of every life cycle of the development process inserts security. So you have orchestration tools to start from the development process, testing, dev, and rolling out all the processes to production. And you want to be able to insert some checkpoints throughout that whole process that is security-based so that it can be integrated in the process. Some developers are focused on security, some are not. And to eliminate that, those who are not focused on security, have certain security checkpoints throughout the whole process helps accelerate things for a successful implementation with security in mind at the back end.
Anyone else in the panel want to just expand upon the question or the answers? All right.
Those were good answers.
Those are good answers. There you go. Another question. Tell them who you are.
Eric Florence. I'm with Veracode, and I have a couple of questions. One pertains to communication, and the second in terms of the iteration. So as far as communication goes, how do you guys manage that in terms, because I know a lot of, on the private side, they do a lot of town halls and stuff like that to try to bring people together. And then when you're trying to deliver zero trust to multiple applications as they're being delivered, some of them have automated DevSecOps pipelines, some of them do not. How do you manage the risk and report on that in an iterative manner?
Let's start with the first one, which is communication. So for instance, when you talk about vax.gov, how are you spreading the word that, hey, you can use your federated identity now, or you soon will be able to, and you can jump to the other one too.
So we have a communications team that is focused on that and have like a communications plan and pipeline, and we have monthly talks with our partners so that we spread the word out. We have max transition at gsa.gov, so you can email us with any questions that you might have. So we try to be as accessible as possible and do Q&A sessions. So really get out there. And a lot of times when TTS partners with folks, we have shared team channels, and that's something that when we roll out Max Collab, there'll be more ability to have interagency collaboration between two different types of agencies that can collaborate in a space and they can communicate together. So there is going to be that balance between communication and securing that communication and taking that risk that typically a enterprise agency isn't going to open up their channels so that others outside their agency are able to do it, but that's what this whole service is meant to do. So it's going to be a fun journey for anybody that is responsible for securing it.
So, you want to jump in because you have the.
I think communication, for me and from my experience, I see it as everyone's job, right? It's not just the external affairs or the communications team's job. I ensure that my office, everyone in my office, if you are in the elevator, you need to be talking to someone about security. Cybersecurity. I said, hey, when last did you receive a phishing exercise or suspicious email? What was that like? Get feedback. So we try to ensure that everyone is a communicator or is responsible for communicating, especially when it comes around, when it's specific to cultural change or shifting of the business process around zero trust specifically. What we are communicating now to all means that we have in those elevator speeches is around identity, right? That's what we try to communicate across. So we want everybody to know what identity is and what identity access management is. And we have about, I think the team now has 3 sentences that speaks to an identity and access management lifecycle. I know it sounds crazy, but we put all that in just 3 sentences and you can use that in our elevator, right? We have 7 floors. So by the time you get from down in the basement up to the 7th floor, you have given someone a speech on identity and access management.
Okay, and we're just not get pulled the hook. So, but your other question reminded us again, it was about the risk side, or what was the other half of your question?
When you're like implementing DevSecOps, you guys talked about Castle Run and being able to remove the manualness out of it. And so there's going to be transition. How do you manage the risk with the ones that have been automated? Might be 1 or 2, maybe 5, and then you got 50 others that are still not. How do you manage the risk?
So maybe Angel, 30 seconds or less for the 3 minutes up the floor, down the floor.
Delicately.
Delicately.
That's like the only way I can say delicately, and working till all hours of the night because I believe in what I do. I don't have a better answer besides that. And on your communication aspect, all the software factories in the DoD are getting together, and we started a software factory coalition where we share information with each other now. So to be able to get this, if you identify as a software factory and you haven't been at these meetings, let me know. You need to be there, but we come together, we share information, and we do it very delicately.
And there's like 57 software factories. How many are there?
There depends. Everyone identifies differently with the term software factory, which was a very hot topic at our last meeting, whether they're a software factory or they have a software factory component. So,
all right, let's give the panelists a round of applause. They did an excellent job. I'm going to thank you all for doing an excellent job. Thank you for participating. Tom, what's next? Lunch?
Lunch is next. Thank you, Jason. And I feel your pain. It's a good thing that Elisa's such a nice person. I did the exact same thing. And I have an Alyssa on my staff, which makes it even more confusing. At least I haven't called her Elisa.
Tom, can I just make one plug? For
Yes.
the comment about the panel and this being a very diverse panel, if you're in this room and you don't know how to be an ally or an advocate for folks, there's a great book you can go buy on Amazon. It's called Allies and Advocates. Go buy it and read it so that you can help change this culture that we are trying to change.
Thank you, Jason. Lunch is going to go on for the next hour. It looks like some people got a jump on it. We haven't run out of food yet, so hopefully our supply chain management will work out. I think it will. But we'll be back here. I'll be with Shawn Connolly on a fireside chat on the zero trust stuff. Thank you all. Good morning.
Yeah, I would enjoy that.
Thank you all. I hope everybody got lunch. We're going to get going here with a fireside chat with Shawn Connolly. If everybody can get to their seats, we'll just give it like a few seconds here. Alyssa, keep that bell going for a second. It's the hardest thing to get everybody to come back after lunch. It's like really bad. That's why we're taking a hit. Go ahead. Yep. We good? Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. I remember you. That's right. It's been a while. Yeah, about 20 years. Yeah. What? I remember your mom. Yes. That was our old bosses out there. Okay, we'll catch up. You're running everybody downtown DC. How's everybody doing? Everybody get a good lunch? Great. We'll save some room for drinks later. I think I'm going to be ready for one or two. But we're going to do a fireside chat. Sorry we don't have a fire here. Sorry we don't have comfortable lounge chairs or anything, but I've got with me today Shawn Connolly, who's a TIC program manager and senior cybersecurity architect over at CISA, inside the Department of Homeland Security. Are there any other titles we're missing?
I'll take that.
You'll
That's
take
good
that?
enough. Sure.
Sean has worked with us a long time on TIC 3.0 and then on the zero trust stuff that has come up recently. But we don't have too much time. I just want to turn the floor over to you. What's the latest and greatest with CISA and your program that you're working on?
Yeah, thanks, Tom, first for having me. Again, my name is Shawn Connolly. I'm in the Office of Technical Director at CISA. So really the question is, what is the connection between TIC 3 and zero trust? And so from our office, the TIC program office at CISA Tech 3 is really about flexibility. It's about new architectures, about giving the agencies the ability to choose how they want to secure their environments. So with Tech 1, Tech 2, the old legacy castle and moat philosophy, there's one architecture, and they had one way to protect the data and the services behind it. Now with Tech 3, we're coming out with a number of different architectures to help agencies understand and support how they want to transform their environments today. I think one thing that maybe people thought was our TIC office had the ability to force agencies to move away from the traditional TICs and force agencies to move to the cloud. No, we produce the guidance, and it's up to agencies to adopt how they feel best is right. So you heard John Kindervag earlier talk about how zero trust is about inspection, how zero trust is about interrogation. So with TIC 3, with these use cases that we have coming out, now we can move that ability to inspect the data closer to where the data is. Go all the way back to Jericho Forum about 20 years ago, and it says it's easier to protect data the closer you get security to it. I think that's what we've been trying to do with these use cases, is move the security closer to the data. Another thing John talked about was the protect surface. How do you protect something? Again, I think with the way we've provided our guidance, we provide the ability for agencies to choose how they want to protect their environments. In our use cases, we have these low trust zones, these medium trust zones, these high trust zones. And these are really just illustrations to help agencies as they build out and secure these environments. So I mentioned these use cases. We released a traditional TIC use case about 3 years ago. That was the first one. They had to reset the whole program. We reset the use cases. That one really had to focus on the network pillar. Then over the last couple years, we've released a branch office, remote user use case. That really introduced a number of capabilities that are more for the data and the device pillar. And now with a draft cloud TIC case that released last month, you're starting to see that final complement where the cloud use case supports services, the application pillar, and identity. So between these use cases now, you can see how it complements the 5 pillars in the Zero Trust Maturity Model.
How far have we advanced? This is a little off script already, that's the way I roll. Remember 3 years ago when you did that event at GSA and you kicked off it was the 2.0?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been 3 years. How have you seen agencies progress in the 3 years that we've had, especially since we've had this pandemic in between that last time?
Yeah, sure. So evidently, once the pandemic happened, there was a great amount of interest about how to be able to support remote users. And so working through OMB, you mentioned GSA, our partners at Nist, we came out with some interim telework guidance, and that translated later into remote user guidance. Now you're starting to see, I think, just the way the momentum's happened. We could talk about what OMB's released in that zero trust strategy and the EO, of course, from last summer. That strategy had agencies responsible to submit zero trust implementation plans to OMB. Then between OMB, United States Digital Services, USDS, and ourselves at CISA, we've been reviewing each of those plans from the agencies. Review plan by plan, understand what each agency needs, what the gaps they have. Then we're also looking holistically across those capabilities, across those plans, more for like, what are the themes we can distill out? Where are agencies as a whole challenged? Then also, we're also using this to inform our cyberstat working groups. Through CISA, we host working groups about once or twice a month for agency participation. Right now, we are focused on the different pillars. These working groups are pretty well attended. I think the last few, we've had about 600 participants in these working groups. Mostly it's for Fed or for their contractors. But we talk about the challenges, again, the agencies are having as they migrate to zero trust. And then on the services side, I think it's evident with what CIS has put out the last couple of years, our new services, as agencies are migrating away from their legacy architectures. I'll start with the Protective DNS program. Protective DNS, and this is critical both for the agencies to understand and for the vendors that support these agencies, that the Protective DNS service is required for agencies to meet. This comes out of the Cybersecurity Act of 2015. CISA has to provide these services, and agencies are responsible to support these services. So the Protective DNS service is the transition away from the legacy Einstein 3A DNS service. This is a modern DNS service built off a cloud service provider, is a DNS service provider, so it can support a much greater range of agency needs. And we also have CLAW, C-L-A-W, CLAW, Cloud Log Aggregation Warehouse. Again, as agencies are moving away from these TICs and moving their architectures to the cloud, now agencies can, CISA, can start to ingest this telemetry in new ways through this cloud ingestion point. So we got services like PDNS coming, the Cloud Log Aggregation. We also have, of course, we've heard a couple times a day about EDR, Endpoint Detection and Response. The CDM program at CISA is helping agencies either augment their existing EDR fleet or helping them build out their EDR if it's new to them. So there's a number of services that we're also providing. Then the guidance. We've heard a number of people today talk about the Zero Trust Maturity Model. The Zero Trust Maturity Model, of course, we are looking at how to come out with a second version of that. There's a cloud TIC use case I just mentioned. There's the cloud security TRA, which goes back to the CyberEO, the CSTRA. So I think between what OMB is doing, what the cyber group, the cyberstat's doing, the services and the guidance, I think we're helping agencies move forward as well as we can.
So you're helping them with some guidance. Are you helping them as they try to get funding? We've been talking about that all day, trying to get some more money to implement some of these things. And we mentioned the TMF. Are you helping them with that? How do you help them with that?
Sure. So I think the first one to promote is there is an interagency Zero Trust leadership group. It's with the CIOs and CISOs from the agencies. We meet about once a month. It's mentioned this before. It's chaired by Sylvia Burns from FDIC. That's a great place where the leadership is understanding the funding challenges or how some agencies are moving forward. Tom mentioned the TMF, the Tech Modernization Fund. I'm a voting board member on that, just full disclosure, so I'd be sensitive to what I can talk about. But we are starting to see agencies receive funding towards Zero Trust initiatives. I think just last week, we awarded it to USAID. I think it's somewhere between, around 10 million or so. And it was as they transition to a new ICAM solution. And with this funding, USAID is able to accelerate their ICAM rollout by a year. So I think it's having a tangible effect across agencies to help them. Then also funding the high value asset program at CISA. The high value assets talked about as crown jewels earlier. They are working with agencies to understand how can we better protect the most sensitive data in our environments. There's also, of course, through DoD, they have their Zero Trust Portfolio Management Office, run our Randy Resnick's team. We continually talk to them about some of the challenges, the way they are moving forward. And then the vendor side, there's a number of areas for the vendor support. There's a TIC overlays. They're available for agencies or where vendors can map their services to the TIC capabilities. There's a handful of those out there. Some vendors promote them publicly, other vendors keep them to themselves and request them from the vendor. But we see now how vendors are supporting the agencies through these overlays. And finally, I'll just end on FedRAMP. We had the FedRAMP modernization going on. We continue working with the FedRAMP team. There's also through FedRAMP, we've seen the number of FedRAMP high baselines have started to be accelerated. As agencies are moving some of the most sensitive data to the cloud, it's critical that the vendors are able to provide these type of services to help the agencies as they move to TIC3 and SASE type solutions.
Another common theme that we have is how do you see Zero Trust initiatives influencing needed skill sets in the workforce?
Yeah, I think Zero Trust education dominates almost every conversation we have. Everyone is, how can we help educate everyone, just not in the technical sphere, but also in the leadership board, the information security officer teams, the OIGs. We recognize there has to be a greater understanding of what we're trying to do here. And then you mentioned an earlier panel, we heard about cultural shift. I'll give you just a quick cultural shift, how we need to change. Before I was at CISA, I was at an agency for about 8 years. I won't name the agency, it's pretty easy to find out from LinkedIn. When I was there, I started off with the network perimeter team, then I moved to supporting some of the firewall and protection teams, then I started to move toward supporting the DNS teams. And pretty quickly, I had privileges for DNS, toward the routers, the internet backbones, the interior backbones, the Active Directory servers. And one day we did this exercise for our team, like what would happen if a intruder, an adversary got on our network, our tools. And I was quickly realized that I had one of the most powerful computers at the agency, not in terms of horsepower, not in terms of secretary role or anything, just from my computer, an adversary could move pretty laterally and do a lot of damage pretty quickly. And that freaked me out. That was not something I'd realized before, and that made me realize the due diligence was different. Now, a couple weeks ago, I was listening to a podcast, and the podcast was talking about how this is just a vendor, and just be abstract here, how that they're able to now, if an administrator wants to go and access a device, maybe a server, a router, that the policy engine in the background will check to see, is there a ticket? Is there a trouble ticket on this? Is Shawn able to support this? Now, my role as a field engineer, I would push back against that. No way. I want root access now when something's on fire. But that cultural change, I need to recognize that I have the responsibility. And so I have to be able to support that we need these changes. And I need to understand that that type of modern solution is necessary to reduce the risk across the government.
So we keep hearing about how this is a journey and it's going to take a long time. What do you see agencies doing to swarm the problem and get some immediate results? You know, the 5-year plans are fantastic, but they got to, you know, are they going to do something now?
Yeah, swarm. It's a great word for this. I'll just end on the zero trust strategy that came out. So first one in the pillar is identity. Loud and clear call from OMB that agencies can move away from PIV only. OMB is talking about how FIDO is now ability to be considered. I like the way Eric Mill puts it from OMB, that we recognize that PIV has a certain fragility to it. So now we can start to use more modern identity access solutions. So there's a lot of momentum around the identity pillar. Another one that was discussed earlier in one of the panels is the moderate systems. Agencies have to move a moderate system to be internet accessible over the next year. Again, there's a lot of focus, we're talking to the agencies, what does that really mean? Some agencies are full bore, they understand what this is and they're moving forward. Other agencies we have to move, discuss with them, what are the possibilities of how they can move their systems to the cloud. But again, that strategy we talked about, it's clear that that's pushing the agencies forward, both tactical and strategic ways.
Any final comments before we let you go to do more work?
Yeah, my dad, auctioneer. I grew up in New York City. I talk fast. I apologize, but thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Shawn. He's one of the hardest working people in cybersecurity. He's always got something cooking. We're like, this is like almost like TikTok, real quick. We got a 15-minute keynote with Shawn, and we're going to go to a couple quick tech talks. And we're going to start off with Neil Bird, who's VP of Public Sector at our friends at Veracode, and he's going to talk about how reliable is the 4th pillar in your zero trust strategy. Welcome, Neil.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So when we think about zero trust, there is a lot of forward momentum of people starting to talk about it engagingly, saying it's important, and they realize that there are 4 or 5 pillars. There are 5 pillars, and everybody's taking on that whole castle and moat approach. They're taking care of the edge. You're getting that perimeter locked down with your network security. You're taking care of your identity. You're trying to figure out if you have trusted people wandering around on your enterprise, and then they stop there. They're not quite making it to the application pillar or the data pillar. And we want to talk a little bit about that today, of why it's so important that there isn't really one pillar that's more important than the other. They're all important. And unfortunately, we've got to get after every single one of them. The one I would like to discuss today is around application security. So as we get into the building trust, John talked about trust being a 5-letter word that was turning into a 4-letter word that's even considered a vulnerability now. That's true. But if you think about that network security or the identity security or even the application security, something's pervasive under all of that, and that is your applications and your software, because it's running all of that. So what are you doing as an agency to take a look at that physical code to see if it's exploitable or not? This is a really hard problem, and it was really exemplified when we saw Log4j. So Log4j was discovered last December. This was not smoking gun code. This was perfectly normal code that people are used to seeing every day, that was out in everywhere where you had Tomcat or you were running it in your web applications, and smart hackers found a way to exploit it. And it took some agencies 33,000 hours to address this and people power to go figure out how to remediate that. And it is not over yet. It's still pervasive, it's still out there, and it still needs to be solved. So when you think about that, software is really not secure by design. Who all remembers back in their computer science classes or their programming classes, having their professor walk them through, this is how you code securely. It's not in curriculum. It is not in certificate programs. We are not teaching developers how to code securely or have security in context. So then we get this natural kind of adversarial relationship between our security operations center people and our development shops, because they're like, there's no way you're putting that code out on my enterprise. I was like, well, I'm paid to get the next widget out or the next functionality to make sure our citizens have access to good services that the government's providing. However, we need to shift this whole thinking left and start teaching developers how to code more securely. And that's going to start with pushing it back into schools, getting people upskilled and closing the training gap now, and teaching them actually how to code. So like I mentioned, there's code out there that doesn't look like a smoking gun. You know, we think back to movies like War Games or what we know about hacking stories of people saying, I'm going to go create malicious code, create a backdoor and insert it on an enterprise and then go take advantage of it. That still happens, but that doesn't happen as much as like a Log4j. Finding code that is already out there that has a weakness in it that could be exploited by a bad actor or an insider, and laying in wait till they can take advantage of whatever they want to do on your enterprise. So now the administration caught wind of this. They've written an executive order. OMB has written mandated guidelines that you need to start looking at what's going on in your application layer on your enterprises. And they're talking about this wonderful word called SBOM. So we're all familiar with bill of materials from hardware days, but now they want you to create a software bill of materials and see what the source of all this code is that lives out on your enterprise everywhere that's there. But how do you do that? How do you start? So you need to find a way to take a good discovery look at your enterprise and see what's there. You'll find that there are applications running that you thought that you took down 6 years ago, but they're still operational and they still could be a hole because there's old code in those systems that could be taken advantage of. So taking on that, you want to focus on the pillar of application security. Start with creating a software bill of materials, figure out what's out there, figure out kind of green, yellow, red, what's my risk assessment of the code that's out there and could it be taken? Coming in and out, there we go, I got it. But understand that when you think about all 5 of those pillars, 3 out of the 5 won't cut it. You're gonna have to get into a deep dive past, once you get the software bill of materials created, you know what's out there, you know what the risks are, then you have to remediate those risks and start teaching all of your developers how to code securely to begin with. So there are a lot of companies out there that can help in this. We're one of them. If you don't use us, absolutely take somebody up that can help you with this. It's really important to take a holistic approach around your entire zero trust strategy, not just 1, 2, or 3 of those pillars. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you, Neil. I can vouch for what Neil is saying in the fact that we finally got developers thinking about security through DevSecOps, and now we have zero trust on top of it. And I know that when we do these things, they've never heard of zero trust. So we got a challenge. Thank you for addressing that, Neil. And one more thing, you know, Ron works for you, Ron Lichtinger. He actually, is he here? There he is. He got me, and Derek Weeks with Sonatype, which is kind of like the next speakers works for Sonatype, and then Mark Schwartz. They were the ones that said you need to do a DevSecOps summit. And I didn't do it for the longest time. Then finally we did it, and it was really successful. So Ron, I didn't know you were here today. You're one of the brainchilds of DevSecOps. Thank you. Next we have Mike Donovan, Technical Director of Federal at Sonatype, and he's going to be talking about securing federal software supply chains and how critical that is to zero trust.
Good afternoon. So we'd like to talk today about securing the federal software supply chain and why that is critical to Zero Trust. As Tom was just telling, the DevSecOps phase got going a few years ago. I remember when Tom came to Sonatype promoting the idea of us participating in these conferences, and that they were just getting going. And same thing, it was a while before there was one strictly dedicated to what we're doing. So what is the software supply chain? What are some of the challenges? Why am I here? Why are we talking about this at the Zero Trust Conference instead of the DevOps Conference? Some of the government focus, how we can help. What makes up your software supply chain? People and processes, of course. The people are your own developers, security folks, operations teams, as well as third parties. As you develop applications, you're using open source components in those applications. So all these open source projects, which are all over the world, are essentially developing for you. And so that's stuff that needs to be controlled. The risks that they bring in, some of the more famous ones are Equifax, Log4j. These are well-known ones, but there's also a huge influx in malicious code where with Equifax and Log4j, bad guys are taking advantage of known vulnerabilities, but now the malicious actors are what we call poisoning the well. They're actually going out and putting fake open source components in there, whether it's through name tweaking or things like that, to trick you into using their bad components. So these bring the open source challenges. The amount of open source is massive and expanding. 2.5 trillion software components downloaded in 2021, and it just grows exponentially every year. 650% is the year-over-year growth just in the malicious type of attacks. That's above and beyond the known vulnerabilities that are also out there. When you're looking at securing your Zero Trust environment, there are things from Zero Trust that help you to protect your environments. There are things from securing the software supply chain, and it's not possible to have one without the other. You cannot successfully have a Zero Trust environment unless you are securing that software supply chain and making sure you know what's in the software, know what you're letting in, and being able to detect what you have and where it is to respond quickly when something new is discovered in what you're already running. Why is this critical? As we go in and we look, where are the sources coming from? We have about a third of the cyber incidents. This is from a Palo Alto report last year. A little more than a third of the incidents are through exploiting software issues. So Zero Trust, a lot of times you're thinking perimeter, and there are a lot of things that are people getting into the network, either through just bashing their way in, or high percentage through phishing, where they trick your people into granting them access. But more than a third are exploiting the known vulnerabilities, and this is where we're going to help you focus. We have what we call our full spectrum software supply chain platform to align security vulnerabilities, legal requirements across all of your teams, developers, security, legal teams, operation teams, being able to get in there, know what you have, being able to respond quickly as you need to. The Sonatype platform that helps you do that, up top we have a product called Nexus Firewall. This sits between you and all of the public repositories out there. So if you're going to pull in open source components to use, this inspects them based on your policies and will block and quarantine things that violate your policies. It also has a unique feature that none of the competitors do, in that we have AI tools out there examining every new open source component that's published into the public repos, and based on a number of AI conditions, will flag things that are suspicious, either that's being posted from an unusual location, or something unusual about the posting itself, or something in the content of the component. We'll block those until they can be referred to our human researchers and determine why it was suspicious. If there's something that it's truly malicious, we'll permanently block it. If it turns out it's okay, it will automatically release that back through. So we are now helping you to block both known and unknown vulnerabilities from entering your supply chain. Once things are in your supply chain, we have Nexus Lifecycle, named because it's there every step of the way, from the developer's IDE into your build tools, where as you build your application, it develops that software bill of material that the previous speaker was talking about. So we can produce the SBOM for you. We can also consume SBOMs that you get from other sources to go through, evaluate that SBOM, identify what open source and what risks associated with that are in there, and then go through to provide continuous monitoring. Lots of things like these malicious code, we stop them at the front door and they never come in. But many of these components, like Log4j, are things that were in use for 30 years before somebody suddenly discovered that it's been vulnerable all that time. Once it gets publicized, now it's a huge risk because all the bad guys know about it and are looking to take advantage of it. We help the government across the government. We've got something like 147 unique federal agencies that are using our products, everywhere from Intel and Defense across through most of the civilian agencies. So we're out there and able to help. If you have questions for us, we're right back here in the second row. And there's a web address there as well that you're welcome to reach out to us, and we'd be happy to give you more information on why securing your software supply chain is a key part of your zero trust strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for that. Appreciate it. And at ATARC, we have GSA's leading a working group with us on supply chain risk management. It's kind of just getting started, but it's definitely a focus of this administration, Department of Defense. So you'll be hearing more and more of that. Next, we have Jason Miller back in the house. Where is he? Jason, you ready? Come on up. I know you're always ready. Jason is, you know how we're always talking about millennials, how they're going to work with baby boomers and things like that? That always angers Jason and I, because we're Gen X. Remember us? You know, we're Gen X. People forget about us. Yeah, they can come. Hey, you're in charge now. We're just talking, but yeah, you can call your panel. You're in charge now.
Can we tell them how disappointed we are with everybody?
Let's not do that. Thanks anyway, Jason.
All right, well, where is the panelist? Shane, are you here? Shane Barney, there he is. We only had walk-up music for Shane. It would be something like, why Zero Trust is the worst name ever. Raghav, are you here too? I saw that. All right. Gurinder, do I get that right? Look at that. Perfect. That never happens. All right. Well, in the world of, while the panelists sit down and get situated, in radio, this is called a 2 for Tuesday, right? You've heard of Double Shot Thursday. Well, I'm a 2 for Tuesday. So if you missed me earlier, then you get me again. First of all, again, I'd like to thank Tom and Hannah and all the folks at ATARC for inviting me. It's good to be here for our second time in person. As you heard, I'm Jason Miller, Executive Editor of Federal News Network. Yes, I'll say it again, 1500 AM. Your AM button still works on your radio. When you get in the car, you'll prove that to me. And of course, federalnewsnetwork.com. Now, as you heard me say earlier, I like to do trivia to get us started. It's after lunch. Maybe that food coma is settling in. Tom always has one of the best lunches among the panel circuit. So I'm going to kind of get us warmed up, get the energy going again. So let's start with some trivia. New trivia, not the same one as last time, because that'd be too easy. So here we go. Again, it's all about calling out the answer to get you going, so you ask good questions after the panelists are finish up. So August 12th, 2004, what is that the anniversary of? You guys can't answer. August 12th, 2004, it's like 3 days away. What's the anniversary? Give me a guess. No, you're all wrong so far. Anything. Klinger-Cohen, no, that's 94, but that's good. All right, well, I'll ruin it. HSPD 12, yes. In 3 days, it'll be 18 years since the White House issued Homeland Security Presidential Directive 12, and really, I'll say got the civilian agencies at least going down the path of identity and access management. DoD will say they started in the late 90s with the Common Access Card. All right, you heard Shawn Connolly mention the TMF earlier, so here's your TMF trivia question. How many awards has the TMF made specifically for Zero Trust? 5, too many? 4, very good. Now, out of those 4 awards, about $65.8 million, and since Congress approved the $1 billion in the American Rescue Plan Act in March 2021, the board has made 18 awards worth more than $400 million. And since the TMF really kicked off in 2018, they've made 29 loans for $500 million. So now, one may argue, I looked at the awards that said specifically Zero Trust. You may argue, well, VA has one on moving to login, and login.gov has one, and those could be argued for Zero Trust as well, but I'll just go with the ones that specifically call out Zero Trust. All right, last one. I know you're excited for these. What percentage of those surveyed in 2021 in the US public sector, so state, local, and federal government, say citizens still used username and passwords to log into services? We're looking for a number. What percentage said they do? Close, but too low. 80%, too low but close. 95 is too high, 86%. Now this was a survey from January 2022 from Market Connections and our friends at Okta. And they say 65% say they use two-factor authentication and 46% say they use government-issued credential. Again, federal, state, and local all the way down, not just the federal. So, all right, guess what you have now? More trivia to go home tonight and enthrall your friends and family around cybersecurity at the dinner table. All right, so very similar to what we did the first panel, I've asked each panelist to take 3 to 5 minutes and tell you something you don't know about what they're doing around Zero Trust, identity, federal identity-centric security roadmap, advances Zero Trust. I don't do bios. I'm not going to tell you who Shane Barney is. I'm not going to tell you what Okta does. You can look it up. You can figure it out. The Wi-Fi is free and much better working now. So, with that being said, let's get started. Shane, tell us something we don't know.
We've been ignoring HSPD 12 for 18 years. No.
That's not true.
It's not true. So, fun fact about USCIS, for those who don't know, USCIS is responsible for the immigration process. So, if you want to come to the United States, you work here, you want to naturalize, you want to adopt a child from overseas, my agency is involved. We are fee-funded, so we don't get congressional money. We get funds generated from the actual benefits that we provide to various sultry individuals around the world. And in doing so, that makes us a very unique agency where we operate more like a business. Because we actually produce widgets, our widgets just happen to be immigration benefits. But that means our entire $4.5 billion agency budget is basically all fees. And it makes for an interesting operational environment, allows us to have great deal of flexibility. And I think it also has helped us drive a very forward-thinking OIT organization. We started into cloud 10, 12 years ago. At this point, my agency is probably close to 90% cloud-based. And eventually will be completely. So, because of that and heading, we've been thinking about the concepts of Zero Trust, not my favorite term, but we've been thinking about the concept of what Zero Trust is and what we needed to do it for quite a while, about 5 years now, almost 6 years, and began working towards that goal, at least 5 years ago. By implementing a number of the basic building blocks. So we've been at this game for a very, very long time, and well before SolarWinds and well before the executive order on Zero Trust. So I'm actually really happy to be here. I actually like this guy, so, what are you gonna do?
Then I will return the favor and say I'll plug, Shane was kind enough to sit down for an interview and spend 45 minutes or probably more like an hour with me talking about these concepts of Zero Trust. So, and did you know that interview, which played just recently was like one of our top interviews of the week.
It's my stunning good luck.
It is. Yeah. But I'm going to ask you about single sign-on and talk a little bit about how you guys are, because you were one of the few agencies that have actually applied this.
Yeah, we actually thought, hey, single sign-on, what a great idea. We should do that. So we actually recognized it as a really key concept, for a zero trust approach. We knew we had to have that before we even start talking or going down that road. And as in, the one thing I had in my hip pocket as CISO is I owned the ICAM program. Not very many CISOs get to say that. I didn't realize how unique and how actually wonderful that was for implementing things like this, because it allowed me to control the direction of what was being implemented by whom and how and why. On top of that, we tied together the fact that if you wanted an ATO for a system, then you darn well better have single sign-on, and you better have role-based access in our ICAM solution. And you'd be surprised, once they wanted that ATO, it drove that very quickly. It's why USGS achieved 100% single sign-on. But early on, we've been at that. We've had 100% since 2016, I think. 100% of all of our applications single sign-on, and 100% of all our applications are role-based and centralized. So those were the building blocks we knew we had to have in place before we even started talking about these sort of zero trusty principles and concepts.
All right, plenty more to talk to Shane about, because there's a lot of good work going on at USCIS. Let's move to the Federal Trade Commission. Raghav, tell us something we don't know.
So just a little bit about the Federal Trade Commission. The Federal Trade Commission is a law enforcement organization. Got a bit over 1,000 people in it. So I'd say if you look at the subcomponents of all the cabinet agencies, and as well as small and medium agencies, we're somewhere right in the middle of how large or small most organizations are. And what makes a law enforcement organization kind of unique, especially when it comes to zero trust and network management, is that we transmit just tremendous volumes of data on a per person basis. Anytime you hear anything in the news about discovery, seizing someone's phone, things like that, it is a law enforcement entity that's trying to figure out how to move data from point A to point B over some combination of commercial and proprietary networks, and we have to make sure we do it securely and reliably, because the courts have a very unforgiving timeline. So with that, it's a thing that might surprise me is that we've been at this for since 2016. We've actually converted a lot of our security architecture to zero trust platforms, and I think the thing now, when we look back, what I'd encourage everyone to take back to their respective organizations and their federal clients is, hey, I think we have to shift our mindset that zero trust can be easy. If we agree to revisit things we might have thought about for policy, or how we did procurements, or how we do basic agreements and how to share information across organizations. It can be easy, but I think we learned that the hard way. So I think there is a lot of change opportunity that comes with zero trust, and I'd say for the community of CIOs out there, what I'd offer to the CISOs is, I think the CIOs are a great asset to removing all those obstacles that get in the way of onboarding really critical emerging platforms that many of you see behind you here.
All right, so a couple of things come to mind as you went through that. You said it can be easy if you remove kind of the obstacles, the barriers. So give us an example, maybe one barrier you removed, or how you went about removing it.
I think the first one we did is very early on, before it got fully approved by Nist, we wrote up a policy for authority to use systems that have been FedRAMP by other agencies. So we went to full reciprocity from really the start of our migration. Then the other piece there that we looked at was revisiting every internal policy that we had and looking for any indications of where it presumed that castle and moat security would be the means by which you prove that policy was valid, and we just removed all of them. There's a ton of habit in every organization's policy and procedures. It's really hard to unwind, and you just have to get into the guts of it and say, no, we can do something else. And the biggest obstacle, in all candor, is, hey, your own staff is really familiar with those old techniques. Your old staff is really familiar with explaining those audit trails to your auditors and your IG. And you have to convince them, hey, just put in the work, and this will be easier for us long-term in terms of operations and maintenance and monitoring capabilities that we're going to get with the new emerging platforms out there.
There's so much, I have like 100 questions to ask you about reciprocity, but we're not going to ask that question yet. So
Okay.
We'll save it. So, and I'm looking at your name like, but I can't, my glasses are like, one of those things. Gurinder.
Gurinder, yeah.
All right, from Okta. Let's maybe start with, tell something we don't know about what Okta is doing within the federal sector.
Yeah, definitely. Like a lot of you guys know, Okta is a leading identity access management platform. Some of the things that we're doing, and a lot of it is kind of dictated by the mandates that are coming through the executive order and OMB and such. We're going to basically, we're kind of embracing this ideology that Okta is critical infrastructure and kind of leaning into that. And I think, regardless of Okta or any identity provider, that's come to a more of a realization for our customers, including federal agencies, is when you have an identity provider, when you have a central control point that's going to dictate access to your resources, whether it's data, applications, and systems, that control point is more than just a front door. So we're doing a lot of work around saying, okay, we have that front door access, but what else can that serve for? And secondarily, the things that we're kind of exploring now is sort of a security capabilities catalog where taking playbooks out of all this wealth of data that gets collected through an authentication process and an authorization process. How do you go and build plays around that and playbooks around that? Because that's very important, right? We talk about this whole concept of zero trust, and when you talk about zero trust, you start to use these defining characteristics, things like least privilege and continuous authentication and everything, but those are only available to you if you're able to have visibility. So taking advantage of that post-authentication environment and that post-authentication state is something that we're starting to do a little bit more proactive guidance, right? This whole concept of shared fate, a lot of you guys probably know about it, is kind of stemming from, well, you as a customer, you as an organization are, responsible for your architecture and your infrastructure with your identity solution. But we as an identity vendor want to lean in with you and help you kind of, guide and go through that journey together. And I think that's kind of one of the spirits of Zero Trust. It's not going to be a single solution. It's not going to be a single vendor that kind of helps you do that journey.
Okay, we're going to get to your questions, so think of them, but I have a quick follow-up for Gurinder. You mentioned the catalog, the playbooks, the shared capabilities. Maybe give me an example or two, if you think of one that you can, that would be in that playbook or in that catalog.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and that's one of the things I think that you realize is that the importance of having vendor neutrality and being able to integrate and have interoperability. Because again, we're talking about shared signals. So for example, if you have an email system and that email system you're seeing is kind of tagging people, hey, they're being spearphished. This is highly sensitive executives who handle data, and that data and those executives are constantly being spearphished. Well, maybe that triggers an event, and then you feed it into Okta or your SIM along with your identity access management solution. That's going to say, well, this is a sensitive asset, so we're going to do more of a granular and more of a stringent authentication. So maybe like a step up with a phishing resistant factor. Another one could be if you see an event happening where somebody's doing a reset, a password reset, followed by an MFA reset. That should trigger something in your SOC to say this needs to be investigated. So again, security playbooks that go beyond just the front door access that your IAM solution is providing.
All right, thank you. Questions from the audience? Still off for lunch, I know. All right, well, you all think of them. Because, as I told Raghav, I want to go back to the reciprocity question, because that's fascinating. Was it more difficult to kind of get that reciprocity with FedRAMP and the other cloud services through your mission side, your lawyer side? How did you bring kind of the group together to say, yes, we can support this? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I don't think it was that hard.
All right.
But I think it's a reflection of the current the state that we were in. I think the organization realized the traditional policies towards castle and moat were just killing our network performance, and we had to be creative and a little bit, I guess forward-leaning is the phrase, and how to revisit some of the assumptions that are out there. Like, why does it take so long to get a platform that's clearly in use across commercial space? And And with the Federal Trade Commission, we're constantly looking at all sorts of markets out there for how well they're operating on behalf of the consumer. So there's clearly indicators to our rank and file staff that there are very effective products out there that somehow are facing obstacles in us using them internally for our mission. So I think in that sense, maybe it's a little bit of an outlier for our agency, given the state that we were in and the nature of the mission. But even there, I think for organizations that are taking that on, I think the fundamental business case for why it's good to consider reciprocity is that it's going to allow you to spend much more of your resources on the things that you have to do to really thwart a cyber attack. So if you go through any kind of kill chain methodology and walk your leadership through it, you're going to see pretty clearly that there's a series of controls that are all identity-based, candidly, that have to get addressed, and that's even outside of the FedRAMP controls. These are all controls your organization has to put into place, monitor, and enforce. So once that we had that discussion, and again, cyber resources are very difficult to procure and maintain. We realized, hey, our best way forward to mitigate the threat of attack is to put our resources on the most highly trafficked attack vectors, and that's where that's really what helped us make the case for it.
And I want maybe Shane or Indir to weigh in too, but real quick, generally speaking, and I'll preface this with, I know every system's different and every review, but how much are you, like, if Shane approves system X or service X in the cloud, and you look at his the documentation from USCIS, what goes into that process, just generally speaking? I know everything's different, I do.
I think when it gets on the FedRAMP list as approved, I think I'm thinking it's roughly 20 to 30 controls that we then do a deep dive in 30. To make sure we have full traceability on all the account management controls.
Shane, maybe talk reciprocity too. How are you looking at it? How's that play?
We've done similar things. It's about 30 controls you have to look at. But we've also, we started in this game before, like right as FedRAMP was coming in, and sort of like before there was a lot of applications available. So we had to embrace our own approaches to how we did things. Wouldn't say we always got it right, but we took a very risk-based mindset to how we did things, and really looked at where those lines in the sand of responsibilities were. Where was USCIS's responsibility with the SaaS product, and where did the vendors pick up, and where were we required for alerting and not being required, and how did that all work? Sometimes it's really easy to do, and it makes a lot of sense. Other times it was a lot more messy and more challenging for us to do. FedRAMP has really streamlined that and made that a lot more efficient, a lot better for us. Because I'll tell you, when we were first doing this and kind of going it alone and trying to figure this out ourselves with little to no policy on cloud and no policy on SaaS, and very little understanding of the environments, it was very challenging. I mean, we really spent a lot of sleepless nights trying to figure this out. And like I said, we learned a lot. I mean, mistakes are a wonderful way to learn. And we had a number of what I'll call close calls that we took away a lot of lessons learned and said, okay, we can do things better, faster, and this doesn't make sense the way we're doing them. A lot of it was undoing our old mindsets. I've often referred to it as the compliance mindset, and pulling away from that and really embracing risk management and really understanding what that means and how that applies in a very active, dynamic environment. And that took us a while. It was both a cultural change for the security program as well as sort of a process change. If that makes sense.
And Gurinder, maybe jump in here a little bit about the federated approach to identity and access management, because it's in that reciprocity discussion a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at it from a technical perspective, that you start talking about things like federation, right? So it's I don't want to say double-edged sword, but it's something you have to be mindful of, because federation essentially means that you're trusting the other party. And with that trust comes a lot of responsibility. Now, you can have, and you should have, appropriate controls on your side as well, because you should not blindly trust. So often you look at federation almost as a means of convenience, but I think it should be used very, very sparsely and only with entities that you truly trust. So, Raghav and Shane talked about these controls that get vetted throughout. When it comes to a technical solution, that doesn't exist, because this is data moving in real time. So there, you can't post-audit controls. You literally have to say, hey, I pre-audited, I know these controls and configurations exist on these systems, but I'm still going to go ahead and implement these on my systems. because I do want to provide that level of convenience, but at the same time, I need to make sure that security is always, top of mind from a federation model standpoint.
All right, we got a question. I'll hold it. You tell them who you are.
I'm Dennis Riley with Gigamon, and my question is for Shane, but I'm happy to hear from the other panelists as well. You mentioned that about 90% of your workload has gone to the cloud, which is remarkable. And I've seen surveys where a lot of agencies and even private sector companies are reluctant to move their workloads to the cloud because they don't feel like they have the same visibility into the data and applications that they do on-prem. And under the shared security model, they remain responsible for the data, even if it's in the cloud. So, the idea being, if I can't see it, I can't defend it. So how have you all handled that, especially if you're in a multi-cloud environment where you can't expect a lot of cooperation between the competing cloud service providers?
Well, avoid multi-cloud like the plague if you're interested in security. Multi-cloud solves contracting problems. It doesn't solve security problems. It's a great question. And I will say when we first, we had a CIO at the time, this was 12 years ago or so, who came into the federal government from industry with the sole intent of doing two things. One, deploying to the cloud, and two, implementing agile development, for lack of a better word. He was successful in both. What I would have loved if he'd had a third goal to develop the security program along with it. So, we really rushed into cloud very quickly. Mistakes, like I indicated earlier, mistakes are a great teacher. And so as a security program that was used to operating sort of in a waterfall methodology where, we're going to sit around and review your security plan for the next 8 months, and then maybe we'll sign it. We had to pivot and start changing the way we approached the problem. And so, you're at this, and I will say there was a lot, including me, were very hesitant about cloud because of there was this big unknown. At this point, I would argue cloud is far more secure. And I'm capable of doing things in cloud I simply could never do on-prem. And in fact, this whole premise of zero trust, I think, is a cloud-enabled capability. They claim you can do it on-prem, sorta, but not. The real power of zero trust comes into play when you have cloud technologies in play. And so, to get to your point, though, it really came back to how best to secure it in cloud and how we had to alter the security program to do that. And we had a couple of incidences that occur that taught us some very valuable lessons about cloud technologies that we walked away from. And I think the first thing we learned was that automation was our friend. As a security program, most security programs, especially at that time, they didn't have development teams as part of the solution. They just didn't. But if you're heavy in cloud and your security program doesn't have developers, you're probably failing at your job. Every cloud incident I have ever been involved in involved development teams in one form or a fashion or another. So to have them in my SOC, and literally they are in my SOC, they sit next to my security analysts, they sit next to my threat hunters. Actually everybody in my SOC actually has programming experience because it's almost a requirement. It's how you respond. It's how you handle cloud. It's how you develop in cloud. So, really changing the mindset of how we approached it. And then also getting the business side as well as the other members within IT kind of comfortable with how we were approaching it. We never, so we started out doing automation, and I think the first automation we did was preventing people from turning S3 buckets to becoming public. Something you can do with code, by the way, and a lot of fun stories around that one. But then we figured out, well, wait a second, if they can do that by code, that means we can monitor it by code. And that was really our first sort of like aha moment of like, oh my gosh, we can do this. Like, this is something we can do. And we started developing a whole cloud monitoring solution around it, but long before there were commercial versions of these. Amazon had some few things here and there, but there really wasn't much on the market. And we built our own. And so for the first few years that we were in cloud, we were monitoring about 120 or so events every day, or potential, specific events, and getting 5,000 to 6,000 hits. But the next step that we took, we realized that, it's great to monitor that and great to get all these alerts, but I didn't have the staff to see all that. It just didn't. So then it became obvious, well, wait a second, if we can monitor the alert by code, that means we can respond by code too. And so it really was a game changer for us when we really embraced what security automation meant to a security program in the cloud. And that gave us the ability and the comfort to begin really getting at the heart of the security problems related to cloud. And it's going to remain that whole issue about the shared data model or shared services model, and the concerns around it are legitimate. And you should always put in a number of security controls in the proper way to do it. Zero Trust does help with that because you can still control the identity pieces to a large extent. But then it goes back to some just basic hygiene. I mean, encryption at rest and ensuring that you monitor and have encryption, making sure you own the keys, for heaven's sakes. I mean, that seems real basic, but it's shocking to me how many organizations don't own their keys. So they encrypt at rest, but then they give the keys to a third party, and that is absurd to me. So, doing basic hygiene stuff, even at that level, is shockingly comforting, and it actually gets you a long ways down that road in terms of really getting that secure model in place, so you feel comfortable to be having that data there. Is it perfect? No, not even close. But it is definitely moving in the right direction. And I think what I do like about it is there's a vested interest by the vendor community to equally want to secure that too, right? They don't want to be in the news any more than I want to be in the news. And so, I'm sure ServiceNow or, pick any of the vendors out there, if they had a data breach that released USCIS's information and they were at the heart of that, even though I'm going to get dragged into the press with them, they don't want that either, because their name and their brand and their cybersecurity are all tied together. So they're working closely, and keeping that level of collaboration between you and the vendor is really critical. We work very closely with our SaaS product vendors and other product providers for that very reason. And it's proved very beneficial over the years. They've come up with a lot of really great solutions to sort of get us where we need to be on certain things, as well as us doing our due diligence to make sure we know exactly what we're getting ourselves into. There's been a couple times when we jumped feet first and didn't look, and didn't end well.
Yeah, I think I would just add one piece to it. Obviously, cloud is inevitable, right? So when you talk about control and you talk about, well, what kind of control will I have? And I think one piece to always be mindful of is ensuring you're adhering to protocols and standards, right? Because at that point, regardless of if you're doing HTTP within your network, or if you're doing HTTP, through an internet backbone, you're still going to be able to know, okay, this is how I troubleshoot it, this is where I look for packet, this is where I look for data. Same thing with encryption. If you're using standard encryption, you know how standard encryption works, regardless of if it's an on-prem or a cloud environment. So it's very important that we don't try to, this concept of roll your own and whether security, identity, getting away from that and using standardized protocols is very, really important as well.
Jason, I just want to add, I think just to give our sense of perspective on multi-cloud, is it good or bad or not? From our perspective, when it comes to software as a service or platform as a service, the more the merrier. If you're a platform that can help us do our mission, and we categorize you as software or platform as a service, we definitely want to be open to working with you. On infrastructure as a service, we definitely take a much more conservative approach. We don't want to be spread too thin in terms of our resources and threat mitigation capabilities, so we're much more conservative on that. What we have done, though, is some of you might have read, FTC was one of a handful of agencies that got a Zero Trust Award out of the Technology Modernization Fund. And our award is to look at getting a multi-cloud SOC as a service. So, yeah, I think I'd agree with Shane that multi-cloud is a different set of specs that you have to figure out how to secure. And I'm looking forward to that some of you will look at our TMF proposal when it hits the streets and respond. That's all. Thanks, Jason.
So I'm going to have to follow up with you.
Excuse me?
I'm going to have to follow up on that question on that.
Yeah. I toss it.
You open the door, because we have a couple more questions. I don't want to take it too long, but anything you can give us about where you're at in that process? You've gotten the money, you're about to get the money, you hope to get the money soon, and then what's the next set of steps generally? Anything you can tell us right now?
The next set of steps are all the boring procurement steps that all of you are familiar with. We're not going to do anything different. We'll put out the RFP, we'll look for the best solutions we can. But I think for all the vendors that are out there, at the end of the day, we want to be successful. And a big part of success is actually not the platforms. It is the resources that come along to make sure we're successful getting everything out of it. Some vendors will tell you that Okta is a very complicated platform. As much as it appears easy in usability, there's a ton of features and depth to it. And so whatever vendor proposal comes in, I think we're always looking to make sure we will have access to the right resources to get the most out of that platform.
All right. I could ask you all day, but we have more questions. Tell them who you are.
So my name is Will Spangler with CrowdStrike. Thanks again for your time. So we're seeing with a lot of our customers that kind of the foundational application of record, for better or worse, can be Active Directory or ADFS. How do you guys see best practices in kind of leveraging ADFS to align with Zero Trust? And how are you securing ADFS as a threat vector as it relates to Zero Trust architecture?
So
I'm going to take the fifth. I'm not answering that one.
I
I'll get
noticed,
myself in all kinds of trouble.
just out of curiosity, is there a Microsoft booth in this room?
Anyway.
All right. In all seriousness, listen, I think there are a lot of organizations that have built a lot into their Microsoft platforms in ADFS. I don't think it's as relevant to talk about the platform as talk about some of the unique things that you have to monitor in those platforms. So for example, whether it's ADFS or Google or any of the other key platforms out there, I think privileged access management is still a pain. It's a real hassle. And there's so many things that are still manual about that process. And as much as Zero Trust covers a lot of accounts that are tied to an identity, there's still service accounts. There are a bunch of account types that don't neatly fit into that. So I think ADFS kind of gets a rap for better or for worse because it tries to address all those issues that are candidly kind of flawed to begin with. So I'd say that the more important thing is, when we think about platforms, is how do we manage privileged accounts and what's the best way to track them? Because at the end of the day, if you look at all the CISA analyst reports that come out after every big event, it's inevitably, step 1, step 2, step 3. Oh, I've commandeered this privileged account. Now let me see what I can do with it. So I think that's the key thing everyone should be looking out for.
Since I'm on Okta, can I talk about Microsoft?
Yeah. That's all you, man.
So just from a former life, when I did manage and go through this ADFS and some of this on-prem infrastructure in general, I think one thing you have to be mindful of is, remember, when you have on-premise infrastructure, and I think one of the gentlemen in the earlier panel talked about, well, not all legacy is bad when it's kicking ass and doing what it's supposed to do. But when you have legacy or on-premise infrastructure, a lot of times it comes with technical debt, right? So when you talk about ADFS, you're not just getting ADFS, you're getting ADFS talking to a domain controller, right? Now that domain controller talk to your Kerberos ticketing system and those kind of things. So you have to look at a kind of a mind map that entire data flow out to say, okay, ADFS is one component, but all the things that it touches in my environment, how is that becoming vulnerable, right? So that's where I think when you get into Zero Trust and that whole philosophy, and Shane talked about maybe Zero Trust is more, meant for a cloud native environment, is because you kind of, leave all that behind and you have sort of a more cleaner, more modern, secure protocols that you can adhere to and build these frameworks around. Because remember, Zero Trust is, and maybe it's a little bit of heresy on my part, as much as it is about, being a security enabler, it's almost as much as important to be a business enabler, right? So from a Zero Trust perspective, if you're moving to a cloud adoption because your business needs it to, then I don't see ADFS in the picture.
I'll say this is as far as I'll take it. This is how I view life in the sense of how I approach things as a CISO for a very large organization and complex organization with a lot of vendors and a lot of people we work with. I view my relationship with my vendors as a partnership. Now, I understand there's legalities and there's reasons why that's not a perfect partnership, but that partnership is a two-way street in terms of communication and how it benefits us, right? And those vendors out there who have had to work with me when I don't view you as a vendor, and you know who they are, or as a partner, you know exactly what will happen. I have no tolerance for it, I have no patience for it. And so when you enter into a relationship, especially something where you have a dependency for a security product or some sort of apparatus that's core or very root to your organization, and you have some misgivings or some serious trust issues with that vendor, that's pretty much the last place you want to be. That's just how it has to be.
All right, good question. Thank you. We got another one.
And you're CrowdStrike, right? Remove CrowdStrike from.
All right, stand up and tell me who you are.
Then I'm not going to say who I am. Steve Lane with Red Vector. So, question for the entire panel. In terms of what is your perspective on the confluence within the federal government of zero trust and the Trusted Workforce 2.0, and your thoughts about how you're going to pull off continuous evaluation as these systems really start to get to scale?
That's an Okta question for sure.
Yeah, I can start. That's fine. I think if you speak to any vendor in the space, you speak to any agency or organization, that's kind of the holy grail, right? Is this continuous authentication? And when you're talking about I guess a hybrid workforce and that kind of securing that kind of user base, a lot of it has to be kind of a partnership, right, between not just the identity provider, not just the organization that's going to set the controls and policies, but also the people that develop the applications, right? So I think there's some frameworks being built now, and I think Okta is on board in one of those frameworks around continuous authentication, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing how that goes, because, like I said, that's literally the holy grail of zero trust, is if you're able to provide continuous authentication all the way to layer 7.
So I think there's a couple of problems. Continuous, it is the holy grail and it is the ultimate end game, but there's a lot of road between here and there, and a lot of decision points that have to be made. What do we mean by it? I mean, what do we have to do it? When do we have to do it? To what level do we have to do it? Obviously we're going to add friction to the process in doing it. Where do we add? Someone in one of the previous panel referred to it as smart friction, and I've always liked that concept because because it's going to be tied to whatever activity or interconnection or attempt that is being made, or maybe it's based on behavioral analytics, or maybe it's based on geography or time. But all these factors have to be included in the decision process, and obviously, given the level, the depth, and how involved this is not something you're going to have a team of analysts doing. You're going to have automation that's doing it. It goes back to my whole thing about having development teams. Because this is, and data analysts, and you're gonna have to have data scientists. My SOC has data scientists and data analysts and everything in it, as much as we have threat hunters. Those are all going to be critical pieces to that factor going forward, because you've got to have all that. The amount of data that's generated by this process is so freaking real. I mean, prior to starting on Zero Trust, we were like 4 terabytes of logs a day. As we've started more and more into the Zero Trust journey, we've easily doubled that. We'll double that again here in the next probably 2 years. We'll be probably pushing 15, maybe even 16 terabytes a day. So, and all that has to be, you've got to have good controls and good visibility at a very granular level in order to do Zero Trust, because ultimately, and it's sort of my problem with the whole concept of Zero Trust, is you're not talking about no trust, you're actually talking about an applied trust at a very macro or micro level. In other words, instead of like the perimeter being the macro, and right now we just say, oh, you're in the perimeter, you're good to go, thumbs up. Now what we're saying is, well, wait a second, laptop, we haven't seen it in a week, we probably ought to scrutinize you a little bit more. Oh wait, you're coming in from a different geography, that doesn't make any sense. All these things have to be factored in that decision process, but it's applied to more than just the users. It's to every asset in your entire environment. It's every switch. It's every, you're still going to have stuff on-prem. We have I don't know, 180, 190 offices around the world. We're still going to have equipment on those sites, so that we have to apply the same principles of Zero Trust to that equipment, and we've got to be able to control its onboarding and offboarding. We've got to be able to control its identity as much as we're going to control the users. And again, this is all going back to the principles of automation and ensuring that you have certificate automation, secrets management's in place. All these kind of basic building blocks for Zero Trust. So it should be asset trust, not Zero Trust, just saying.
Yeah, I was going to answer the question by asking a question. How many of you have tried to teach your parents or grandparents how to use multi-factor authentication? So I think a big part of, I don't know, secure workforce, whatever the buzzword is, I think it's going to have a huge impact on how we think about attack surface. If the system can't be designed so reliably all the users of it are going to fall under some kind of identity-proofed authentication, then there's going to be a lot of discussion on whether or not that system should still be accessible in the way it was currently designed. I will say one of the big decisions we had at the FTC was, how we thought about issuing our end-user equipment. We shut down all of our remote access for virtual desktops. So no BYOD, no BY authorized device. We would only allow people to use government-issued equipment. And there was definitely a lot of very, very upset fans of the Mac computer at the FTC. But I think you'll see a lot of organizations make decisions like that, because they'll realize they can only go as far as their ability to identity proof. And once they get to that point, they will make really uncomfortable decisions about what to keep and what to shut down.
Gurinder, any add to it, or trusted workforce?
I don't know, it might be a little adjacent, but I think it's a lot of, so interestingly, CISA had a Zero Trust survey, I think it was recently, that came out, and one of the things they talked about was, well, what are the challenges around adopting? Well, first of all, it was a lot of organizations are undertaking Zero Trust initiatives, obviously. And the second thing was shedding light on, well, what are the challenges around that? And ironically, Okta did a similar survey. I think we had 700 customers we surveyed. And the issue came out to be the same thing, which was, hey, we don't have the skill set and we don't have the technical know-how how to, whether it was implementing a certain construct of Zero Trust or whether it was where to start. And I think a lot of organizations unknowingly fall into this trap of trying to put a technology in place and then putting processes around there and then smacking people on the hand saying you're not following the process, when it should be completely the other way around, right? You have to understand your assets. So you have to understand your people, your data, your applications. You have to define processes around that, and then you go in and find the technology that's going to map to it. And so it's important to always go people, process, technology as sort of a best way to make a successful attempt at a Zero Trust implementation.
All right, we have maybe time for one or two more questions if they're quick. Anybody? Otherwise, I'll get the last one. Nope. All right, there. Sorry.
Don't take anything from Patrick.
Nothing from Patrick. All right. My mic. You tell them who you are.
Hi, I'm Patrick Chu, and I work for Okta.
Now tell me a question.
Yeah, so the quick question is, we talk a lot about Zero Trust as it relates to workforce identity. When we have agencies such as USCIS as well as the FTC, oftentimes we have customers who needs access to applications that we provide. How does Zero Trust extend into that, and how do you guys think about and evolve that identity landscape?
Yeah, thank you.
See, this is why you shouldn't take questions from Patrick.
It's a good question.
So USCIS, as I mentioned earlier, we provide immigration benefits to, well, anybody who's interested in coming to the United States for various and sultry reasons. And that means then I have a very large user base external to my agency, millions of users actually, tens of millions. And it's a very, when we first started doing this, with systems, and bear in mind, immigration for the very longest time was paper, all paper, more paper than you can possibly imagine. Given the fact that we process about 12 million benefits in a single day, you can imagine the level of paper that generated. I think the quota was something like a stack of paper. We generated enough paper in a single day that if you stacked it all up, it'd be the height of the Statue of Liberty, and it's probably not far off. So as we've moved into more of a digital immigration process, and we have, where we've digitalized probably a little more than 50% now of the immigration process, this becomes a really big concern for us, and getting us to a better place. And we have some other unique challenges. Most of the people that we serve are not U.S. citizens. So think of how much, think a lot of the multi-factor authentication protocols, they rely on the fact that you're a U.S. citizen. They really do. If you start looking at them, it becomes exceptionally challenging for people who are refugees or asylees, and their home address as a stand is some refugee camp in the middle of Africa that a place you've never even heard of. So, how do you do that, and how do you process that? It is a huge challenge, and it's something we're taking on right now. Zero Trust does apply to those principles. How are we going to do it? Honestly, we're still working our way through that. There will be, obviously, we've implemented multi-factor a while ago, but we've got to do better. It's just we have to. I mean, it's the reality of life.
Yeah, I think it's a great example of hard choices. For the FTC, we operate reportfraud.ftc.gov, and we do it in partnership with several other agencies. We also operate identitytheft.gov. So there's always a trade-off. How easy do you want to make it for someone to submit a complaint or an indication of a company doing something inappropriately, versus how much time do you want them to go through the multi-factor steps and again, especially when it comes to supporting seniors or underrepresented communities, we go through all that line of thinking to figure out what is the right balance to play in terms of how easy and how difficult something should be. And I anticipate we'll have a lot of discussions back and forth with OMB and CISA on what the right balance should be. But I think the best way we can do right now to mitigate those risks is we do operate a pretty healthy call center. So we recognize that we have to find alternative means for people to interact with us in a way that's not digital, which may sound, counter to a lot of organizations want to go digital, but the reality is there are elements of the population that's just a big divide. Right now, if everything is designed around multi-factor authentication, you're essentially expecting every user to commit to $1,000 a year in terms of their cell phone contract, in terms of what they're paying for a cell phone, and those things start adding up. So it'll be a cause of a lot of discussion, I think, amongst all the agencies on how to approach that balance. Because the mission is serving everyone, not just the folks who can afford multi-factor authentication. So we'll have to figure something out.
All right. Any last questions? Otherwise, I'll get the last one in. All right. So one of the things we've heard ad nauseum is the journey of zero trust. It's a journey. It's not a from each of your perspectives, what's the one piece of advice? What's the one ask you have, knowing that we have a mixed audience of feds and industry? What's the one piece of I know you can even go to advice you'd offer about this journey of zero trust and identity and access management? I think we start with Shane. So Gurinder, why don't you start us off with the one thing you got left to tell us?
Yeah, sure. So I guess being a little biased, I would say that when you look at the different pillars in Zero Trust, identity, network, application data, and devices, you see that all these things interact on the data, right? But ultimately, majority of them can and tend to change, right? You can come, log into application A directly through the internet, application B through your VPN, or I can start an expense report on my phone, then complete it on my laptop. But the one thing that does stay constant is identity, right? So identity can be that anchor point where you can sort of design your security framework around, because that's a constant. That's the one that's going to live through the transaction lifecycle of your data, and you're going to be able to correlate. So when we talked initially about kicking off alerts based on activity, or you talked about device posture based on activity, all that stuff can be always tied back to an identity. So I think that's a good starting point, and maybe that's one of the reasons that it's the first pillar in the model.
I think if I had one ask for all the vendors here is just that I think sometimes we make it really difficult for vendors to complain about how stupid a policy is in the federal government. And I would love it if all of you just did not worry about complaining. And I wish I could rewrite those clauses in the FAR that say, oh, you must abide by all federal policies, blah, blah, blah. And then it creates this cycle where you'll never complain about a policy after you win the contract. And I just want to encourage all of you to please invest in your complaining instincts, because I think we just need a lot more of it. The data point that I always give when it comes to federal cybersecurity is that it takes us so long to learn and change something. I think it wasn't that long ago where we couldn't use cookies on a website. And there's generations of god-awful government websites that happened as a result of that. It took 10 years to get rid of that. I think it took us over a decade to revisit a lot of our TIC policies. And I always put in perspective for people. It took the country, I think, 12 years to get rid of prohibition as a constitutional amendment. So I would encourage everyone, hey, if you see a policy out there that's in government and you think it's getting in the way of us advancing what we want to do for cybersecurity, find someone on the federal leadership side and complain. And there are a lot of us on the federal side, we're just looking for an excuse to complain too. So let us know what you'd like to see different.
I have to say, in all the years of doing this, I don't think if everyone had anyone ask for more complaints, but pointed ones, not just,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Shane, last word.
So I guess my advice would be this: is start with the basics, and this applies both to the vendor community as well in terms of the offerings and the things you're providing, and as well as to the federal and public sectors, because the basics are what's critical to building this all up. If you don't have those basics in place, this is going to be your secrets management solution. This is going to be automation. This is going to be your asset management process. And by asset management, I mean the entire aspect of your assets. It's going to be APIs. It's going to be users. It's going to be data. It's going to be hardware, software, and everything in between. That means there's got to be an onboarding process, a transfer process, and an offboarding process. That all has to be managed and controlled. And while you're doing all this, of course, keep in mind that in building these basic building blocks for your zero trust journey, that you've also got to figure out a way to isolate and protect those, because those become sort of the golden eggs. Those are the things that anyone who's going to want to come after you is going to want to get a hold of. So that entire environment's got to be separated and segregated in some form or fashion, whether it's a tier 0 approach, however you want to look at it, but it's got to be different. It's got to be protected in different ways than the rest of your enterprise. And then when you do start down the journey path, and it is a journey, and by the way, we will be doing this for 18 years, right? HSP 12 will do it for 18 years. I will not be on a panel for it in 18 years, though. I promise you that. But make sure that you recognize that this is you take a very agile approach to how you go about it. Take on what you can and just sort of chew away at the elephant, as they say. That approach, you're never going to be able to do all things all at once. It's not possible. It's on the scopes of realities. And I think, what I love what vendors bring to us is when they bring us these little pieces to the puzzle and they're solutions, but they don't try to sell me the entire, we're going to give you zero trust. No, you're not. You're going to give me a small segment of it. Come in, be honest about what you're providing, be a partner in that process. And when I mean partner, in all ways possible. And be honest about how that slice that you're providing, because that's what's important to me. That's what I need as an owner. I'd like to think I'm the smartest person in the room. I know I'm not. So having a lot of other smart people in the room and helping us go down that path is really, really important. And also recognizing and bringing your industry expertise and what you're seeing in other organizations is really part of that partnership. So I think that's probably more than I should say.
All right, very good. Let's give the panelists a great round of applause. They did a great job. You all were a great audience. Tom?
Thank you, Jason. While we have you here, are you working on any hot stories? We won't tell anybody. Nobody here tell any of these hot stories you're working on. Do you have anything going on this week?
Wow. Yes. And let's just say it's budget related, and it has a big focus on things like evidence-based policymaking and customer experience.
Love it.
There you go.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. All right, Tom, what's next?
What's next? We have a couple of talks. A couple of things that I wanted to bring up that were brought up in this panel. Multi-cloud, we have a group on that. Some early findings are that if you're a small agency, probably stick with one cloud. If you're a big agency, you'll probably go multi-cloud. We also have a couple identity management pilots. We're trying to get past this CAC and PIV. I mean, we're on the 18th anniversary of PIV cards, but we want to use our mobile devices to do it. And I think that's it. So we are going to go to a couple tech talks, and then we're going to have an abbreviated panel. Hope everybody can stay. We're going to have, I think I'm ready for a drink pretty soon here. So we are not going to go longer than 3 o'clock. I've already determined that. I'm making a command decision. But we've got a couple quick tech talks, and then we got our last panel of the day with our government chair. So our first talk is going to be with Gary Bartlett, and Gary is the federal field CTO for Illumio. And welcome, Gary. That's Jason's mic.
All right, we'll jump. All right, here we go. So I appreciate the opportunity to come up and talk to you and get the slide to go. So I'm going to talk about Stop the Insanity. And I promise I'm going to make this quick. We'll try to make up a little bit of time here so that we can all get to the reception afterward. Here's the reality. We've spent decades trying to do the same thing over and over again, trying to defend against a compromise on our networks. It's pretty much like I have spent decades trying to figure out how to not upset my wife. I keep trying, but I'm bound to upset her. And no matter how much effort we put in to trying to stop someone from getting into our network, it's gonna happen. Just like sure as shooting, as I'm standing here, within the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna upset my wife again. I can guarantee it. So the issue is, once compromised, most networks have nothing in place to defend against the east-west movement inside their networks. And why is that? It's because we spend so much time focused on trying to keep the adversaries out, we don't ask ourselves what are we gonna do when they get in. Now, my corollary to that is I always ensure that the guest room has clean sheets. It's that simple, because I think it's important, because I know I'm gonna upset my wife. But what are we doing about our networks to ensure that once an adversary gets in, because they're gonna get in, we're gonna continue to try to keep them out. The reality is, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So what are we gonna do about stopping them in their tracks once they get inside our networks? And the answer is, agencies that have microsegmentation, that do not have microsegmentation, they're fighting a war they can't win. They are assuming that they are never gonna have to worry about an adversary inside their networks. And again, I emphasize, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So what can we do about it? First thing is we need to understand the actual flow of information throughout our networks. And that's application to application. We need visibility, we need better visibility of how our applications talk. Because guess what? That's how adversaries move through our networks. They compromise a box through an application, and they use that box as a jumping off point for their next attack. It's that plain, it's that simple. And we have known this for years. And yet very few people do anything about that. So first, you have to better understand what your networks actually look like. And I don't mean how they're routed and switched. I'm talking about how information actually flows between boxes inside your network. We must understand that if we're ever going to try to win this war against adversaries. Once you've done that, you need to implement micro-trust segmentation. So what does that mean? You've got to lock down boxes so that if a box is compromised, that's as far as that adversary can move. And stop allowing them free, unvetted access through your networks. It's that simple. Now, I am not saying that all the other pieces of zero trust are not important. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying give up on identity. I'm not saying give up on network segmentation. I'm not saying give up on those things. What I'm saying is we oftentimes already have those pieces in place. Right? And we just keep trying to reattack and reattack and reattack and refine those things. And the reality is those things are not going to stop an adversary from traversing through your network. It's plain, it's that simple. We've got to do something different to stop the insanity of allowing adversaries unfettered access through our networks. So it's important and it's critical that we implement something that stops that east-west movement. So I encourage everyone to really take a serious pause and ask yourselves, what are you doing to stop the adversary, not if they get in your network, but when they get in your network? And what are you doing to stop that east-west lateral movement? So real quick, the SolarWinds, right? So everybody was supposedly doing everything right with SolarWinds, right? We all know the story behind SolarWinds. SolarWinds, the company, they got compromised, right? But the customers who were being very careful about who they were getting their updates from, they were being very careful about implementing those updates, those customers were doing everything right. Still, the adversary managed to bypass whatever defenses they had in place and get inside their network. And why was SolarWinds so detrimental to companies out there? Because once inside, most companies had nothing in place to stop the lateral movement through their networks. Now, if you have microsegmentation in place, and there are plenty of examples of companies who did have microsegmentation in place when SolarWinds happened, what happened? The SolarWinds compromise got its initial foothold, went to make its command and control call back so they could start to route through the network, and it was stopped in its tracks. SolarWinds was effectively defeated at a single box level and never got a foothold to start laterally moving through the networks. So I encourage everyone to stop and ask themselves, what are we doing to stop the lateral movement of adversaries, not if, but when they get inside our network? So with that, I'm going to end with, let's stop the insanity. I hope you find your zero segmentation sanity, and please come back and check us out in the back of the room if you're interested in more information. Thank you.
Gary, I think, can you hang on for a sec?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is one of the main tenets of zero trust that I think is new. Where is the federal government in the maturity level for microsegmentation?
The federal government is very low in its maturity level of microsegmentation. In fact, I would say that a lot of times when you talk to the federal government, they ask you, what is microsegmentation? They understand the term of zero trust, and they understand some of the more common pillars of zero trust. But when you get to the microsegmentation, start talking about microsegmentation, it's almost an unknown thing. And I will tell you, as a former CIO, the reason behind that is, it is very hard to change your mindset to say, I'm gonna not give up the fight, but accept the fact that my fight to prevent an adversary from getting in is not gonna work, and I have to do something different.
And finally, I can't get you off the stage. Commercial, are they behind, ahead,
No,
about the same?
commercial is far ahead of the federal government when it comes to microsegmentation, and zero trust in general, but specifically with microsegmentation. And like I said, we see many of our customers who that slide I showed about SolarWinds did not impact them because of the fact that they had microsegmentation in place, and it stopped the SolarWinds attack in its place.
Great, that's a great point. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you,
Great talk.
everybody.
Okay, and our last tech talk of the day, we're going to have Wayne Lariche. Wayne is the solution architect for Palo Alto. And Wayne, you mind coming up? Did I get is it Wayne Lariche? Is that good enough? Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's me, Wayne Lariche. Appreciate you all hanging out. I know it's getting late, so I'll try to be brief. Go ahead, next slide, please. So appreciate you all sticking around. I wanted to talk a little bit about a use case of Palo Alto Networks, and not from the approach of us as a vendor, but from us as an enterprise, right? So from a use case perspective, following all the tenets of M2209, we are on par with a large independent agency. So we're about 13,000 employees, each with endpoints, devices, and about 150,000 internet-connected devices, and we serve 85,000 plus customers. So the point is that we're targeted just like any federal enterprise. And I think this has been probably talked to death today, but we can all agree, us collectively, that M2209, Nist 802.7 basically points out that cybersecurity or zero trust is a cybersecurity strategic approach, and not just a product or a suite of products. And so M2209 calls out a lot of goals and things that the federal government aims to meet. And we basically took this to heart, again, as an enterprise ourselves. So basically what we did was we took, as a starting point, we took the CISA Zero Trust Foundations and the maturity model pillars, and we added domains of users, applications, and infrastructure as an overlay to that. Now this approach really gives you flexibility for multiple use cases. Obviously, every agency is a little bit different. Some are going to be more focused on IoT, some are more focused on identity of users, and some have infrastructure and content that's out on the web for consumption. And so what we did, it's going to be hard to see, but we basically built a zero trust architecture, and these architectures are available on our website. So if you're looking to move toward, following an 802.7, moving towards M2209, this is just an example of an architecture that we've basically built. And again, from a use case perspective, this is something that we did for our own enterprise. Again, 13,000 employees, 85,000 customers. And we basically took this and we've added different pieces to it. And the idea is, from a consumption perspective, you could take an architecture like this and add pieces that you already have and move toward that maturity model. So, the last speaker talked a little bit about, say, something like SolarWinds. That's one of the attacks kind of in the center right, where we're really trying to prevent attacks against our servers. And we were able to basically thwart those type of attacks by blocking the exfil and the lateral movement through things like microsegmentation, segmentation at the VMs, agents on the devices themselves. But the interesting thing for us was that we did all this through automation. It wasn't something that needed to be looked at. It was really blocked, and we didn't even know that it was being blocked until the announcement came out. We went back and looked at our logs and saw that indeed we were blocking all of this data exfil. So from there, we basically take that architecture and we build policies for context based on what we call the Kipling method, right? So a who, what, where, when, why, and how. Basically take these and build those decisions based on context. So an example would be like an open source or an OSINT team that is allowed to look at Facebook but is not allowed to post to Facebook or download, et cetera. This is something that you can do within your zero trust policies. So with that, like I said, I know we're short on time, so I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor. Thanks, Tom.
No problem. Hang on, I got you up here. I'm going to take advantage of it. So the last speaker talked about how industry, financial, healthcare, other areas are ahead. What is your take on that?
I think that's probably true, but you know, every agency is different, and the fact that we have all this guidance from Nist, 800-207, M2209, all this information that's out there, I think it lays out goals that we can actually attain. And the idea is if you follow the CISA Zero Trust Maturity Model that I didn't get to talk too much about, that's the starting point. You can figure out where you need to where you're mature and where you need to move toward maturity. So I think there's a great foundation for that.
Great. Thank you. That was
Thanks,
great.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
everybody.
it. Okay. Last panel of the day, and it's going to go about 35 minutes. And if my panel can come on up, we've got Jerry Karen. I'll just read it off as we're going up here. Well, you guys can see it. I'm going to pull a Jason Miller. You can see their titles. You can see who they are. And we'll get right into it. We don't have too much time. Okay. Welcome, Jerry, Amy, William, and David. Appreciate it. We'll just get right into it. Maybe starting off with you. So we're going to talk about our Zero Trust Lab experience, some of the lessons that we've learned from it, what we can do better. And Jerry, maybe you could take us back to the beginning, because you've been the chair back in the TIC 3.0 days, and now we're into the Zero Trust, and we're readying a phase 2 of the Zero Trust Lab. So really appreciate your leadership and look forward to your comments.
Yeah, I'm really excited. This working group has gone to above and beyond where I thought it would. We did TIC 3.0 prior to this, and I think we had about 8 to 9 vendors do an actual demo lab, and then Tom says, hey, let's do Zero Trust next, and it's like, oh God. But yeah, so we started off, we grandfathered everybody in from the TIC 3.0, the government and the vendors, and then all of a sudden, it seems like overnight we had about 60 plus vendors participating, which is really exciting because, you know, we get to see a lot. And those vendors have been going through, we gave them use cases, scenarios and things, some guidelines to present the presentations so we can, the government looking at these could see apples to apples. And these use cases actually being performed, and each vendor's had 75 minutes every Friday at 11. I think we still have some going on. Every Friday at 11, 75 minutes, each vendor gets to present and is recorded and put on your the ATARC YouTube site as well if you subscribe. So it's been great, but now we're entering to the next phase. We've seen all the singular, or like I say, siloed solutions. Now we are looking at the integrated type of labs, more realistic as to what we have to experience. So we just kicked that off on Thursday with a new set of use cases and scenarios and rules of engagement. It will be closed to government only for these presentations. And I've talked to some people before. Some people are getting calls from multiple folks, and I expect to see the same solution in multiple labs, which is great because we're gonna see a variety and a mix. So I think it's gonna be, phase 2 is gonna be great to see. and I'm looking really forward to it, and we're just starting to get it rolling now. So we're officially in phase 2, I would say.
Thank you, Jerry. And Amy, if you can introduce yourself and what your role in this this play with this lab is and what you've learned.
Great. So I was brought on sort of in the middle as we were doing the Zero Trust labs, and I think the real value of the initial series that we did is just getting an understanding of all the things that were out there. I think a lot of great points have been brought up today through different panelists and speakers about a lot of things came out once EO 14028 and M2209 came out with the different directives for the federal government and the direction we needed to take it. So just getting kind of a lay of the land and then seeing what the vendors have to offer. But the exciting thing is, like, as we've been really looking at the second series of labs, is getting people to realize there is like more than enough work for everyone, and trying to really encourage vendors to realize the opportunity for partnership. So when you're looking at the identity pillar, if you happen to have a friend who's working on something that's on the device pillar versus the data pillar, you know, there's lots of pillars, there's lots of opportunity. So how can you then take and show a series of vendors through the use cases that we've developed? And we really try to make those use cases things that we experience, where we're like, hey, we have a remote worker, they're working on a bring your own device. Now, how can this go in and access an application and access certain data, et cetera? And really looking at how does this work real world and work together? Because everything's a great, elegant solution and a wonderful greenfield environment, but I don't have a single one of those in my environment. Everything is old and everything is legacy, and I've already paid for it. So it's like, how can we like make the best of what we have? Because I would love to kind of bulldoze it down, but I've been told that's not an option.
Next, we'll go with William. If you can introduce yourself and some of the lessons you've learned.
Is that me? Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Sure, David Abramowitz, Chief Technologist for Trend Micro Federal. And for us, I think we're really seeing a pivot on the approach. And by that, I mean, it used to be all about technology. You have a certain problem and you solve it with technology. And now I think we're pushing and we're seeing more that it's all about risk. So determining the attack surface, assessing the risk, where are my vulnerabilities, all of that kind of information, and then remediating, all in sort of this security abstraction layer that brings all those things together. So that's really the first thing, is it's all about risk now and not really a technology problem. And the second, to pivot on what you're saying, is there is a lot of opportunity for third-party integration because no one vendor can do it all. And we realize that, so having those integrations in our software and in our solutions is really going to bring the best solution forth possible, and being able to inform that zero trust policy engine that we're all shooting for.
I think that's a little bit profound, because I think when we started this, it's like everybody said they could handle everything on zero trust. Every vendor could handle everything. And I think we realized pretty short order it's going to take a little bit of a village. Next, we're going to go, we go with Bill, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay, sorry, Bill. Bill Lemons, architect, Federal Systems Engineering. Love to hear at Fortinet Federal. You guys have been a good partner. We work with you on the podcast with Jim.
Yep, absolutely.
And welcome. Just some of the things you've gotten out of this. If you could introduce yourself first, yeah.
Yeah. So you know, we've been involved since the TIC 3.0 days. Kind of the starting of putting some equipment in the lab and trying to showcase our capabilities. So we appreciate the opportunity to continue that as we approach the challenges associated with zero trust. It's definitely it's a very interesting thing to get the perspective of the agency participants of the program. I think that collaboration of vendor and agency is one thing that I think has been pivotal in trying to give us the kind of context and information that we need to help put forth solutions and capabilities that can map to the right areas and truly create those tenets that are pivotal to establishing those foundations of zero trust. So we appreciate that opportunity and that visibility to that information from those agency partners.
And next question is for Jerry. What are some of the things that we learned that we could do better the next time, just by iterating through the process? If you had to do it all over again.
Have another working group lead.
Have another working group? Well, short of that, I don't know.
No, The way we did kind of at the beginning is we found out there was not a common definition of zero trust. We made sure that we level set on that, government only first, and then we fed that to the vendors piecemeal in a way so that they could understand where we were going, and then we ended up merging. And that really helped, so we got everybody on the same page. We're all speaking the same taxonomy now. We derived a lot of our things from the DoD, you know, the DISA documentation 800-207. So we didn't want to just write white papers. The white papers are already out there, very readily available. So we wanted to make something that was actionable. So that's the goal that we set out. So I think that the value in making something actionable that you can actually tangibly see based on a apples to apples set of use cases. You know, we're all agencies, we all have our special snowflake requirements, but you know, the general premise is we wanted to provide the same set of general use cases that everybody could relate to, so that when we're comparing this with this, we get a good understanding. Also, we had the functional capabilities model that we had each vendor fill out as well, so we knew where they fell within the pillars, and we kind of created a couple additional pillars beyond the DHS one, just to split some of those functional capabilities out. And that gave a good understanding of, you know, what gaps can be filled. So if, like Amy was talking about, I made investments, and if I didn't spend another penny, what can I do? I use that for my own maturity to find out where I was at without spending another penny. But also when I go back and look at some of these vendors that were presenting, I know where they fall. So it was a good tool for people to use. And I know vendors came back, where did this come from? A lot of customers are coming to me with this. So it ended up being a good tool as well, so that, you know, you could reach out to the right people to talk about the right things where the gaps that you wanted to fill. So there's been a lot of good things, but the thing I'm really proud of, it's an actionable working group, and we're getting something out of it where we actually get to touch and feel and see. So.
Yep. Amy?
I agree with all those things, and you know, it's great working with Jerry. And you know, when you look at what do you have already, right? I mean, every single person, when it came to the federal agencies, is, you know, we don't deal well with data and applications from a CISO perspective. We spend a lot of our time working on cool technologies. And I think that the maturity assessments most of the agencies has done has shown, like, hey, we're really great at the network. We love those things. We're really great, you know, and when it comes to, you know, identity, we've had 18 years, right? But, you know, when it comes to looking at especially data and applications, we're pretty terrible. And we have not done a great job of working with the mission business owners. And so much has come up about that today is this is no longer about this ubiquitous cybersecurity of show up at the gate, right? It's about where should your data live? Where should your data never live? Who should be having access to that data? Who should not be having access to that data? What devices should be there? What devices shouldn't? Where should they come from? You know, should we really have this remote laptop from a bring your own device in China accessing our network at this moment, right? And accessing this application and then accessing this data. And it really has to understand how all those things work together. And that's why we made real use cases, is because we want it to be something where you can really apply these things. And that's why we're looking for the vendors at this next level. It's about the partnerships, so that you can take that real life scenario and say, oh, how do all these things work together? Because there's no one ring to rule them all. We have to figure out how to do this as a partnership.
I love Lord of the Rings I think my mic went down. I love Lord of the Rings references. Okay, my mic's back on. Okay, fantastic. David.
No, I think that model worked very well for us. Bless you. One thing to mention that I've heard a little earlier today is it also brought on the sensitivity to cloud, no cloud, net movement, on-prem to cloud. And so it drove home the point that many of our customers, many agencies, organizations are not going to be moving and cannot move for a number of reasons, or will not move for a number of reasons. So it's important for us to stick to being able to provide on-premise solutions and always provide those, and not abandon our agency customers in that respect, and be there when and if they move to the cloud. But if there is no movement, or there's a hybrid of those two, that we need to be prepared for all those different scenarios and have solutions available. So that was a big one for us.
Great. Bill?
Yeah, so going back to the taxonomy of zero trust, the various use cases that were outlined as part of the group, the fact that the agencies formed all of that information in advance and then brought the vendors in at a later time to help with an understanding of that. I mean, it really helped set the stage to the vendor community as to what the scope and true nature of what this requirement was going to be. So I think going in, a lot of vendors may have had that kind of myopic view. Well, yeah, zero trust is a use case, so I can handle that. But when you start to deliver the kind of detail that the agencies, that rigor that they went through to put all that information together for us, it really showed the landscape and was a little bit humbling as far as I'm concerned with regards to the challenge that agencies face on a regular basis and the variety across agencies as well. So again, it's making sure you focus on that taxonomy, understanding that taxonomy, speaking in that common language, making sure that when you provide details with regards to the capabilities that you are able to bring to bear in support of the mission, show where you have strengths. Show where those already exist within platforms that are already in use. Show how to augment that with additional software automation work later on. So again, not thinking about, I just need to bring the new shiny tool to this particular environment, but how do I truly embody the whole idea that this is an approach that needs to be taken from end to end, data, applications, users, policy, and the technology inside that environment in order to deliver on this solution. And it is a continual journey. I think it's been said many times that it's a journey. And I think even when you set that target for that journey, when you get close to it, there's still going to be evolution and changes and continual improvement that needs to happen to continue to move along that path as well.
We got time for a few questions. Anybody have any questions of this group? Thank you, Jim.
This is Jim Payne from Security. Many agencies will say to you they have air gap networks, and therefore they don't need ZTA. Is ZTA equivalent to an air gap, or vice versa? Chuck, your comments on that.
I can take this one if you want. We do have air gap networks in our environment, but I mean, just like, do you need only MFA or do you need other things? I mean, it's a control, right? So, like I have a lot of operational technology systems which, are impacted and, not recommended by vendors to have MFA. So is air gapping them a good solution in that environment, especially when they're in the middle of a nuclear waste field? I think pretty good mitigation, right? But at the same time, it's one control factor. What about all the rest of ZTA? What about the microsegmentation? Yes, I want it to be microsegmented, right? I want it to be completely able to get it off the network. So you have to look at all of those different things. What's the data on it, All those things have to be applied. You can't just say, oh, there's like one control. I mean, there's just so many that you have to look at, and it's a factor.
Yeah, I'd almost go beyond that and say that it's almost more important, because typically those types of environments are even more critical and have a level of criticality to them, and the potential for the implications going far beyond just exfiltration of data, that it's imperative that those types of systems have these types of tenants associated with them.
Yeah, I would say, do you have humans accessing data on those air gap systems? You need zero trust. That's it. We've seen some of the worst breaches come from inside in the federal government. Go back to the Snowdens and things like that. Those were systems that you don't want information getting out. So if you got humans involved, I would say you need zero trust.
Yeah, and if you look at historic use cases, operational technology and Stuxnet, they thought that was a good air gap until it wasn't, right? So it just really highlights you can't only look at one pillar or one factor. It all has to be integrated.
Yeah, I've seen some demos of air-gapped environments that would make your jaw drop and would make you think that there's no real use for air gap. So they're public, they're online, they're temperature-based and causing USB devices to do all kinds of funny things. So we shouldn't have this sense of comfort around air gap as impenetrable. and irrelevant to the zero trust case.
Anybody have any more questions? I can always ask questions.
We're
Okay.
between them and drinks.
Yeah, I think they're thinking about their next drink. Hang on.
Hi, my name's Colin Sweeney. I'm with ZKX Solutions. One thing we hear a lot in the zeitgeist of zero trust is this threat of vendor lock-in. What were some of the roadblocks that you perceived, through the laboratory experience, and what are some of the strategies that you're developing as a result of that to sort of avoid or circumvent this risk that's posed by multiple vendors coming together? Thank you.
I think from the Trend Micro perspective, we have developed a services gateway that allows us to incorporate third-party applications, and we're also feeding our own threat intelligence and our own zero trust policy engine with the results of other vendors. So we have vulnerability scanners that are Rapid7, Tenable, Qualys, that are feeding information into that environment so that we can have this security abstraction layer that is feeding not only from our own threat intelligence and results, but from third-party vendors who have an API where we can securely ingest that information and use it to help our customers.
Yeah, I think there's also there's a healthy amount of input from agency and ATARC as the governing agency around it for this collaboration. That vendor lock-in is really not an option. This is a come together kind of organization and process, and it's been fostered through everyone that's been involved in the program to focus on that and make sure that whatever technology you're bringing to bear in support of the mission, that you're thinking about all of those aspects as part of it, knowing full well that yes, you may have 1, 2, or 5 capabilities that you're going to be bringing to support whatever the challenges are, but this is a best of breed consumption model in the federal government, and with that comes the requirement for integration, open API, the use of standards protocols, all those types of things. So I think every vendor that's kind of come to the table here has known from day one that integration is a requirement, and that vendor lock-in is just really not possible.
And I think that's something you see a lot in the U.S. is that sense of competition, that we're all in this, but we're not in it together, that we need to sell our stuff and you need to sell your stuff and we need to clear you out. But if you look at other countries, Israel, for instance, right, they're incorporating solutions from many vendors in the same space because we complement each other. And I think that's the way we have to shift our thinking, is to enhance and bolster our customers and our agency security postures by providing the best that we all have to offer, not foolishly going in and saying you have to have just our stuff or nothing's going to work. That's unreasonable, and it's not how it works outside the US.
Yeah, and our working group, we're not grading vendor solutions. We're not saying this is better than that. No, we're given a platform for the government to be able to see all the options, because option A might fit better than option B might be better for Amy, for example, right? So we wanted to not do that. We did not want to rate vendors. We wanted them to be able to provide the platform based on our requirements. And the other thing, as was being talked about, you really need to take in information from so many factors to make these decisions. And so, I'll just use an example. Your trend might define a risk level some way, but I need telemetry from something else so I can get an overall confidence or risk score, interchange the terminology, so I can automate that policy decision. What am I going to do based off these risk factors? So, whether that comes from product A, product B, if I can get that telemetry and build that methodology to make those decisions, it's not going to come from one. And it can't be that linear thing. It's like, all right, this tool says this. All right, let's go to the next step. No, we got to kind of bring this all together to get a good understanding of, all right, this is everything I'm understanding about this situation. What am I going to do based on all these factors?
I've got a question back here. We've got time for a few more. I'm way back here now. I will say one thing before I let this gentleman ask the question, since I had the mic. I remember on that kickoff day, and all the vendors said, "Oh, we have to talk in front of everybody? We have to partner?" It was like that mentality has changed over time, and that's kind of under your leadership, Jerry, and just reality. But we have a question.
This is Kripa Singh from CGI Federal. We have seen many or tons of vendors with tons of tools when we think about zero trust architecture. What do you guys think about selection criteria, how a client should go when they think about zero trust? Because it's very hard to just select 10, 20 tools for one kind of functionality. So 5 vendor claims that, okay, we are having same functionality. Some of them are better in one functionality, another one is better in another functionality. So if I'm looking for 10 or 20 functionality from one kind of tool, and there are 20 tools saying that, okay, I'm better in this one, I'm better in this one, I'm better in this one. So should I select all 20, or I should go for 1 or 2? And it will be very difficult to integrate that many tools together, and it will be costly as well. So what's your thought on that? Have you think about this when you are thinking about zero trust?
I think it's what Jerry just mentioned, and it really has to be about understanding your particular mission, your particular use cases, your particular risk. So, there's different missions that we have. So for, Department of Energy, and even within the Department of Energy, my nuclear mission is very, very different than my energy mission than is, my business missions and my open science missions. And so I might even have multiple solutions depending on what the mission space is within my organization. And, and then I look at Jerry and all of the other different agencies that are there, and we're going to each have to, look at each tool, and then, what do we already have in our environments and what's going to make the most sense. So it's going to have to be that risk-based, business-based, mission-based approach.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted to do, is we wanted to give a good cross-section. That's why we had them fill out the capabilities model to understand where they fall and what functions that they primarily do. But we also asked them, not only what do you do primarily, where do you also integrate? Because we want to understand the integrations, because this is an integration effort. And like Amy said, I may have an investment already, and, well, there's these 5 vendors that do this similar thing, but, based on what I have, this one integrates best maybe for what I have, but that may be different for the other agencies. So, we wanted to make sure that the government participation that's seeing these can kind of understand all the options that are out there available. That's why we open it wide. We don't do selection of who can participate, who not. It's pretty wide open, that door, so we can get as much visibility to these companies that can come and help us as government achieve this, and understand, all right, this is where they fall. Now, at the end of the day, I got to select what fits best within my environment for my purposes and my mission. Amy's got to do the same for hers. She may have different investments already, but something else might work better for her than it will for me. So, but being able to have this kind of platform and this working group allows us to see all those options and understand what capabilities each of these solution providers are able to bring to bear for that.
Yeah, I'd even go as far as to say, use zero trust principles to do your evaluation. Don't trust one particular periodical, one particular vendor's opinion. Take advantage of organizations and collaborations like this. Do your research with third-party validation groups and get a better understanding of how those platforms do perform under certain conditions. Talk to other agencies and see what's worked for them. I mean, all of that information should be part of that process to determine what are the ones that you think might fit for your environment. It's incredibly important to have that good picture and understanding of what your needs are and what your gaps are before you start even the journey of trying to look for a vendor or a vendor's capability to try and augment your environment. But once you get there and you have that understanding, definitely take in as much information as you can to help with that decision-making process.
Yeah, it's going to be a balancing act, right? So you may find that of the 10 different solutions that do a particular thing very well, maybe only 3 of them have an API where you can pull information out of them, where you can send information, or where they fit into the puzzle of your zero trust policy engine may be better than the other ones do. So it's going to be an analysis based on factors like that.
Yeah, and I think Shane mentioned in one of the earlier ones or panels about don't be afraid to fail. I mean, I think that's one of the things that he's found that's really made his environment improve is taking from those small failures and augmenting the environment to address those as they come about as well.
Fail fast, learn from it.
Yeah.
Great.
It's like playing Where's Waldo? Oh, there's Tom.
Waldo's over here now. A couple quick questions. We've got a couple more folks here, and then we're going to be done for the day.
This is Ed Candle, IRS. Why we don't see zero trust in terms of the 4th industrial revolution we are living now, plus AI, and considering this fragmented posture of zero trust, difficult to understand, difficult to implement, why not going for security of everything in the term of the 4th industrial revolution?
I did miss some of all that.
Could you help us out?
There's some background noise in the back, and it was.
Yeah, it's getting noisy out here. I think you're basically saying Addis is very complicated. How can you do the? Go ahead.
We are in the 4th industrial revolution. We are in the AI age. Why not seeing zero trust in terms of this? Zero trust itself has a lot of fragmented posture, difficult to understand, difficult to implement. Maybe the principle itself is not easy to go for something big. Why not doing something clear in terms of the 4th industrial revolution, security of everything with the help of AI?
I think Zero Trust is trying to embrace that, but maybe the concept isn't coming across clearly. But when you look at the system maturity model and you look at the automation and orchestration, using machine learning, using AI is all part of what we should be considering. It's definitely something I consider as factors. At Department of Energy, we just released our innovation playbook on how we're moving into an innovation environment that certainly does not preclude security. Like, we consider that security is part of everything. And, like we've been talking about is, it's so critical that you understand your mission. What is the security that you need for your business to happen? So I think it's saying don't trust anyone, but secure everything. So maybe the positive of zero trust would be secure everything.
So I'm on the secure everything aspect. I kind of like the peanut butter spread approach. To me, does not work, because I used to manage and patch, tens of thousands of machines worldwide, hundreds of thousands of machines worldwide. Do you think I was ever 100% patched completely, with that one patch when it came to Patch Tuesday? No, I was always iterating patches. Trying to do that peanut butter spread approach is hard. The great thing about zero trust is you're concentrating, and as we heard from the keynote early this morning, what's the attack surface? Reducing that, focusing on that smaller attack surface, and that's more manageable rather than trying to do 100% of everything across the 100,000 computer desktop, environment, and patching, configuration drift. With zero trust and taking in all these factors and understanding what the normal looks like and trying to protect that important thing, which is that critical thing, is that data. You understand that attack surface of the data, segmenting that, understanding it, what's normal, and then understanding all these factors so you can take not be so reactive, but take more proactive measures through the automation that Amy was talking about. But the peanut butter spread approach, you're always chasing your tail. I watch my dog my puppy chase its tail all the time. He never catches it for whatever reason. That's the way I felt with doing patching of 100,000 machines worldwide. That peanut butter spread approach is that's why I like zero trust, because it gets the focus a lot different in that way.
And Jerry, when I say secure everything, I want to be clear. I'm not saying secure everything at the same level. I'm saying secure it to the level of risk. If you want to break into my phone right now, it's in my bag, it's fairly easy. go ahead. There's nothing of value that you really want or it's secured by the FDIC, and I do trust their security. I know all the people over there. So, you know, you have to know, like, how secure is your home network? How secure is your phone? Like, you look at these things in physical space, you have to look at it in your environment. I run an open science network. They don't care. Please access it all you like, right? There's a certain amount of the data integrity I really care about, but for access, I don't care. On the other hand, when I look at my mission of making sure that we have energy flowing, the number one thing is availability. Americans without power is a bad thing. So you have to know your mission and secure everything at the appropriate mission level.
Well, and I also think you mentioned cost before. You mentioned that all assets don't necessarily need to have the same level of scrutiny or security, and it's a matter of priority. Where do you define the priority, and what do you go after first? So taking that data-centric approach, like has been preached throughout the entire ATARC process, that's the way to really help understand the data and the mission kind of drive the priority, and it's just cost prohibitive to lift everything into a complete zero trust environment from day one. And even the concept itself, I think, is one that evolves over time. So, you know, what you put in today can be improved in the next 6 months to a year. So, making sure you focus on the priorities you have today, continue to build toward it, and have that have a very good plan associated with how to leverage the best of the assets that are available, you know, to pay for those changes in your environment.
So we're out of questions. We got one challenge by this individual. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, Steve Lane with Red Vector. So I'm going to challenge Tom here. This will get everybody hopefully stoked up for the cocktail party, right? So first of all, in full disclosure, I'm sitting here because I have to go to Reagan here in a second and get on a plane and go to Vegas and spend 2 days at Black Hat and DEF CON. So I'm sitting here thinking about, you know, this is a great conference and everything, but it's a little dry, right? What about a year from now, we have a zero trust, a public-private zero trust, basically hackathon, demo environment, I don't know, 5, 10 use cases set up, public and private, out in Vegas. We get it all set up, you sponsor it, you put it on, you get everybody out there, maybe you have to get the DEF CON people together, right? And then we bring in the best hackers in the world to test it, right? I mean, zero trust is going to happen. Everybody knows that. But let's move now beyond the theoretical and let's have some fun with this. So that's my challenge to you and the rest of the folks.
I like it. I like it.
I mean, we will have hopefully through phase 2 integrated labs. I don't see why not. We couldn't. But you know, we talked about that too. But we don't want. We're being very careful. We want to make sure that it's a totally fair ground for everybody participating at the same time. So it's something that we'd have to talk about, that make sure that everybody's comfortable with that, yeah. Yeah.
That might be phase 3.
But we have ethics.
It's very
lawyers.
possible, yeah.
Yes, zero trust pwn to own. There you go. It's not so dry here, by the way.
You already got it named, yeah, see?
That's it.
It's already taken off.
All right, I think it's 5 o'clock somewhere, I believe. Thank you to the panel. That was very engaging. Thank you all.
Pleasure.
And that's about all the time we have. I want to just thank all of our vendors here. They've been fantastic. They're great. They're actual partners in this. And you can actually hear it with our folks up there. They're actual partners. They're like changed the way they do business. They're really cooperating. So that's the way we look at them. We don't call them vendors. We call them partners. So we are doing a happy hour. A couple things. I want to thank, this is our friends at Veracode are sponsoring the alcohol. It's just, we're going to send Ron the bill. It's looking pretty extensive right now. I noticed some people missed most of the day, but they came in, but we won't call them out. I want to thank Carahsoft, our partners over at Carahsoft. Just a great job simulcasting this thing. We're actually hybrid today. Folks outside the area, a lot of them couldn't make it, so we are, doing this around. I would like to thank my staff. Great job, Alyssa and team, in putting this all together. A lot of sleepless nights. Thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of the happy hour and the schmoozing over there. Thank you.